Hey, Sean. Hey, Smaggy.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going. Sean had to drop out. His mic's doing weird things, so he had to restart.
All right.
Yeah, mine's doing weird things too. Let me- that's why.
So you sound fine to me.
Yeah, it's running it through my speakers and not my headset.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm gonna start creating uh, lobby chats every night around this time, and I'll start it. And you guys, can pretty much do what you guys want because I usually work third shift, so this way there's always going to be a lobby chat.
Yeah, I like that idea. I, I jumped into a lobby like a week ago, and I've been in like 10 hangouts since then.
Yeah, this is a new channel that I created, so that way it won't interfere with my Pink Panther account.
Right. Yeah, if you do like normal videos and then you put up a bunch of lobbies and stuff, I know a lot of people don't watch them, so this way you have your own account for just hangouts.
Yep. I'm going to post the link in here. That way you guys can keep posting. But I'm going to go ahead and hop on out. Hopefully Sean will come back in. Maybe you guys can get some others in here.
Yeah, yeah, hopefully.
So have a good one, guys.
All right. Yeah, you too, man. Take it easy.
Yep.
I guess I'll just sit here and wait for someone to join.
Okay, now I have a mic. Woo! I think.
All right. Yeah, you sound fine.
My weekend was a complete wash. No range time at all.
Hang on, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna mute for a minute.
Okay, I already opened this one. Back that off a bit.
Okay, I'm back. I was in the middle of playing Trivia Crack, so I had to finish my turn.
I was playing World of Warships all day. I had a friend who was a bit hungover, and I could relate after the night I had yesterday, so we did all day. I was going to screen share it during a lobby chat or something, just in case if nobody ever saw it or played it before. Whoa.
Yeah, I've never heard of it before.
There's a company out there called Wargaming. They make like battle simulator arcade type games. For instance, Caleb used to play, or he still does. He plays War Thunder, and I told him, I was like, "Oh, why are you playing that? They have an actual tank game out there called World of Tanks." So I had him try that. It's free, and they also do like airplanes and shipping, like battleships, cruisers, destroyers, things like that. So that's kind of what I was doing all day. And then when it cooled off a bit, had to, do my Sunday bitch work, watch the dogs, wash the laundry, do the car stuff, and now I can finally sit down and do a little bit of reloading.
Yeah, well, that sounds fun. I did absolutely nothing today.
All I did was drink a lot of beer and play a lot of virtual tanks and stuff and ships. Mostly.
Yeah, that's my big night was Friday night. After went out and did some karaoke, and then after the bar closed, I came back to my house with my buddy. We had a bonfire till like 6:30 in the morning.
It's a long day.
Yeah, it was pretty fun though. He's actually kind of a gun guy, but he's like a super liberal. He's like Yankee on steroids, so it was pretty cool to, see someone who actually enjoys guns and supports, the Second Amendment, but everything else he thinks is pretty much wrong. Yeah, I take that back. I'm half liberal, half conservative. That's why I'm libertarian.
I like taking hardcore antis to the range. They have their preconceived notions of what it's going to be like, and then you take them there, and the first thing they notice is there's people with their wives, there's kids, there's just family, normal people doing a normal thing, and then they start to calm down a bit. Especially the place I go to, because they have like a really nice lounge area. It's got these leather sofas and big screen TVs, and you just sit there and like watch football or soccer or basketball or whatever's on at the time. And it's a different experience. Like I brought my mom out there one time. She's so anti everything, so I took her out there, and they have like this observation room. It's behind like 3-inch thick bulletproof glass, but they can see what's going on in the lanes. And she spent most of the time talking to housewives and watching TV. But yeah, I took a pretty hardcore ante out about 2 weeks ago, and before that, I was sort of like seasoning them up. So during that week of work, I took like index cards and I cut a notch and a post, and I was just basically explaining to him all the fundamentals, like grip technique and sight picture and just everything. I told him to use the two cards and hold them out and aim at the clock and try to line up the dots and all sorts of things like that. And by the time I actually took him out there, he was really excited to go. And then after we went, washed up or whatever, stopped for a beer, and he was like, "That was really fun." I'm like, "So why were you anti before?" And he says, "Because no one's ever taken me out to do something like this before."
Yeah, it's really awesome.
People just seem to hate what they don't understand until you get approached by somebody who's going to show it to you in a positive way or whatnot.
I think we get caught up a lot in the gun world of it's always us versus them, and the other side is super, super anti-gun, and I think you forget most people are just normal people, and they've either not thought about it yet or whatever, but not everyone's a Bloomberg. There's ways to convert people pretty easily.
I always tell my friends who aren't into this sort of thing yet, I'm like, look, it's obviously a curiosity to you, and if you always tell me you never have the funds to go out and do this, but then you turn around and buy like a PlayStation 4 and a big screen TV, your argument doesn't hold a whole lot of water. And I told him, I was like, look, you only have to buy one firearm one time to give yourself a sense of self-protection, because you don't want to have to get into this after you've become a victim of something. If my friends, especially a couple of my friends who work in really bad neighborhoods, like one of my friends actually works in a neighborhood where his father was murdered 15 years earlier. And I told him, I'm like, nothing has changed in this area. And I said, before you become a victim or a statistic, I said, exercise your right. I try to take him out all the time, but he always comes up with some reason why he can't go.
Yeah, well, it's priorities. Like you said, when you spend your money on different stuff. I like to explain it. It's like golf. You spend a couple $100 up front, and then every time you go out, you're spending $50.
Yep, and you spend the rest of your life perfecting your game.
Right, and then once you get into it, if you really enjoy it, then you start buying the fancy stuff. And I hear people at work talk about this new driver that was $600 or something, and I just think, oh man, I could use $600 so much better than a stupid chunk of metal.
Right. But they see the same thing, like you show them a 686 and they're like, well, that's just a big chunk of metal.
Yeah, but one of them will defend you a little bit better than the other.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying golf clubs aren't an okay self-defense weapon. I'd rather have that than nothing.
It beats a sharp stick, that's for sure.
A pointed stick? Well, then you just throw a lion at him.
Yeah, speaking of lions, they're actually the Zimbabwe government's looking to extradite.
Why did I say the word lion? I'm so sick of that guy. I don't care, man.
I got into a debate with one of my friends about that, and he was like, look, a lot of these species wouldn't survive without the hunters and the conservation crews. And I said, okay, I can agree to that to an extent, but if you look at the conservation listing for lions, they're not exactly least concern. They're considered a vulnerable. And he says, well, even if they're vulnerable, that means they're not, dangerously extinct. And I said, that's fine too. I'm not questioning, conservation by any means. I think it's a valid thing. If you have to cull the herd a little bit so the rest of them don't starve to death, it's for the betterment of the species. And then they usually pick the ones that are like out of breeding age or maybe too old or kind of sickly or whatnot. They're not going to go after the young ones or whatever. But it was just really hard to prove my point to him, because everything seems to point that even if this guy's paperwork was in order, everything else was out of order. So.
Right. I mean, this one particular case, I think I've mentioned it before. It it was shady, and he probably should have known it was shady. I mean, he's playing dumb, going, and I guess I would almost support that. You don't know. You say, okay, I paid all this money. They're supposed to take you out, and they say, okay, we're going to go here, and then you're going to shoot it.
Right.
You say, okay, you trust the guide. But the fact that it's come up that he's been caught like poaching 2 other times,
Yep.
like similar type of stuff, he should know better.
Well, what really surprised me was a story that came out today, and what it was is they were talking about how he wasn't supposed to use a bow and arrow. Well, don't you think the guides would have told him that?
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear anything about that.
Part of the charges that the government's trying to bring against him for extradition is that he illegally hunted. They said it was a poaching thing, and it was illegally hunted with the wrong type of weapon. Kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. My only thing is if I shot a lion, which I've never done that before. I've shot ram in South America. I thought that was pretty cool. Deer, things like that, elk, things like that. But I eat what I shoot, and if I shot a lion, I'm gonna at least try to eat it.
Lion soup?
Lion soup, lion ribs, whatever. I mean, I'm willing to try it. Otherwise, I don't really see a point in taking it. I don't need the fur that bad. But I'm not going to judge the guy for it. I mean, if he did it legally, then there's nothing to say about it. If he did it illegally, obviously he's probably going to have to do something about it. I know he's pretty much out of work, though.
Yeah, that's true.
There was a joke floating around on like the FIFA website for soccer that he's in the same witness protection that the referee Mark Geiger was from the CONCACAF tournament from like a week and a half ago, where this dude basically gave a 2-point lead, or he gave Costa Rica had like a 1-point lead, and he basically spoon-fed them the next 2 goals and gave away the game so Mexico can go to the finals. And like everybody in the stadium was chasing this guy out of the stadium. He's actually in witness protection too.
Yeah, you don't mess with that football.
I mean, it took him 20 years, I think, to implement what they call goal line technology, which is the only replay that they use. But who knows how many more years and bad calls and corrupt things they're going to get stuck with. Until they actually implement instant replay review, like they do for football and basketball. I don't know if they do that for baseball or not.
Yeah, they do. I've seen some like coaches challenge kind of thing. I don't know all the rules exactly when they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I know hockey, they review the play. Well, they review every goal, and then if the NHL can call down to a game because they watch every single game. There's like a station in Toronto that watches it. Anyways, they'll like call the ref at the game and say, "Hey, hang on a second, don't drop the puck yet. We saw something goofy."
Oh, okay. They have a replay center like they do for the NBA now.
Right, but
Okay.
the coaches can't do anything. Like, I'd like to see them do a coaches challenge kind of thing. And then, unlike football, where you lose a timeout if you lose the challenge. Since hockey, yeah, we have 1 timeout a game. Most times they don't even use it. Just make it like a delay a game penalty. If you call a review and it turns out that the ref was correct, your team goes in the box for 2 minutes.
That'd be cool. All right, Wayne, I'll honor your request. I am currently reloading. #I'm reloading. I'm reloading 357 Magnum and 38 Specials. Currently, it was the only brass I had left that I haven't used, but it's a little small promotion. I've been buying these. They're polymer-coated lead-cast semi-wad cutter bullets. It's from a company. Backwater Shooters. They're out in I think Louisiana, and they make this bullet called the Swamp Popper. And so far, I've shot these 38s and 357s with their semi-wad cutters. And they're fantastic. The groupings are good. The leading is non-existent. That was the big plus. You know, usually when I shoot lead bullets, there's always going to be a little bit of something in the barrel. And I went through 130 rounds of 38 and about 50 rounds of 357 out of my 686, and I looked down the barrel and there wasn't even a smudge.
Makes cleaning that much easier.
Absolutely. I mean, I just bore swabbed it and oiled it up, got my fingerprints off of it, cleaned the coon rings off the cylinder, and I was good to go. 5-minute cleaning. So you guys have a Guillermo coming after you, huh?
Yep. Looks
Gonna
like
be
it. We'll
interesting
see,
couple of
though.
days. You got a generator?
Nope. No generator.
I bought one of those gasoline deals about whenever Hurricane Ike hit. I think that was back in like 2006 or 2008. And yeah, my area of Houston was knocked out for 40 days or something. It was crazy. And you know, most of the time I would just like go out to my car and take a nap in the car with the air conditioner running because it was hot. I mean, it was like a 95, 96 degree September. It was a late storm.
Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying there.
Yeah.
But after I bought that one, I kind of got scalped for it because everybody was buying them up. And I really wanted a diesel one because they don't rev as high, they don't make as much noise. And I was going to like weld up a muffler system for it to keep it kind of quiet. But I've been looking at these like side of your house kind of generators. If you've ever been to an apartment complex and you see those big transformer steel boxes just sitting there between like groups of apartments or whatever, they have something similar like that that they put on the side of your house. And pretty much what it does is it just runs off of natural gas. And as soon as the electricity goes out from the city grid, the generator just kicks on automatically. And if the electric starter doesn't kick on, you can just hand crank it and then hit a button, sort of like a piezo, whatever it is, where you just fire it up or whatever. And it'll power your house and probably 2 other houses if you really wanted to, if you were a really nice guy. But the nice thing is you know, it's like I think it was like 13 grand installed. You get a tax break on it. You get an energy credit for it, and then I know a guy. He lives in the country outside of Houston, and in the summertime, when he doesn't feel like dealing with balanced billing, he actually cuts off the breaker from the city power, and he just runs his house off the natural gas generator, and he cuts his bill in half during the summer months. And they actually sent like meter readers out there just to make sure he wasn't, you know, fooling the meters or, you know, trying to trick the system or whatnot.
I guess that would depend on how expensive natural gas is, though.
Pretty cheap out here. I mean, I live near where all the I live in a city where all we do is refine everyone else's oil, so it's not too
There you
bad.
go.
He's usually spending
They're
somewhere
giving
between
it away, is what you're saying?
$20 a month on electricity, and then he runs gas, and he has a bill that's like $120. I was going to bring up something about reloading before we started this. I was going to save it for next week's reload chat or whatnot, but I can't even remember what it is. Yesterday we talked a little bit about like standard reloading versus big bore reloading. It feels like a different animal to me. You know, I didn't know what the torque limits on my press was until I started reloading 500. Now I kind of have a serious interest in getting a rock chucker.
Never hurts to have one of those anyway.
Yeah, I mean they're cheap enough.
What is that? I've heard some-
RCBS. It's got like a twin boom kind of a thing, so it gets a lot of torque when you do your like your belling and your crimping, your bullet seating, things like that. I've just got a really simple Lee single stage press. It was part of their what do they call this? It's not the lock and load series because that's a Hornady thing, but it was just like their conglomeration of parts that they put together. The kit was only like $179 or something, and it came with everything you need except the dies. So it was a good deal.
Definitely a good way to get going, for sure.
Yeah, like if Dana was really serious about getting started, that probably would have been that I would have recommended to him. Especially with, like, I think he loads 9 and 40, so it would have been perfect for that.
Would that be pushing the limits for 7.5 by 55, or would that be okay?
Oh, for the Swiss?
Yeah.
No, this will work. Even my Lee will do the 7.5-55 because you don't really have to crimp the bullet on that rifle round. You just seat it down in there. So I mean, I think the throw is fine. It'll reach. The dies, they fit just fine. You don't have to really crank them down or anything. The hardest part's going to be the resize. But the way I usually cheat that, when I load my 500 rounds with this Lee, what I do is I run the ram up, and then when I feel it touch, I kind of squeeze down a little bit, back it off, turn the shell about a third rotation, and just do another third and another third, and that usually does the job. I just don't do it all in one motion, and it seems to work.
Yeah, you're going to have to dumb that down just a tad for those of us who have never done reloading.
Okay, so essentially what you do is, you take an empty case, and let's just say you buy brand new brass. It's clean, it's unprimed, it's beautiful, it's shiny, it looks like gold, and it's a multi-step process. The first thing you want to do is, even with new brass, it's a good practice to go ahead and run it through the decap and sizing die. Like I use the Lee 3-die set. So you get 3 dies in it, and essentially one of them is a resizer and depriming pin. So it's all in one piece, and all it does is you run the brass up through it. It has a carbide ring that's set to a factory size diameter for your whatever case you're reloading, and when you just run it up through there, it just squeezes it, and it brings it back to factory size. And then as it passes to the head stamp and the rim, it's going to hit that pin, and that pin is going to push out your spent primer. It's a very simple thing. It sounds complicated, but it's really easy. And then once you're done doing that to all your brass, then you take your second one, which is your belling die, and the Lee one has like a little funnel built into the top, so you can technically knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. But essentially what you're doing is you run that up the press, and you want to set it just enough to where it takes the edges of your straight wall case and just taper them out just a hair, so you can get that bullet started in on the brass. And you just want to get it to just lightly fit in there. And then if you stretch it too much, it's just going to shorten the life of the brass, so you can't reload it more than a few times before it splits. But if you do it gently the first couple of times, I've got shells that I've reloaded like 40 times already. So I mean, they don't stretch that much, and I don't really load these too violent, so they don't. I haven't had a single case head separation at all, so it's been pretty good. And then you put your powder in, and you put your primer in. With my Lee die, I've got this little armature that sticks out underneath the ram. So after I do the throw, I just run it all the way back down, and then I squeeze the ram handle with the press. I could just squeeze it like one of those little things that weightlifters used to use with a little curly spring. It's the same kind of squeeze, and you just basically bottom out a brand new primer into your case. You just set it aside. Once you're done priming everything, then it's just a matter of measuring out your powder. You can get it within plus minus 1 or 1/10 of a grain. Usually for pistol rounds, it's not going to hurt you at all. So, you just fill up all your cases, seat your bullets, then comes the bullet seat and crimp, where it looks a lot like the decap die, but the top adjuster actually has like a flat spot in it where it'll, mash the bullet down into the case, and then once you reach to a certain point, it'll squeeze the outside edge of the casing also to taper that belled end back inward slightly to crimp it down. It's more important for like pistol rounds. Most of your rifle rounds, they're not crimped for the most part, because they're not feeling the recoil like in the cylinder, or I guess even like 9mm you probably don't have to crimp too tight either. But most of the stuff I reload is for heavy bore revolvers, so I've actually had the bullet jump out of the casing from the recoil, so much so that it locked up the cylinder. So you got to make sure you get a good crimp on that. And you know you're going to overdo it when you actually wrinkle the middle of the brass. You might as well just pull the bullet, dump your powder back out, throw that one away. Oh, so I mean, about the presses thing, this Lee does pretty much everything I need it to. I've done as little as 380, and I've done as high as 500 so far. I did do a run of 223 for one of my friends, and it took it just fine. The most difficult part for most of your rifle loads is the resizing of the shoulder of the brass, because you're trying to take something that starts off straight wall, but then you got to resize that tapered section and the bit at the end too. And it takes quite a bit of torque to squeeze that brass up in there to take that shape willingly. And what you want to do is you want to case lube the hell out of it. They have like a paste kind you can use. They have a spray kind. I like that one. Dillon makes a really good one. It's basically just isopropyl alcohol and lanolin, and you just take all your brass and you lay them on a towel, and then you just spray this stuff on there, just spritz it on, and then leave it for about 2 minutes, and then all the alcohol burns off, and then it's just kind of slippery with the lanolin, and it's good for your skin. And then you just run it through your press, and it makes things nice and slick and smooth. It's good stuff. I like it.
Oh yeah, lube's very important.
Yeah, usually when I do my straight wall cases, right now I'm out of Dillon, so I've got this paste stuff that came with my Lee kit. It works. I didn't think it was going to work because I was so spoiled with the lanolin stuff, but this stuff works. It's like a toothpaste kind of a thing. You just rub a little bit on your fingers and then just rub the casings, and I can usually get about I'll lube one and run it through the die, and then I'll run 4 more unlubed ones through the die, and then it starts to get a little sticky again, and then I just lube the 5th one. Like every 5th one I'll put case lube on there. It usually works pretty good. But yeah, this is it's an inexpensive game overall, the way I see it. I've only been doing this since December, and like everybody in my area pretty much thinks I'm the foremost expert on this now, just because I'm very thorough with it. But pretty much when anyone's curious about or doing reloading, you just have to explain it to them like playing golf. Literally, it's just like there's an initial layout. It's going to cost you some money to get the hardware, but once you have it, you don't really have to buy it again, especially if you get a good one. Like if you start with a Rock Chucker set from RCBS, you probably won't need to buy another one unless you want to go progressive. That's more of your choice, not what you have to have. But you just buy it once, and it's just like golf. You buy your clubs once, and you spend the rest of your life perfecting your game. So it's the same thing with reloading. You buy the stuff once, you spend the rest of your life just tuning your loads and getting it right the way you like it.
You just stole my analogy.
Because it was a very good one. It was a very good one. Oh, I'll be right back. I got to take the garbage out before I get my head chewed off.
What?
That's always fun. It's like one time I was playing video games with my buddy, and my mom came into my room and she's like, "Who are you talking to?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm talking to Bill." She goes, "I want to talk to Bill." I said, "Okay." So I handed her the microphone, and she's like, "Why are you playing these violent video games? You should be outside or do your homework or read a book or something." And then the entire room started laughing. She didn't realize that I was talking to everyone on the server, not just one person. And so I was like, "Oh man, your mom just yelled at you." It was funny. But yeah, I've been looking to get into reloading. I've done it a couple times, but I got to get my own setup. I was using someone else's, and so I'd rather just buy my own stuff, and then I can do it whenever I want.
If I'm going to do it, I think I'm going to get a Progressive press. Just pay the money and get it over and done with.
Yeah, then you can kick them out pretty fast. I think the only thing with Progressive is you gotta, since it's doing so many things at once, like you have to make sure you're not messing up a step. Like make sure your powder actually fed, or make sure everything's going okay. So I've seen that especially with the powder, where it kind of like builds a bridge inside the little loading tube. So you run it up and down, then when you're looking in the case, there's only a little bit of powder. Like it didn't actually drop the whole thing. So if you're cranking away on Progressive, you don't notice that, you put the bullet in, then when you're shooting, you could have a pretty underpowered load. So, I like doing each step one at a time, but it does take longer, so I understand why Progressives are nice.
I'm not sure if I really wanted to know that Preparation H was a good substitute.
Or did someone say that in the chat or something?
Will hit us with that info.
Wonder how he knows.
Well, I'm sure it got passed down, but the first person that figured that out, I just don't want to know.
Yeah, I find there's two different types of people that reload. The one is just trying to save money and just crank them out as much as possible. And then you got those other guys that are constantly looking for the absolute best accuracy. I call them the mad scientists. They're always talking, yeah, I just got this new load, and I added, an extra tenth of a grain, and, adjust the length by whatever, half a millimeter, or it's like, dude, that's way too complicated. But I know a guy who's like that. He'll make like 5 rounds, go out and test them, make a little adjustment, make 5 more, go out and test them, and until he finds the absolute perfect one.
For what, when he buys powder or something, and it's just not, he thinks it's going to be different than the last one, or what?
Well, just for like developing the most accurate round, because each gun's going to handle the different variables differently.
Okay.
Bullet, or how much you push the bullet in, like you change the overall length and that kind of stuff. That all can
Are you
affect.
guys talking about pressure?
No, I'm talking about people that are mad scientists trying to get the absolute perfect accuracy out of a reload round.
Yeah, I've seen guys like that. And about 6 months later, they decided to switch.
You might want to adjust your bandwidth a bit. You're roboting quite a bit.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty hardcore there.
Hey, don't discriminate. Maybe he's an actual robot.
Yeah, Tapper, that's the main reason why I'm interested in it, just because I like the K31 so much. In fact, I used all my bullets, so it's a big hammer.
Were they all GP11s?
Cylon Lives Matter.
Hashtag Cylon Lives Matter. No, actually, I got the Privy.
Privy?
Yeah, I couldn't find any of the surplus.
No, that's cool, because, the Privy's reloadable. It's got boxer primers, right?
Yeah, from what I was reading, though, I still need to, cut down the primer area or something. I'll read into it further.
It depends. If the Privy is crimped at the primer pocket, like a military round, then, yeah, you got to, swage them, I guess, is what it is. But if they didn't bother, You know, like if you try to press a primer into it and it takes, then they probably didn't bother. I never really looked into that part to see if they do that or not.
It's just all the shooting I've been doing recently is just the K31 is kind of secondary still, but all the other brass that I've been blowing through has been costing me quite a bit too much. So I'm going to need to back that off a bit and offset it with reloading, I think.
Oh yeah, totally. Typically my like hunting and self-defense rounds, I don't reload, but my plinking rounds, sky's the limit, man. You know, I bought a 20-round box of 500 Magnums, and it was $70, which I think is something like $3 a round or something like that. I can reload my 500 Magnums with Rainier Full Metal Jacket bullets, 38 cents a round.
Yeah, a bit of a difference there. Even with the 5.56, the M855, which I usually use for shooting at the range, I mean, that's still like 42 cents a round, about as cheap as I can find it in bulk, and have less than half that price with reloading.
Yeah, easily. I think I was able to reload my friend's 223 for 16 or 17 cents a round.
Did you actually set it up for the higher pressure, or was this like 55 grain? What?
He ran I think it was a 55, but I took him to the place where I get all my reloading parts from, and he can buy them, you know, bag of 500 for like 50 or 60 bucks or something like that. And you know, powder, that's not too bad. You know, I went through just about 3/4 of a pound for his, because I mean there's a lot of case capacity compared to a pistol round, but I mean even then, if you take a pound of say unique like I'm using, I mean that's not what you're going to load an AR round with, but just for example, I'm doing unique right now. I think I paid 35 bucks a pound, so you know, figure there's 7,000 grains in a pound, and then you take $35, you divide it by 7,000, and then, you know, say right now I'm doing 357 Magnum. It takes 7.5 grains of this stuff, so I'm using less than 3 cents worth of powder per round. I mean, that just is awesome. And then, you know, for 223, you're probably looking more like what, 45, 50 grains, I think it was. It's been a while. Let me take a look. But you can get the price way down. 223 Remington. All right, here we go.
I'm assuming for the actual
23 grains. I mean, that's like nothing.
I'm assuming for the actual projectile, though, if you wanted to go with the better ones, are going to be a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, like you can go with Sierra Match Kings or something, and they only sell those in boxes of I think 100. My self-defense rounds, I did hand load some at first just because I didn't, you know, when I was new to this, I didn't know where to find lead cast bullets, and I didn't know where I could buy big quantities of them. So I would just go to like my local Carter Country, and I would get like the Hornady XTPs, and I was getting like 300 grain 45s, you know, for my Casull, and like 240 grain XTPs for my 44 mag. But even then, they're not that bad. Let me see if the price stickers are still on these.
No, XTPs are really cheap, actually.
Yeah, this is a 4.52, 45 caliber, 250 grain XTPs. This one comes in a box of 100. I think I spent just a little over 30 bucks for. And then the 300 grains, they only come in a box of 50, but that was like close to $40. But I mean, for plinking rounds, you don't have to go with those, so your price per bullet is substantially cheaper.
Tapper, it's 1948 is when it was made.
Yeah, I don't really go for, you know, sub MOA or something with my handgun rounds or anything. So typically when I load these, the only thing I really pay attention to is I kind of inspect the bullets I'm about to press in just to make sure there's no abnormalities or, you know, strange castings or whatever. But other than that, as long as I get the powder charge, right at the recipe that I choose, the consistency is pretty much the same across the board. So I don't have any strange flyers or something unless it's just me.
Which it
That's
usually
pretty
is,
decent.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, the first time I took my 500 out, I took my 335 grain Rainier hand loads, and 15 yards, which, 500 Magnum, 15 yards, that's bear distance, I guess. 9 in the 10 ring, and then I had one flyer that was just outside the 9 ring. But I mean, my hand was a little exhausted from the all the other rounds I shot that day, so I thought that was decent enough. Haven't got to shoot it since. Nobody ever wants to go. I was gonna go by myself today, but I just couldn't motivate myself to go.
Self-deprecating.
Well, the first time I went, there was a young black couple with me in the lane next to me, and my dad was with me, and he kept looking over at them. He kept looking at me, and then I took the 500 out, and I fired the first shot, and the first thing I heard was her hand hit the wall because she jumped, and I heard, and then I heard, She's like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait. And
What?
I'm like, what is she waiting for? So after I fired the 5 rounds, I put the gun down, and I waited about 15 seconds, and I peeked over the other side of the wall. She had
It's
a
okay.
freaking 12-gauge shotgun. She was going to wait.
I don't know, boss.
Yeah, it sort of annoys people at the range when I bring that thing out. I mean, some of them. I really like it when I go and there's a lot of Asian folks. I mean, I live in Houston, so there's going to be a lot of Asian folks, but they show up at the range with, M&P 9s, Beretta PX4 Storms, which I like. I just don't own one. Every once in a while, they'll have a guy with a Smith & Wesson Model 19 or something. I thought that was kind of cool. But usually, the little self-defense folks, they'll just plink away, and then I whip out my 454 or my 500, and they go totally round eye, and they come running over oh my God, Godzilla! And they just have this shocked look on their face. So I'm like, I just look at them, I'm like, would you like to try it? Oh no, no.
Please tell me you've seen the South Park with
Dolphins?
No, the other one. You're American. You have a very big penis. We Asian. We have a very small penis.
Yes.
That's about all I can think of right now. Not to
It's
kill the
pretty-
chat with that, but
Oh, is that our version of, and on that note? Nah, but it's funny, man, because they'll come over there and they're like, oh my God. I'm like, try it. No, it's okay, it's okay.
they don't
And-
really kick, honestly.
It's surprisingly soft compared to my Cazul, because my Cazul's only 2.5 inch, so it's a bit of a bear to hold on to. But this 500, it says that it's a 4-inch barrel, but it's only a 3-inch barrel. It's got a 1-inch compensator in it, but
Oh,
It's-
that makes a big difference, though.
it does absolutely. It's really, really forgiving. My limit for 454 is about 75 rounds, and then I'm just too tired to hold on to it. But I went through 130 rounds of 500. No problem.
It's a lot of damn money.
I ran out of brass. I was like, well, that's all I brought for today, so. And of course, all the range officers wanted to have a turn, so I'm like, yeah, go ahead.
Where is everybody in this chat? They're just waiting to talk.
I don't know. I'm around.
Do you get around them? Know what I'm saying?
If
No.
you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Oh man, got breaking my heart like that.
So do you guys watch Hell on Wheels?
Yes.
How many episodes have been out so far? Just 3?
3, I think. I haven't. I watched the first one. I'm too busy working. I'm just like,
Me too.
oh, there's 2 more, all right.
Well, I mean, when I saw the next week on and they showed the preview, I was like, okay, obviously, well, I don't want to spoil it, but when I saw it, I thought, well,
You can
okay,
type it in
obviously
the
this
chat.
second episode is going to be about that.
Exactly.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, I'll just wait for the third one too, and just binge watch them as a pair.
What's this show about?
The best way I
Westward
can describe
expansion
it,
back in the 1800s, late 1800s.
it's like take Reconstruction and mix it with Manifest Destiny and the Transcontinental Railroad.
Basically,
And
if you've
it's
ever
pretty
played
good.
Red Dead Redemption, it's the TV show.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And it's badass.
It's everything that Deadwood wasn't. That's why Deadwood only lasted 3 seasons.
That's a good. I like that.
For some
Well, I mean,
reason,
in
I was
Deadwood, it's
picturing
just the word cocksucker
something
like
the
every
Second
30
Armored
seconds.
Division.
What?
Actually, I heard that guy from Deadwood is going to be casted in next season's Game of Thrones. But they didn't say where or who he would be.
Oh.
But one thing's for sure, he's not going to say cocksucker. There's just no way. It wouldn't fit. My dad's pretty sharp for an 80-year-old man. That was the first thing he said, too. He's like, hey, he can't say cocksucker in Game of Thrones.
Ah. Whoa.
Well, maybe he could, but I don't think it would fit.
We'll have to come up with a new catchphrase.
But yeah, if you haven't seen Hell on Wheels yet, give it a shot. You'll probably like it. First season, the first season sets the premise of what the show's going to be about. Second season sort of strays from that, and now here we are in the 5th season, and you're wondering if he's ever
So
going to
what?
go back to what the first season set.
Not only the 3rd season, is it?
Fifth.
Oh, I was like, what the hell?
No, it's just like, you've
Yeah,
seen
I
the
wanna
first
say
season, so
that.
you know why he wanted to join the railroad in the first place.
Yeah,
because he wanted
exactly, I
answers
know.
about his wife and kid or whatnot. And it's like, season 2, 3, 4, 5, or 2, 3, 4, he almost never talks about it. And you're like, did you forget what you were
He
here
just
for?
basically becomes entrenched in that life,
Yeah, and it's like,
which is
look,
fucking cool, but
and they're going to end the season. They split the 5th season into 2 years, like they did with Breaking Bad.
oh
So
yeah.
they better figure out how they're going to conclude this, to close the loop, so to speak. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of a lame ending, and that's kind of disappointing. The show was decent. It was well
It's
cast.
a really
well
damn
written.
good show
Yeah.
compared to whatever else there is on TV.
I like Turn Washington Spies, too.
Wish I would have started watching that. That and *Halt and Catch Fire*, which are all these shows are on AMC. Damn.
Well, the other one I like is I didn't find this show. I didn't start this show until about 3 months ago, but I really dig Black Sails.
Black Sails. I've never even heard of that.
It's basically the prequel to Treasure Island.
Try to
Like stars, and it's really well cast. I mean, it's you remember Spartacus: Blood and Sand?
that was by Jupiter's cock. Yeah, I remember it.
All right, so imagine a 17th century Caribbean pirates, Robinson Crusoe kind of thing.
Did you say Caribbean or Korean?
Caribbean.
Okay, I was like, never heard of that.
Caribbean. Nassau, all that good stuff. Actually, the girl that was, what was her name? Annabelle? Is it Annabelle? The girl from, shit, we were just talking about it. The girl from Hell on Wheels. The one that her husband got, and then she, tried to take over or whatever. I'm trying not to give away too much of the story.
I was going to say you can type it in side chat and no one's going to hear it. And only people that'll know will know. But
The blonde chick. Can I say that?
Yeah, I was just saying the blind. The blind.
Her. She's in. She plays a major role in Black Sails,
cool.
and she plays it very well too. But yeah, I got into that one kind of late. That one just ended its 2nd season, and everyone's wondering, where's it going to go next, right? Well, right before the 2nd season ended, they announced that they casted the Punisher, or Ray Stevenson, to play Blackbeard for season 3, and I'm like, oh my god, that's going to be awesome.
That's badass.
Yeah. And they showed him in his full pirate outfit and everything. They
That's cool.
don't skimp the budget on that show at all.
Good.
I like well thought out shows, where you could basically make them their own standalone little movies. I like those.
Yeah.
That's badass.
But it's coming.
There it is.
Oh, so
I actually
yesterday.
went by a couple months ago, went by the bar that the author of Treasure Island wrote it at down
That's
in
cool.
Savannah.
They have like a plaque or something to mark it?
Didn't get a chance to go in. I stood outside.
Ah,
Want to go in and drink some rum. Maybe next time in Savannah to do that.
Yeah, I remember we did the reloading chat last night, and I don't remember much after that because
when are those held now?
Saturday nights, sometime around between like 9 to 10 o'clock Central Time.
Because I need to get in on those. And who hosts them? Is it the Foos or who?
It's usually Foos and Caleb and myself.
Okay.
Foos reloads on like an industrial scale, definitely, and he casts his own too, which is something that I wanted to do, but I really don't have the space to do it, and I really don't want to set my house on fire. But I have a friend he's a boat salvager, and he knows that I don't cast, but he always trolls me anyway because he reloads, and he was like, "Hey, I just I salvaged this sailboat the other day. Keel weighed 9,000 pounds, solid lead. Like, how'd you get it home? Flatbed."
Yep.
He's like, "I can cut you off a hunk if you want." Like, I'm not gonna use it.
Let me just bandsaw you the 60 pounds of lead here.
It's pretty much what he does. And he uses engine hoist to get them out of the boat and onto the back of a flatbed tow truck.
That's what's up.
And it's funny because it's not that big. It's about 2 feet wide and maybe 2 feet thick, but then it's 40 feet long.
But then again, it's lead, so
Yeah.
heavy.
Very.
Man, I never even thought of that as a place to get lead from. That's awesome.
It's like there's I'm gonna share with you 2 best kept secrets of finding lead. 3, I guess. If you live in an area where they recycle car batteries, you can get those. The only parts of the lead you want to keep after you neutralize the battery, like what you do is you take the top off and you dump baking soda down in there. But once you neutralize it, just take the plates, leave all the dusty crap at the bottom. Don't even bother with that.
No,
But,
it's worthless.
Yeah, that's one source. The other place, boat salvagers. And the third one, this is the best one because it's like the best kept secret out there. Go to your dentist and find out how they do x-rays. If they have the old style with the thing you have to bite down on and put in your mouth with that lead
That's
film,
cool.
they throw those away. They have to pay someone to take those away. If you just introduce yourself nice and politely and just say, "Look, I'd really like to have those. I process lead, and I won't charge you anything for it. And all you bring them the bin. You'd be like, I can bring you a bin. Just have all your text, drop it in here at the end of the day. Just call me whenever you need me to come empty this out for you." And I know somebody who does that, and he got a 5-gallon bucket full of them.
Oh, crap.
By the time he melted it all down, he had like 27 pounds of lead. Free.
That's a good idea. Hell yeah.
You just have to cut the little plastic thing and then pull the film out and then just drop it in your pile. And before you know it, you got 20 pounds of lead. You still got to add like antimony and stuff to it, but just go to like
I don't
Rotometals.
think I wanna.
You just buy you go to Rotometals and you can just buy a 5-pound bar of what do they call it, linotype, and just cut off a piece and throw it in your pot with the rest of the lead you're just melting down from the film. Works out great. The wheel weights thing, it's sort of a dying breed because most wheel weights nowadays are stick-ons or they're zinc. So you don't want zinc in your lead. All right, so this whole time we've been doing this, I've already belled, primed, powder charged, the old-fashioned way, the powder through my digital scale and scoop, which I said I would never do again, but I've got my powder measure set up for 500 Magnum, and I really don't want to mess with that. One thing I was talking about earlier was after last night's reloading chat, my old man brought me a 12-pack of St. Arnold's, and I don't remember much of the night after that, but I know that I
What
did.
the hell is St. Arnold? I've heard about that stuff.
It's like a craft brew beer. They're usually sold around the south of like Texas, Oklahoma, like the Talos states, basically.
That's quite a ways
They
from
are
me.
distributed out though. But he got me a 12-pack, and I don't remember much of that night. I didn't bother reloading because I was smart enough not to. But, and I told G this morning, apparently I had the wherewithal to draw and design a Lazy Susan type disc that's going to go on my powder measure mount, and I even had the wherewithal to put a locking device on it. I drew all this out on like a napkin.
Coherently?
So, yeah. And I looked at it this morning and I thought, I can build this because my powder measure is actually built on an old monitor mount, flat top monitor mount. It's really heavy on the base, and it's got a swiveling base, so I can turn it. And then I've got one Lee Perfect powder measure on the part where the monitor used to bolt to the back to, but I've got it laying flat so it stands straight up and down. And I thought, I really don't want to have to keep adjusting my perfect powder measure for all the different loads I do. So I drew this Lazy Susan where it's an 8-inch hickory disc that spins, and I'm going to mount 4 of these Lee Perfect powder measures on the disc and then just turn it to the one I want and then put a pin through it to lock it down so it doesn't spin while I'm loading powder. And I did that last night in like a drunken savant rage, I guess.
I gotta build something, goddammit.
Yeah, that was me.
Start taking out the hacksaw. Whee!
It was pretty cool. But yeah, I priced out the Lazy Susan this morning. I can get I think it's a 6-inch Lazy Susan rotating base for $5, and then an 8-inch hickory like miniature bar stool type thing. It's about an inch thick. Each plate of that's only like $10. So I could build it for $20, $25, and then the perfect powder measures are $24 a piece. I'll get 3 more, and they just mark them with whatever caliber that I'm gonna set the powder charges to. I'll probably make the 4th one the one I just adjust all the time.
That's pretty cool, though. People usually don't build reloading equipment.
Somebody's got to.
Right. Scott, what you been up to? Not being there. All right. Anybody got interesting, cool stories from this week?
Nope, I'm boring.
Hashtag I'm boring.
But you're a snowman.
I have an interesting story about that snowman.
Oh, hell yeah, there we go.
Okay. I made that snowman while I was at work in the middle of July.
Do you live in Canada?
No, I'm close to Canada, but no, not Canada.
Not Minnesota.
Wait, are you in that place near Buffalo where they were talking about how there's still 10-foot piles of snow at this place where they dumped it all from the winter before 8 months ago?
Oh, okay.
I read that story the other day. I'm like, that's just impossible.
No, I'm outside Detroit.
Oh, damn, son.
You're in my dad's state.
To Windsor in like 20 minutes.
I'm not going to say I feel for you, but damn. You live where you live, though.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, see, like, we can do that sometimes up here in Minnesota, but not all the time.
Oh, you're near Lake Wobegon.
Winnebagoshes?
I always pick on Polecat. I'm like, you gotta do a Garrison Keeler type monologue before we start a chat or something. That'd be awesome. I would subscribe to that.
I would give it 2 thumbs up.
I haven't seen him for a while. I think the groundhog got him.
No, I saw him like I think it was Wednesday or Thursday in live chat or in lobby chat. He was saying that he's a lineman or something, right? Like he's always talking about that. So he said that work's been really, really busy. Sweet. So right now I am. They're a little bit long, but I guess that'll work. Right
Was
now
someone
I'm-
supposed to host Every Second Matters? Or what the hell happened?
Well, G's going to
guess
do
you
that,
got-
but I think it's Mountain Time.
I think
I literally
yes.
just read that.
I think he had some guests that canceled or flaked out or something. So we'll see.
Oh, that sucks. Well, this just became impromptu. Every second matters then.
America.
Oh yeah.
Every America matters.
Every American matters. Even the green card ones, damn it.
Yeah, I ran out of those cards. Like, I think I've won 3 patches so far. And every time I get one in the mail, I get those Every Second Matters cards, and I run out like the day I get them.
That's awesome.
People always ask, you know. I've got like the Gun Channel sticker on the back window of my car,
Oh, that's
which is
bad.
funny because it's like I drive a Fiat 500 to work every day, and
Oh,
then they
God,
see
no.
a Gun Channel sticker on the back, and they're like, you know, like some
Out of
people
curiosity,
advertise.
What the hell made you want to drive that?
I drove one in Italy for a couple of years, and
Okay.
I loved it. You know, they got this one called the Twin Air. It's a little 2-cylinder with a turbo on it, and it's just zippy. It's kind of fun, especially when
It's a
roads are
commuter
small.
kind of city car.
Yeah. I mean, that's all I use it for.
So I was like, damn, man, I don't fit in that.
Well, my dad's like 6'6", and he fits in it just fine.
Yeah,
Because
that's what I am.
originally bought it for him.
6'6".
The seats are surprisingly adjustable, but I don't know. I mean, it's a good commuter for what I paid for it.
Yeah, that's kind of the only thing I would like about them is the price. But that's all the small commuter cars like that.
Yeah, like brand new, they're about 17. What I did was I went to a dealer that had one. It was a pre-owned. The person who bought it only drove it for 10 months, and they put like 9,000 miles on it, and then
That's a
they
lot of
traded it
driving.
in.
Holy crap.
Yeah, and then they traded it in. So I got the car for 66%. I got it for just over 10.
Yeah, I don't
It's-
think you can beat that.
Yeah.
Unless you buy like a good used car, like truly used.
So I mean, I figured, hey, 10 months, and I got to knock off 33% of the price. I'm pretty happy with that.
All the vehicles are to get you from point A to B.
I'm kind of a car guy, but like the
Well,
car
so
that
am
I
I, but
replaced
like,
it with.
at some point it becomes, I just got to get here.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, because I mean the car I replaced it with was 17 years old. I think I might have set a Beltway speed record in that car. I did 207 in it.
Holy shit.
It was legal though. It was totally legal. Like I actually had a cop set it up for me to do it, and then he had a speed trap at the other end, so I could see how fast I was going.
What the hell are you driving? An IROC Z modded with a LS6?
Come on, man. I might be American, but I have taste.
I
No,
don't
it
like
was,
the IROC Z, but you said 17 years old.
No, I was driving at the time it was a 97 BMW 540 6-speed. It was a monster.
Damn.
I loved every minute of that car too.
I'm not a BMW guy, but I do like them.
It's just a really nice place to sit. That's the way I could describe it to others.
Right. Well, I can kind of relate. Kind of.
All right, so that was I'm done with my 357s. Now I'm doing 38s.
Huh.
That went off without a hitch.
So has anybody in here ever picked up a Garand, or Garand, as it should be said, but most people say Garand.
I have. I don't own one, but
Well, that's what I mean. Like, have you truly shot one, I guess, enough?
God, they're heavy.
You think so?
Yeah, they're pretty heavy.
Yeah. What about you, Schmeggy?
No, I never have.
I know Scott's dead.
I get one, but just haven't got around to it yet.
It's one of those things of, I need money for this.
Well,
Looks like G's Every Second Matter just started. You guys want to float over there?
well,
I gotta go to... we'll see. Yeah, if y'all are going, I might as well, because Scott ain't here, so...
All right, I'll see y'all over there then.
Aw.
And
What
then
up?
I think he's gonna, or Ballistic's gonna do a Young Guns now too, for the youngins.
You guys are sitting in here staring at each other? What's going on?
Evidently.
We're all reading. I thought you were gonna do Young Guns now.
I'm not young, I'm old.
Yeah, I'm about to.
Wait, how old is old? I always forget how old you are, PBR.
Older than you.
Okay.
Not that old. Old enough. Not young like little old Caleb over there. Little sprout. I don't need to clean my Glock. I don't need to do anything you say, old man.
I take apart my guns every winter whether they need it or not. All the way down.
I take them apart whenever I feel like it. Unless it's like a special firearm that needs special
There you go. Like I said. I was supposed to say, yeah, Foos has got it right. Caleb, you got it wrong.
What did he say? What did you say?
Every winter I take it all the way down.
Every winter? Yeah, that's about how often I do mine.
But you gotta clean it more often, though.
I do. I clean it after every match. I do a quick clean after every match.
Clean it every season.
Well, what I do is I'll field strip it, clean all that crap, and then I'll get down and around the trigger bar and stuff like that as I clean my.
All I do for my Glock after a match is take the slide off, take the barrel out. I'll clean the bore if it needs it, and I'll always clean the chamber because I don't want it to have any crap get in the chamber and cause unreliable chambering.
Why would you clean the chamber, not the bore?
No, what I'm saying is like the outside of it, like the feed ramp area.
You tell it you're only gonna put it halfway in before you do it.
Well, sometimes I'll run a bore snake with it too. But like
if you're lazy, just power wash the damn thing.
I mean like clean the. I mean when I say clean the bore,
I
mean,
I'm serious.
I ain't got it. Just the tip. Just tell it when you're cleaning your Glock. Just tell it before you clean it. You're just putting the tip in.
Yeah. The only time I clean the bore or chamber of any of my pistols is whenever I do that yearly clean. I don't. My gun, my CZ shoots better with a dirty bore.
Well, see, I was having problems with the.
Well, there's cleaning the bore, and then there's running something through it to make sure it's oiled and doesn't.
Right. See, now I do that like every time. Like I run a bore snake through it like a couple of times. That's it. I don't always break out. But I don't always break out the copper rush and like sit there with bore solvent and scrub it for like 5 minutes.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, I do that, and then I'll always, like I say, get all the carbon off the feed ramp area, the barrel hood area, and then. And as far as the frame goes, I don't take anything out. I just, on a Glock, you have the 4 contact rails that ride on the slide. I wipe those down. I wipe down the trigger bar, the top of it, where the slide contacts it. And then I re-grease those and put some trigger lube on the trigger bar. And that's it.
Trigger lube?
Yeah, PTFE, whatever it's called.
It's made from an old white horse.
It's called micro PTFE or something like that. Trigger lube. It's like really thin. I like it a lot. Like it doesn't gunk up at all. It's just good stuff.
I use what is that? Hoppy's number 9 gun lube for my sear area and trigger.
That's what I used to use. Hoppy's number 9 regular oil, gun oil.
I honestly don't get using multiple lubricants in different areas on your fire. That's just.
Well, that's all I use on mine.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't.
You made it sound like I just use this here. I'm like that's, and then I was talking to was it Marka that was like, yeah, I use this here and that there and this over here. I'm like, what the? Are you baking cookies or cleaning it? Like,
the thing is I use white lithium grease everywhere else in my Glock, so it's a little too thick for my liking to be putting it down like a trigger bar area.
Yeah, of course.
So that's why I just use oil on that, and then everything.
I tried to use lithium grease on my CZ, and the thing doesn't cycle very well.
It doesn't take much. It's a very little amount. And the good thing about the Glock, the way because the loose tolerance and everything, when you put the slide on there, if I did have too much like on the rails, or whatever, it just collects on the back of the slide, and I just wipe it off, and then that's it.
Yeah. Having full rails and grease like that isn't I noticed that they don't like to cycle. So.
Well, that's a question I have. What do you guys use between grease, oil, what brands? I mean, I don't know a lot.
For everything.
For rifle, I use high temperature bearing grease.
What the
for? Yeah.
Like you know they have this stuff made specifically for guns, right?
I use white rhino tears for.
There's only
Yeah,
4
me
left, so
personally.
I'm sure there's like plenty.
Well, you know they're crying for missing all their buddies, so they produce a bunch.
Yeah.
Well, me personally, I use fluid film for oiling and greasing my firearms.
I just use Slip 2000 on everything, everywhere, every gun. Works fine.
The only reason I use the trigger lube I'm using is I got several other products. It's called KG2, and I got a bunch of the sample bottles and a gift bag. I haven't used all the ones they gave me. I've just used like the regular oil and the trigger oil, and so those were free. That's why I use them. I don't know if I'll buy them after I run out, but other than that, I just use Hops No. 9 oil and Hops 9 solvent.
See, I don't even use solvent unless I'm cleaning like a 22 that gets like a leaded bore.
Right, I'll just do it for the bore and that's it.
Yeah, if I have like something that gets leaded, then I'll use a bore solvent, but I don't use solvent on anything. I just use a CLP, and right now it's Slip 2000, and I clean everything with just that. That way I don't have to worry about anything rusting or corroding or you ever seen like the bore solvent when it gets left on something over a period of time?
Hops 9 is basically kerosene. People don't realize that.
It F's stuff up if
No,
you're not careful.
I did try something new today, and there's a lot of like controversy about the stuff. Everybody's heard of it. I had a can of Ballistol. So because I stripped my frame like completely down, there was like nothing in it. I was like,
Ballistol, it just smells weird.
yeah, I was just like, well, I'm just gonna spray the whole thing and then wipe it all out, and it did okay. Like, I mean, it got all the crap out of it for the most part. I had to scrub some of the carbon out of the frame, but
it works, and it's hard to beat the price.
yeah, it was free. I found it in a box somewhere, I forget, and it's nice because it's aerosol, so it's nice having an aerosol cleaner like that.
It's non-toxic, which is always nice.
Right, it's the funky smell, like you said, which doesn't really last that long.
Yeah, it's weird. It eventually smells like black licorice sometimes, and that's not bad. I can deal with that. But when it smells like feet and old cheese, that's not cool.
I wouldn't describe it as that. At least the can I have, but I think the can I have is really old. I don't know. It's like I don't know if they've changed their label or not, but I think it's the old one.
Have you guys ever used or heard of Rand CLP?
Yeah, it's just too expensive. Is it Rand or no?
What is it?
Rand. Yeah,
is that like in a little tear open package?
No, it's just like a little bottle.
I just use Safariland CLP, or what used to be.
There's one of them that's really effing expensive, and
this ain't expensive.
I forgot which one it is, but one of them is really expensive, and it's good stuff, but
it's hard. I don't know, dude. I just use CLP for everything because it's worked forever.
Yeah, and honestly, you get like
and you can't beat the price. Oh my god.
And oil, it gets in every little nook and cranny, and it keeps them from rusting or corroding or whatever.
CLP does everything that it should, and then some. That's all I really tell people. Oh, I've seen this stuff. Yeah.
I got some of it on. You guys ever watch The Shooter's Mindset?
Yeah.
I won one of their contests, and I got some patches and T-shirt and some Rand CLP. I was like, oh, I guess I'll use that.
For a while back, I won one of theirs, and it was ammo from Atlantic Arms and Ammo.
Nice.
Very cool.
I just use CLP, and then after I'm done cleaning, just grease everything. I mean, it works. It's dirt cheap. It stays. It doesn't burn off.
That's one thing I really love about CLP is it will stay in, even up here in Minnesota in the colder temperatures. It's viscous enough to where it'll work, but it's thin enough to where it doesn't freeze up.
I've seen
Or
everything.
gun cup.
Everything can freeze. And it's not. In cold weather, it's not the CLP that freezes. It's the condensation. If you fire your firearm in like extreme cold temperatures, after it warms up, it'll attract, it'll condensate, and it's that condensation that'll eventually freeze when you're not firing, and that'll lock up your firearm like a.
I don't know. I can tell you it's worked up here forever for everyone. But for those guys that don't know, Remington's oil is designed with Teflon in it specifically for the cold.
I only use it for cleaning. Like CLP, I think is just good for for me for just scrubbing it out and making sure shit isn't going to rust later on. But then
And you don't have to worry about it messing something up on your firearm. High quality CLP it's fine on wood. It's fine on everything. I mean, I don't know if
You can drink it. I'm just saying.
A little in your coffee in the morning.
Man, stuff's way better than I thought it was.
But I definitely use, Mobile One Synthetic, the red stuff, that seems to work really great. I mean, it stays, it sticks, and it lubes everything up just fine.
I've seen a lot of, I've seen things freeze that weren't supposed to freeze, and I've seen a CLP catch on fire that wasn't supposed to be flammable, so
everything's relative.
Yeah, you can push things to the limit. So there probably is no perfect remedy, but I'm definitely a fan of a high quality CLP, and I used to like Frog Lube until this last winter, and now I'm off. I'm done with
Gunked up,
Frog Lube.
yep.
Yeah, it turned into.
That's exactly my issue with it. Exactly. Otherwise, it's amazing.
It's a great preservative. Don't get me wrong. It's an amazing preservative. If you're trying to stop something from rusting, slather that shit on. But that shit.
And do it in like 6 applications, because the more you put on, it does work. And I've actually done it to my FNX, which is no shine. Yeah, 6 coats of Frog Lube made it look pretty decent.
But it gets into boogers and whatnot when it gets cold.
I think that's why I use fluid film. It doesn't seem to freeze, and it works all the way to 40 below, I find.
It's like I said, my experiences, it was about 30 below, was with, in my opinion, what I came to the conclusion that was happening is that when I fired my M4, I would either get little bits of snow in there, and it would create, or the heat of the gun warming up draw moisture, and when the gun cooled back down, that moisture would freeze. That's what I was. And even though the oil is repelling the water, it still would get into weird little areas where it couldn't get away, like in the chamber or in the locking lugs for the chamber. And then pretty much you have a stuck gun, and you're sitting there trying to kick your
mortar
your charging handle like you're starting a dirt bike or something.
Hold my gun, I gotta kick it.
You'd be amazed at the unsafe shit we had to do to try to get our firearms unstuck.
Maybe that's why we picked the desert to have a war in.
Alright, I'm gonna go hop out, guys. We're doing a Young Guns show tonight. I'm gonna get that set up. Just in case anybody didn't see the topic on the front page, title is "Do Old Guns Suck?"
Oh my god.
So
Yeah, I just bought an old gun and it kicks ass.
there's more to it than that. It's not. It's
Y'all.
It's a
What do you
controversial title.
consider old?
Yeah,
Well,
something from the
wait,
80s.
Wheel gun, lever gun.
Something from the 90s.
I was about to say, old to you is different than old to us.
No, I can't do that because then that means Glock could fall into that category. By a long shot.
Not unless you shoot a Gen 3 or Gen 4.
I shoot both. Hybrid, remember? Gen 4 frame with Gen 3 slide.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So, alright, so I'm going to move over and get that set up, and I'll send you a link, Jock, okay?
Alright,
Alright, so yeah.
I heard a Glock.
No,
Or an AR.
no,
Or an AK.
no.
Damn.
Do old guns suck? What does that even fucking mean?
No, do you not know It's one of those videos that's got a title to piss people off, or at least make them inquire, like, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, I know.
That
What
was
is the relevance of Old West guns in modern days?
It's called cowboy action shooting, and that's about it.
I mean, he was asking for topics, and I just threw it out because it was like, oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
I like old guns. That's all I can really say.
I love old guns, but I still own 3 ARs and 3 AKs and 3 Glocks and.
Once again, everything's relevant.
Yeah, so I mean.
Well, yesterday I bought what is it? A Model 1882 Schmidt.
Whoa.
Straight pull bolt action.
Yeah, a Swiss old.
That's the black powder, right?
Yeah.
No. Or I don't know. It's been modified from the 7.555 to a 3030.
Oh,
no,
okay.
you're fine.
Weird.
The ones that are really the black powder are like 54.
And I tell you, it's one hell of a fucking.
It's
cannon.
really goofy.
No, that one, if it was still in its original chamber, it used a 7.5 Swiss black powder.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fucking awesome to shoot.
They're long. They're big. They're long too. They're like
30-inch barrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one here has been cut down to 20, and it's got a sporting stock put on it.
Damn, this thing's been sodomized.
But other than that, it's serial numbers matching. So yeah, like I don't know. Apparently they brought these rifles into North America in the 50s.
It's all original rifle except for the stock has been cut down and rechambered.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, it was rechambered in 3030 to meet the North American demand. Because the 7.5 or whatever it wasn't a common caliber in North America.
Still isn't.
And it's still a 308 bore.
Yeah.
Well, it probably opened that up a little bit for the 3030.
I don't know much about the rifles before the K31. I do know about the K11, but that's it. That's the K1911 is about as far back as I go.
Yeah.
I took one all the way apart in school. They're a pretty sweet gun. I was very surprised how they came apart, though. Like, just didn't seem right.
Or the K31, or which one?
The bolt.
Same type of disassembly.
Oh, yeah.
The bolt is crazy. I love
how it goes. How it holds itself together is amazing.
Yeah, I was very when I took this thing apart yesterday, I was like, "Holy crap, is that it?"
Yeah,
right.
I took my K31 out today and put 10 rounds.
Mauser had it wrong.
I put 10 rounds prone, and I have a nice bruise around my collarbone.
Ah.
The biggest difference to me between like one of my 1903 Springfields and an AR-15 is that I can thrash an AR-15 and I don't feel bad about it. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't feel like any one of my older firearms or newer firearms
deserves it.
Really better than the other. I just feel they have their pros and cons.
You love them less?
I like all my guns, but I'm just saying like new versus old is kind of it's a moot point in my opinion. Unless you're going really old. If you go like pre-smokeless powder, then you're getting in a territory where definitely like
percussion caps. What the hell? Yeah.
Black powder.
Okay,
let me rephrase that. Like a modern black powder rifle, cool. But if you're actually got an antique, then like you could blow that rifle up if you're not careful, and that'd be messed up.
Yeah, and the only major thing between new and old rifles is the weight. The older rifles are fucking heavy.
Not all of them though. Some of the I have a couple carbines. One of them's from 1918, and it's light and handy as all. It's amazing how ergonomic and light it is.
Awesome.
M1 carbine is another good example of like very light, very ergonomic. Maybe not in the controls. The controls aren't great, but whatever.
but it borrowed its controls from the Garand, which everyone already knew how to do it.
The safety's different, and obviously the magazine release is different. Safety on the carbine is like a little it's either a push button, which is easy, or this weird switch that's kind of like, it's not really intuitive.
I thought it was in the trigger group, just like, or in the trigger group, like M1.
It's right in front of it. I think.
Okay.
I'd have to go grab mine. Mine's a push button, not the switch, though. The push button's a little nicer because you can just hit it with your finger, like cross pin. Is that what it's called? Cross pin safety.
Cross pin or cross bolt?
Cross bolt, yeah. I don't know. And you look at like the old Winchester carbines and stuff from the late 1800s. They're handy as all hell. They're light. I mean, they're not. It depends on which caliber, but like the 1894, it's not a heavy. It's not heavy at all. It's actually pretty small and light.
Yeah, I've always liked my 92 models.
Oh yeah, I don't have one, but I wish I did.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about the 92 that I love.
I have two 94s, and I wish I had a 92.
I don't have any lever action guns.
Oh,
I bet you'd like it.
If you come up to Canada and go to Wholesale Sports, you can pick one up for like $1,300.
1,300?
Yeah.
They're not the new production Winchesters are not cheap. They're a little.
Well, when I do get one, it's going to be a 357.
You can find a pre-64 1894, so that would be like, the old. Some people think is the best quality is the ones made before 1964. You can get one of those for like $500. You just make sure the bore, look through it, make sure it's not shot out, but you can get them for cheap. They're not expensive.
Is that the 3030 or 357?
That'd be 3030. Oh no, it could be anything. The 357 though is I think more modern. That's a more modern caliber, so I'm not sure which rifles they came with in 357. I'll look it up. I know the 92 he was talking about tended to come in more pistol calibers.
Yeah, the one I got comes in 45 357, and I believe 4570. But don't quote me.
Yeah, you can get a lever action for cheap, and they're freaking great, dude. They're fun.
Yeah, now that I have this LCR, I kind of want something else that could chamber that in.
New stuff is expensive. Like I just put a link in. Like that's MSRP is $1,300 for a brand new 1873 and 357.
Yeah, there's no way in hell I'll spend that much.
But even like, 500. Like, I'm gonna go on Gunbroker and see. I bet you money I can find a pre-64 for $500, which is not that much at all. Maybe even less. I've seen Cabela's. Cabela's had two pre-64s for around just under 500.
Damn.
Both in 3030, but what the fuck? Still.
Yeah, I'd go 357 just because.
Have you seen how cheap 3030 is though? It's fucking.
Well, it's not bad. It's the fact that I don't have a gun for it. So a Marlin, $1,000. Fuck that.
But Marlins have the dumb safeties. If you
I don't want one with the safety.
You can find them before the safety, but those ones demand a premium.
Yeah, because if you check, because I know Marlin has them, Rossi has them, Winchester has them.
Yeah, I know Rossi definitely has a safety on it.
but you're also
Oh,
going.
yeah.
You're going. I'm not Marlin, but with Rotzi, you're diminishing in quality. If you want the highest quality for the least amount of money, go. I would say go for a used Winchester or a used like a JM, like an older JM Marlin.
All right.
Like a Glenfield, like back in the day before they got brought up by Freedom Group, and if you can find one before they added the cross bolt safety, then you're really sitting pretty.
Yeah, because Winchester, they have that the thumb safety or whatever it is behind the hammer.
The new ones do. The old ones don't. That's why I'm saying go pre-64 before they add the safeties and before they cut corners on their machining and the kind of steel they used. And or you even the new ones are fine, but the replica, like I linked there, it has the original safety. They did not add a cross bolt safety. It's got that little safety by the where you put your fingers through the lever. And that's the same safety that came on them originally. So that's the only good thing I can say about that rifle.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so I can't see any links.
Yep, I understand how that goes.
Yeah, gotta love working away from your computer.
Oh.
Here's a buy.
Oh,
that one's beat the shit though. Never mind.
So I learned you can go back and see hangouts that you were in earlier.
Yeah,
like you can hit the back button and you're still in the hangout. So I didn't know you could do that.
My computer's 1,000 kilometers away.
Is your computer in Canada? Kilometers?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I'm Canadian.
Sorry, you're an exotic foreigner to us.
So then I was right. Your computer is in Canada.
Yeah, I said yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
I could have said no, it's in Germany. I think they're in kilometers.
Really exotic.
I'm close to Canada. 20-minute drive, I can be at the border.
No, which border?
The Detroit-Windsor border.
Oh, way the hell over there. You're an Easterner.
In 5 hours, I could be in Vancouver. I don't know why I'd want to do that, but I could.
I could be in Vancouver in about an hour and a half.
Okay, then you're closer to me.
I'm working in Hope, BC right now, doing some.
What side of Canada do you live on? The west or east side, or the middle?
Right now, I'm from Clyde, Alberta, and I'm working in Hope, BC.
Oh, nice.
Clyde is north of Edmonton.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was up in the Toronto area for 4th of July doing some work. That was fun.
Sorry, I'm looking for lever action rifles to wave in Foos's face.
I was disappointed. We showed up on July 1st, which is Canada Day. I was like, okay, cool, I'll still see some fireworks and stuff. They didn't do anything. There was nothing around.
Yeah, no, there's been nationwide fire bans.
I was like, that's lame.
Oh.
you don't live in a tinderbox where everything's about to catch on fire because there's a
Pretty much. It's
insane drought. Dude, the moon last night here was red, like it looked like, I mean, red, like fire engine red.
let's see. I've been down in Hope for a month and a half now, and it's only rained 3 times, and it's been in the mid to high 30s the last month and a half. We're in we're jumping between level 4 and level 5 fire bands every day.
Yeah, we're getting ready. August is going to be a bad month for us here. It's everything. I'm to be honest with you, I'm actually worried. Like this whole state is it's like a match getting ready to be lit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's getting so bad on the job site. They're starting to tell us to stop smoking and start chewing. They don't want our cigarette butts lighting the job site on fire.
Yeah, Foos, you're gonna pay at least $800 or $900 for a 357 lever action in good condition from a reputable company from a reputable time period. Oh, he's not even there. You son of a bitch. Why would you scope 357?
My dad's got a lever action 30-30 from back in the day, but I don't know what type it is. I just know it was my grandpa's, so it's got to be at least kind of old.
Nice. Yeah, whatever. Thought we were supposed to get a link from when young Caleb was gonna go live.
Yeah, he's in the lobby chat. I just saw him, but I don't know when this thing's starting up.
It looks like he's trying to find panelists.
Yeah, he asked me if I was a young gun. I said I'm a middle gun.
Yeah, I saw
I don't know
that.
if I make the cut.
Kids these days, take them anywhere.
Did you buy anything recently?
Oh no, I'm on a freeze, financial freeze.
I got that rifle 2 weeks ago. It's a Ruger American 30-06.
Nice. You guys should sign this petition, those of you that can. See if we can get that Navy commander recognized by the White House for his heroism.
Is that petition that DB started?
No, no. I don't. Yeah, no.
I was just joking because he always hates the petitions. He just thinks they're pointless. So I credit him with every petition I ever see.
They are probably pointless, but who cares? It's still important to. I mean, maybe it will raise awareness, maybe it won't. But the thing about a petition, though, is maybe it will have no effect on the people in the White House. But you post on your Facebook, and it'll. You think everybody that signs on a petition knew about it before they saw it, it raises awareness, if nothing, among people, if nothing else. Other signees.
Right, and then if you do make the threshold, they have to at least respond. So even if they don't do whatever the petition is, then they're at least kind of on record saying, nah, we don't wanna.
It's more about raising awareness to me than about actually trying to, make change. And raising awareness does make change. And this guy, this commander, and that other Marine that possibly shot at the guy, or did shoot at the guy, need to be recognized. They need to be recognized for their heroism, and that's only going to happen if this stuff gets brought up.
Yeah, I went out and signed it.
Oh man, storm's moving in. Just saw some lightning. It's getting pretty windy.
Where are you at, Smeg? Oh, up in Detroit area.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quirk said that he had a big old storm roll through his area, and he had to pick up a bunch of twigs and stuff from his yard.
Any word on Quark and his computer?
Well, I mean, Ward was just talking about it last night, so I doubt. Oh, were you on last night?
I wasn't.
Okay. Quark's computer is still down, but Warthog had one laying in his garage and is going to send it to him.
Nice.
Yeah, just a desktop.
Cool. That's good.
Yeah, and I let Quark know about it last night, and he responded today. So, yeah. It's like I said last night, that's one thing I really love about the firearms, lifestyle and community and everything is we help each other out.
Yeah.
How's it going? Just do it.
What's up, Dano?
Just call me Dano. That's fine.
Do we have to?
Well, you don't have to, I guess.
I'm gonna call you father because apparently I sound like you.
Sometimes.
Oh, hell no.
No, he does sometimes. You just haven't heard it.
All right.
There are times I have kind of wondered that a little bit myself.
See?
It depends. If my allergies are kicking up, then my throat gets real scratchy and I sound more like you.
We're not even going to go there.
I'm the old scratchy guy, huh?
So what's up, Dano? Anything exciting going on?
No, not really. Actually, I was just listening to a radio show called Armed American Radio. It was on that same streaming channel that American or Liberty Armed and Free is on in the afternoon. It's a syndicated show, but it's on stations all over the place. I just happened to see it. I had my KVOI stream link there, and I clicked on it to see who was currently on out of Tucson locally, and on Sunday night, and on came that not American, I was getting mixed up, Armed Americans Radio. Like a 2-hour show. Anyway, I listened to the first hour where he interviewed Alan Gottlieb, which was pretty interesting. I could listen. It's just amazing as well spoken as he is. Have all the facts at your fingertips, and knowing how to properly use those facts as a tool when attempting to talk. Like they were talking about I can't pronounce the guy's name. The CNN guy, Fakari or whatever his name is, Sarit Fakari or.
Yeah.
Anyway, he wrote an op-ed piece in the New York Times, I believe, about how America should change its gun laws to be like, and then draw all these comparisons between, our crime rate and various countries in Europe, and about how we're all out of control, and we would just do, be more like Europe, get rid of the guns.
Yeah, but then we'll have a ton of other.
Of course, and then Alan Gottlieb and the guy that was hosting the show then went again to deconstruct this guy's article about how he did what they all do, which when he included, deaths, he included suicides, he included police shooting the bad guy, he included concealed carriers shooting the bad guy. I mean, all of those things plus other various things were all included in his grand number. And he never mentioned about the 800,000 people per year that are recorded as scaring away an offender because they pull out a gun.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's a very hard number to come by because a lot of times when someone does pull a gun and shot's not fired, it doesn't get reported. So it's real vague number on that.
Oh, yeah.
Also, they talk about gun violence in America, but they don't talk about just violence in Europe, like straight up violence. Like, in certain places, like in the UK, it's in not all the UK, but in some places in the UK, like London, it's very, very high compared to here.
As a percent per capita, they do have a higher rate of other types of crime than we do because they don't have guns available to them, so they'll use a hammer, they'll use a knife, they'll use something else. So of course they have less shootings. They don't have the same tools available, but they still have the same amount or greater amount of violence.
Yeah, we have a guy walk into just what happened with a Marine recruiter with a gun. There they had those two men jumped like a soldier. I don't know exact, and beheaded him. So that's what's the difference? I mean, yeah, sure, the guy here managed to kill 4 people. They only killed 1, but does that matter? Is that any justification for them trying to repeal our law? Saying we should repeal our laws.
That somehow that the guy uses a knife and stabs somebody or beheads somebody is somehow not as bad as somebody getting shot.
Well, like that killing in China where it was just like, I forgot how many people they stabbed and chopped to death, but it was
like up in the 30s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, it was like staggering how many people died. And London really doesn't, a place like London, England doesn't, or people forget about all the bombings that used to happen there in the 80s with the IRA, and in the 70s and 80s when the IRA was in full swing. And that was like, I'm sure Dano remembers, that was like,
I went to England as well as Europe in the late 70s, and I was only like 17 at the time. I was traveling with my father. But one of the things, and it was my first time overseas or out of country, period, and I was very surprised to see kind of a culture shock, is like all these signs at all the borders about, they're looking for various people in like the Red Brigade and different terrorist organizations, and how they may not use guns, they use bombs to carry out what they're looking to accomplish.
And like what they also fail. I mean, let's just get to the root of it. Guns are just a tool. They're not this. It's a symptom of a bigger problem. And if you want to, you look at countries with high gun ownership and low gun crime, they have better wage equality. They don't have high rates of poverty. They don't have.
And they're homogeneous.
they don't have slums or ghettos where people feel like they are, on the fringes of society. It's like anywhere where you're gonna have high poverty and high unemployment, high just any kind of inequality, not just racial, but like financial and social. You're gonna have high crime of every kind, whether it's firearm related or not. That's just how it is everywhere. Anywhere there's ever a ghetto, there's crime.
Well, whenever there's a vast difference in income, I mean, yeah, because I mean, if everyone's impoverished, there's nothing to steal. So, I mean, if everyone's impoverished, yeah, then you could, cut down on crime, but then you have a third world nation, and then you'll have the one or two people that do have money become warlords, like in Africa.
Yeah.
There was that guy on YouTube. Was that Billy Johnson, I think? But anyways, he did a video. It's called like "Choose Your Own Crime Stats."
Yeah.
And he was talking about like the number of cities the U.S. has over however many like 1 million people or something versus the UK only has a couple of cities over 1 million people. And he's like, that's where the crime happens, is from certain areas, and it's always the really populated urban places.
Absolutely.
I mean, you want to stop gun crime in America, in the United States, there needs to be racial, financial, and educational equality, and also the other big thing is a fucking mental health systems, like a real mental health system, not like we don't have, like where I live, there's two places they send people that have mental disorders. Either they become homeless or they go to jail. That's like where they go. You don't see, like, I would say the vast majority of the people, our homeless population in my city, have some kind of mental disorder or disease. There's nothing there's no safety net to catch these people, and unfortunately, unless it's like family related, and unfortunately, in most of the circumstances that we've seen recently, it's these people have had some kind of mental disorder or disease or whatever you want to call it. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Well, I think you're right as far as the major events where it's one person taking out a bunch, but even still, that's a drop in the bucket compared to just regular, drug dealers fighting each other and stuff.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. That's the poverty side of it. There's poverty. We see the poverty side of it in like a place like Chicago with its the drugs and the gang violence. And then you see the mental illness side of it in these some of these mass shootings. Other ones are obviously influenced by, political, terroristic, whatever things. And like if people really, if the powers that be really wanted to change, if that guy that was it Dano that you brought up, if that doctor or whatever his name is or whatever he is, I think he's a doctor. If he really wanted to institute policy change, this is what he'd be talking about. He wouldn't be talking about some just random bullshit that doesn't mean anything.
Right. Yeah, he never did bring up mental health in his discussion.
Did he even bring up poverty?
No, he just went straight for off of crime specs and how it worked.
Do you really think somebody wakes up one day and is just like, I'm going to become a drug dealer. I want to be in a gang? No, that's because that's all there is. You don't wake up one morning and want to do that. You just, I mean, maybe some people do. I don't know, but the majority of those youngsters that's the only way to like get ahead. That's the only way to make money. That's that's the only way to like get up in life. You know, that's the only way they see, and that's the only way they see it because that's all there is.
An analogy I'll draw as an example. If I believe in creationism, and this is not, I'm not trying to pass judgment here, but let's say that's what I believe. Chances are pretty good that I'm going to search out evidence that appears to support my side of the argument, and that's exactly what I'm going to put out there as things that support my side. I'm probably not going to really search for things that question, because I'm not really investigating what I believe. I'm looking for things to support my side. And that's exactly what this reporter did.
And that's scary too, because you think about it, he's doing it under the guise of trying to do right by the world. You know, it's just, and it's complete and utter bullshit, because you're not doing right by anybody, because you're not helping the people that are actually in need, the victims or the perpetrators. I don't know.
Well, I guess we solved all of the world's problems there.
I don't know. No, but you think about this though, like if you have immense, basically, let's just put it this way: what left the door open for the Nazis to take power in Germany after World War I was like immense poverty, immense poverty that was so bad that this guy who, yeah, maybe he was pragmatic, maybe he was like, you know, maybe he could give one hell of a speech or whatever, but that left the door wide open. Poverty is what leads the door wide open for bad shit to happen. Desperation. You know, it's when things are completely unchecked and people have nothing like good to live for, they do crazy and fucked up things.
I wish I could remember the name of the period after World War I that Germany went through that describes what you're talking about, Chris. There was a...
Well, there was hyperinflation, there was everything else. I mean, whenever a country owes so much freaking money that it's, I think it was like 3 or 4 times their GDP.
But you see it in Greece right now. You see fascist nationalist movements that, I mean, they say their flag isn't anything to do with Nazism, but their flag fucking sure does look like a Nazi flag, like some kind of Nazi symbol.
Well, if you think about it, nationalist, you know, being nationalist means that, hey, we want to, you know, in Greece's issues, we want to be a big, powerful Greece like we were before, and let's become nationalistic and really think about our nation first, and then that's not what nationalism actually is.
But if you look at it on like a dumb it down and on a smaller scale, how is that different than like some fucking like high rise like one of those like those project buildings in like a place like Chicago or New York, or well, maybe not New York City, well, maybe yeah, New York City, you know, or Baltimore. How is that desperation of an entire country different than a generation of a housing project? You know, it's just all it is. I see it as just the same thing on maybe a much smaller, more simplistic scale. But how are those people any less or more desperate than those people over there? It's, you know, maybe you can come up, maybe you can get out of it. But if you've seen any if you've actually like looked into that, like it is harder to get out of that life than
exactly, because you're brought up in it, and before you get to the age where you can get out, you're already have criminal records, or your habits, hobbies tends to lead towards that. You know, the criminal aspect, the being reliant on the system and stuff like that.
Well, even if you let's say you're a young. Sorry, dirt bike going by my window. um, you're a young guy walking a straight and narrow, and you're trying to stick to the books, and you're trying to do the right thing, but you have these groups of guys around you just like picking on you, like beating up on you, like making life difficult, like, and it's pretty unrelenting. And how is that any different than like you see the old footage of I think they're called like or people call them, their nickname are the brown shirts when in Germany in that interwar period between World War I and II.
Right.
And they were just thugs. They were going around beating the crap out of people and like painting like crap on like storefronts that were owned by Jewish people. How is that like any different? It's.
And if you became a member of that organization, then your store wouldn't get destroyed.
Or if
and that's how they grew the brand.
Exactly.
It's all about growing the brand, which is why Greece is fertile for revolt.
Or fascism. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure which would be worse, fascism or.
Well, I mean, you also have younger people seeing their grandparents. What's grandma at 80 gonna do when suddenly she's got nothing?
Well, they pretty much have nothing in Greece right now. I don't know. If somebody like that doctor really wanted to like affect change, he'd be talking about poverty. He'd be talking about mental health, because that is the root of the shootings that we have in this country, are those two things. It's not guns is just the tool.
Mm-hmm. It's a people problem, not a tool problem.
And honestly, and if they act like making guns illegal tomorrow would somehow stop the problem, I hate to break it to you, but if you took every gun away from all legally owned civilian guns, obviously there'd still be all the ones that are illegally owned. We all know that. But I guarantee you the cartels would be so excited because suddenly they have something they can import from Central and South America. They could smuggle guns in instead of, as well as drugs.
Yeah, you're going to start seeing a bunch of Tauruses and Bursas and crap like that coming up.
You're going to start seeing a bunch of machine guns, like actual real fucking full auto shit. You're going to see real assault rifles. Like,
I saw a thing about Jamaica. Apparently it's illegal to own ammo, and so these drug dealers were bragging because they had like a 50-round box of 9mm.
Well, I mean,
and, like, that was worth a shit ton of money too. Like you just create a black market for stuff like that.
The cartels aren't getting their machine guns from the United States; they're getting them from Central and South America. And even honestly, criminals will probably smuggle guns in from Canada. I mean, stuff would probably get smuggled down from Canada because Canada will probably, if we lose our rights, I'm sure Canada would still have their rights. The people act like there is no illegal arms like trade in the world, or but they're ignoring what happened in France and throughout Europe, where the guns are illegal. Yet you see guys walking on the streets in masks with AK-47s, like smoking people, and they try to they ignore the IRA for like however many decades they were around, armed to the teeth. Where were they getting their guns? Obviously not legally.
I know where they were getting their money.
All over the place.
Most of it came out of the U.S., specifically Boston.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, the argument is like so narrow, like short-sighted and narrow, and like it's amazing that people actually argue this and not think about the bigger picture. Well, Now,
And on
now
that
you,
note,
now you can say all the problems are solved in the world.
Yep, all fixed.
Yeah, the world doesn't have a gun problem. The world has a stupid problem.
I mean, even like what you said, let's take taking the guns not just out of the U.S. Let's say, boom, we wake up tomorrow, every firearm or everything that could throw a projectile is gone out of this world. People are going to figure out how to throw projectiles again. Go ahead.
Or look historically. You know, you hear the old stories about how, like in times before guns, you know, in Europe, guys would hide swords in the thatches of their roofing and stuff, or like, you know, you weren't allowed to have swords, but you know, guys that weren't allowed to have swords still had swords or knives. And then you look at like any Asian martial art, and like especially Chinese stuff where they weren't allowed to have swords, and every freaking weapon that isn't a sword comes from either a farming implement or something they were legally allowed to have, and then they learned how to turn it into a weapon to defend themselves. Usually, in most cases, they weren't really trying to, like, it was, you know, martial arts were a self-defense technique, but they had to resort to that to defend themselves. So that if people act like if guns went away tomorrow, all our problems would be solved, I'm sorry, we'd be out there stabbing the shit out of each other, beating each other with hammers. I mean, the nunchuck was a thrashing tool. The kama is a type of sai. I mean, there's so many like famous martial arts weapons that come from common farming tools.
Yep. I mean, just like, you know, a baseball bat and anything that can strike beyond the arm's length of a human is going to be transferred to a tool.
Yeah.
I mean, a baseball bat, a tree branch. I mean, anything can and will be used as a tool.
Filipino martial arts with two sticks, and it was because they weren't allowed to have any kind of weapon, but you could always manage to find a good stick on the ground or off a tree, and there you go. Now you have a way to defend yourself. You know, French martial arts. You know, you fight with a baguette. No, nobody got that. All right.
I laughed, but I was muted.
Yeah, I'm just out here. What the heck? On Kickstarter for the AK deck.
Oh, hell yeah. I hope it gets made this time. I'm going to tell everybody about it.
Yeah.
Either pass that shit on like Military Arms Channel or AK Operators Union. You know, channels that like can help bring people into it.
Oh, that would be freaking awesome.
There's lots of channels that could help like send backers is what we need.
Hey, Chris, the petition that you put on the main page of gun channels.
Yeah.
Is there a way to tell how many people have signed it or whatever?
This is 18,000 some change.
Okay.
They still need a lot more signatures, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I put mine in there.
Yeah, likewise.
Man, I gotta get my credit card.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna sign it up right now to for a couple decks.
Yeah, I'm doing 2.
Yeah, that's what I went with. Although I'm considering bumping up to 3.
I don't think I need 3.
Well, my buddy really likes AKs, so one of them's going to him, and then I'd keep one myself that I'd actually use, and then keep one maybe like not to use.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. I'm going to keep one and then.
Well, they can also make like relatively inexpensive like office gifts, or I mean, depending on where you work, something to give to your boss.
I could give it to that guy who always argues with me about guns.
There you
go.
Hey, but he likes poker, so there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bump that up. You've talked me into it. I'll do that later.
Yeah, or you know, you got a brother or a father that's into guns, or most gun guys, even if they're not necessarily into AK, still like gun swag.
All right, fine. I'll get 2 bricks.
Some people don't like AKs.
Right, I'm sharing this on my Facebook, and I'm tagging AK Operators Union and the National AK-47 Parts Only groups on Facebook.
Dude, Military Arms Channel also.
Okay.
They have a Facebook thing.
Yeah.
Because I know the Instagram thing already got reposted like 4 times.
That's good.
You're tagging people with AK background. You should probably include Polnar Tactical.
Yeah, Polnar. That's another good one.
It's not coming up on mine.
Yeah,
I'll tag him. I'll tag him here in a little bit. Tag people.
I'll bet you with Instagram this one does better than the last time he tried to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because back then there wasn't really on Instagram. I don't know if it was around back then, but I know I wasn't using it. I don't think G-Webs was either.
I still don't know what Instagram is, so.
It's basically just you put pictures up, and then you follow people so you can see the pictures that they post.
It's a way to share pictures with other people.
By category.
So it's kind of like Twitter, but with pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it.
Oh, that sounds boring.
No, it's pretty fucking fun.
It's if you can take good photos, it can be fun.
Or even if you can't, I just like looking at the stuff. I only have a handful of photos up there. But I follow a bunch of people that have cool stuff that I'll probably never own. So, it's just cool to see guns.
Yeah.
Maybe G-Webs can be a guest on some of these other hangouts throughout the week. Like We Like Shooting or Tac Daddy or something, and he can pimp his AR card or AK cards.
I think the chances of him being on Tac Daddy are slim to none.
I don't think he needs to pimp him. I think he could pretty much.
Yeah.
I think he can pretty much. Dude, I think just what we're doing will get it done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as long as they gain traction, they will sell themselves. Just it's getting to that critical point of gaining traction.
Right. Yeah, I noticed his limit is a little bit lower than it was last time. Because I looked up his last project, and I think it's set at $8,000, and that's how much he made last time. But he was hoping for 13.
What is this again? This is for AK cards or something, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's a deck of playing cards
When do you
Remember,
guys put
Each
a
suit
link
is a
in the
different
side?
country.
it's like those aircraft identification or tank identification
Yeah.
card that you got in the if you've seen the military get sometimes.
Yeah.
That's basically, but it's for different Kalashnikov style rifles.
Yeah, I saw the one G-Webs had on it. Is there like another Kickstarter thing? Someone have a link?
It's the one that G-Webs is doing.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
So could someone put a link in the side chat?
Yeah. Right there, straight to the Kickstarter.
Gracias.
Yeah, I did tag.
I'll put it in.
For some weird reason, I know I have military arms. But I'm not seeing, whenever I'm searching for them, I'm not seeing them.
Maybe
There's,
Yep, here he comes.
stop talking about him.
We're actually talking about the cards.
Yeah,
yeah.
only saying bad things, of course. So if I give you a link to Facebook, will you be able to? Here's the link to Military Arms Channel on Facebook.
Okay.
I mean, and Polar Tactical is on here too.
Yeah, I'm liked. I mean,
No, you're not.
Well, you know.
We just pretend.
No, I mean, like, I like their. Shut the hell up.
I know. There you go. There's both of them.
There it is.
I wish there was more foreign gun channels. I only know of a handful. I wish there was wish there was more. It's interesting to me to see how people and what people get or are able to have or can do in other countries.
No, I have them liked on Facebook, but I don't have them liked on not. I have them liked on YouTube, not Facebook, but now I do. So.
I don't think there were any questions, G-Webs.
Yeah. So. Hopefully the $3,000 will get.
Oh, I'm sure, dude.
Pledged.
Honestly, I no doubt it will. Like just what we're doing right now, I think we'll get it done. Because he almost, I mean, he had a bigger limit last time, but. He almost got to it.
Yeah.
I think I need to get that. I've been looking at eBay at those Time Life Old West books. There's a couple full collections on there. I think I need that.
What was that again? Sorry.
Time Life old books. What are you talking about?
Time Life Old West books.
That
Remember
stuff
those?
was like back in the 80s?
Yeah. I'm sure.
I mean, I remember them being advertised.
I'm looking on eBay and I'm seeing like entire sets of them for pretty inexpensive.
How much is inexpensive and how many books do you get? Are they by region or by time period?
Old West. So.
Was it like the Dakotas, by territory, or?
I don't know. I don't have them.
Oh well, I thought in the description it said each book is a separate part of the West. Like the Southwest versus the North. Versus the Plains.
I'm looking it up so I can give you some. Here you go. There's a description from Wikipedia. basically looks like each one has a theme, and they were issued from 73 to 1980, or a different topic. Yeah.
Looks like what? Every quarter, every 3 months.
Yeah. I'm into it. I think it would be cool to have that collection.
I wonder which one would give you the most gun history.
The gunfighters.
Well, that's about the. But do you think that's actually going to go over the not only the guns themselves, but obviously also the
soldiers,
the ranchers?
Obviously, when there was law, what was the law in the territories, and when did it begin, and what was before and what was after, and
I don't know.
All before anything was a state, things were still territories.
Well, if there are territories, the law was pretty.
I mean, I got all my education on the Old West from Gunsmoke.
I'm pretty sure the laws were wide open before there were when there were territories.
And then I think was the Kansas territory, was it, or I forget. With Matt Dillon.
I don't know. I just think it'd be cool to have these books. I like books.
How much do some of these people want for these? Do I sell them individually or as sets?
Looks like it'll cost me between $50 to $75 for the entire set.
For the whole set?
Yep.
That's not very expensive.
No, that's $2 a book. That's...
Exactly. I wonder what the shipping would be to get them to you.
Like I said, with shipping, I've been looking at between $50 to $75.
Oh, with shipping, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's worth. Definitely interesting. Interesting. Too bad they don't have other I'm trying to find if they have other subjects that they did.
Well, Time Life did a whole bunch of. It wasn't just the Old West. I remember advertisements for all sorts of things.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now, trying to figure out if. Book series. Oh yeah, they did. Holy shit balls.
You list of them?
Yeah, World War II.
Exactly.
Oh, you want to see the list?
Sure. Yeah. I know there was a lot of them.
There's the list.
And that's just going off my memory from watching them being advertised over the years.
Jeez.
But that's
Winds of War.
That's what Time Life did.
Holy crap.
Okay, I don't have enough shelf space for.
You know, now I hear one that's talk about a yawner, 300 years of American painting. They mean house painting?
I'm sure somebody would be into it.
Is that like Dutch Boy or?
Wow. Okay, I need these World War II books. 39 of them.
See? And it's complete.
Anyway, I'll come back to that.
Bookmark that one.
Right now, I need other things.
Foos, do you have something on? I hear some sort of feedback, like wind or something.
My AC is on and it's blowing kind of close to the mic.
It's just when nobody's talking, it goes to your picture, and I hear this weird sound.
Yeah, it's probably my AC that's on right now.
That's this Foos breathing heavy. Like,
Yeah.
I rest my case.
Yeah, the mic's probably a yard and a half away from me. So that's how heavy I breathe. While resting. Just think if I actually get out and like do some physical activity.
I try not to think about you at all.
That's probably the best thing to do. No. took my I took several rifles out today, and AK-74 just slaps the shit out of the steel. It's awesome.
Nice.
Freaking love it.
Yeah.
And then my homemade rounds, I was connected at 230 yards with my homemade 10-cent rounds that I've swaged from 22 projectile cases. So that's always a plus to see.
That's cool.
Reloading at 10 cents a round and slapping steel.
What caliber again? Sorry, I was.
223.
Wow, that's cheap.
Yeah, well, that's because I make my own projectiles.
Oh, yeah.
$34. Set of 7 volumes, World War II. $34 or best offer.
How much? Oh, wait, how many volumes?
7. Set of 7.
Yeah, there's 39.
Oh, are there? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's one, Old West, 25 out of the 26. They're missing one of them for $70 basically.
Yeah, I already looked through it. There's I mean, if you were missing a couple, you can find them on there. They're on there.
That's the worst when you're missing just one. I collect comic books, and it's the same thing. You find an awesome deal, and then you're like, oh, it's missing number 17 or something, and it takes forever to find that one book.
Yeah, I have that happen with weird gun shit that I collect.
Here's the 39 volumes for $19.99. World War II.
That's cheap.
Only one bid.
Holy shit balls. How much is shipping and handling is probably about the same, about $20.
Let me look, see if it says about shipping. Yes. Well, shipping, it says, yeah, shipping's an add-on. It says $37.22 for economy shipping.
Yep. I'm gonna look locally. That seems like something maybe I could find at Powell's, my local bookstore. Buying books, used books is. I mean, eBay was maybe okay because there's repercussions, but I don't know.
Well, they're getting harder and harder to find since ebooks have come out. I mean, it's really killed the physical book market.
Not where I live. Where I live, there's bookstores everywhere still.
I mean, Barnes and Noble is, at least in the Midwest, is kind of like the last bastion of paper books, other than the internet. It just if they go, who's left?
Here we have.
I mean, that's national. That's not just a mom and pop.
Well, yeah, maybe it's family owned, but it's the biggest bookstore west of the Mississippi. And,
which bookstore?
Called Powell's.
Okay.
And it's yeah, I don't know. I order books online occasionally. I've had a lot of bad experiences with Amazon to the point where I don't order books from Amazon anymore. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna definitely look into getting those at some point. They'll go good in my library. He needs to get every state flag. That'd be cool. I want a tactical Beaver State flag on my shoulder. Where the fuck is...
eBay must be having problems. They keep getting, we're unable to run the search you entered. Please try again in a few minutes. Maybe they're getting hacked.
Yeah, can't afford that right now.
I mean, I've tried a couple different searches in the meantime just to figure it was the words I was using. No matter what I put in there, I keep getting the unable to run the search you entered. Please try again in a few minutes.
It's probably just busy right now.
Yeah.
Ooh. That Jeremy guy has a video up.
That Jeremy guy is, what's his channel name?
Here. I'll put it in the internal.
Yeah, it happened. Same thing happened to you, Dan. It just happened to me.
Oh, okay.
It's the guy who has a shit ton of short barrels, or SBRs.
Yeah, when he was on the other night, I missed what his channel name was, so I wasn't able to hit subscribe.
Yeah, I put it in the internal and external.
Generally, what part of the U.S. is he at?
Virginia.
Okay. You know, something I find ironic is I get at least 3 times a week thank yous on one of the shortest, oldest videos that I've ever done. And people sending me little messages, or a lot of times private messages saying, thank you, I couldn't figure out how to do this. And you'd never guess in a million years what it was.
Cleaning Cosmoline out of magazines.
Well, you're not too far. But a suggestion for people who are new to the AR platform, how to get that cotter pin in. When you're reassembling your bolt. Because if you don't turn it upside down, you don't let gravity assist. And if you don't look from the ass end of it, you can't see it. And that cotter pin does not want to go straight across.
I've never had an issue with it. Huh.
I mean, because the initial hole it goes into is not long enough to function as a guide hole. So by the time it spans that gap, it's either too high, too low, to the left, to the right. But if you look from the ass end through, you can see exactly where it's at.
I've never had an issue with it.
Anyway, my point was I just find it ironic as one of the oldest videos that was actually just a mini video that I did was just like 2 minutes. That was it. That the fact that I'm still getting messages saying, "Oh, thank you for putting this out there." It's like, oh my God, I can't believe anybody's still watching it.
Well, you got to remember, just because it's old, people search a specific thing, it's going to pop up.
And that's exactly why I leave my older stuff out there. Is there are people who still look at it. Not that many, but some. It costs me nothing. It's no effort for me if Google's doing it for free just to let it sit there.
Yeah, and I find people all the time where I stumble across one of their videos and then, go back and watch all of them. So it's like I'm watching a video from 10 years, well, probably not 10 years, but whatever, a few years ago, and it's new to me, so I'll leave a comment or something. That's another one. I think it's funny when people reply to a comment you left, and it's like, I don't even remember what the heck that video was about. You gotta go back and look at it just to see what they're talking about.
Especially when the comment is like really old. I mean, I've had comments that were over a year old that somebody responded to. It's like, I don't even remember exactly what I meant.
Right. Yeah, I have one comment out there that keeps getting replied to. It was like a PBS interview. There was a anti-gun guy and a pro-gun guy. I think it was about like a 20-minute video. And the pro-gun guy actually did a really good job at, dispelling some of the myths that the anti kept saying. But I mean, I don't remember exactly what the guy said, but it was something about 50 caliber. And it was a great opportunity for the pro-gun to be like, dude, you're full of shit. That's totally wrong. And so that's basically what my comment was. He did a good job, but I wish he would have called the dumbass out on the 50 cal. And I still get people replying to that. That was a comment from a couple years ago. Did everyone go to sleep?
Watching this video.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, holy crap, it got quiet all of a sudden.
I mean, I have no room to talk. I've fallen asleep during lobbies before, but
The ships usually don't sink in 45 seconds, so.
They do if you use the right kind.
Yeah.
I mean, they do make anti-carrier missiles.
Anyway, a cool video, even if Dano doesn't like it.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
It's like, back in my day, we used to sink ships the right way. You kids with your fancy missiles. Take a rowboat and a can opener. I'd just go out there and cut that bitch open.
Can opener, wouldn't that be an iceberg?
I don't know.
Titanic joke.
Too soon. Too soon.
It's been almost 100 years.
Has Young Guns chat over yet? Have they talked about how much old shit's gotten done, talking about how much old things suck and new things are?
How long can two guys talk to each other with one guy listening? Oh, don't get me in trouble. Don't get me in trouble.
I mean, they're young, so.
They're young, and they're growing.
Yeah, I guess I didn't make the cut. He asked me if I was a young gun, and I told him I was a middle gun, and then he never, said anything else. I was like, oh, maybe I was going to get a link to that.
Well, you broke the ceiling. You broke 30, so that was...
Oh.
Actually, I have no idea. I don't even know if they have a hard number. I don't think so.
I'm young at heart.
A fixed number. A fixed number. How about that? Well, you guys always got to go there, don't you?
I didn't say shit.
I
No, but you
behave
laughed.
like I'm a teenager, so does that count?
I didn't say shit. Just because I like classic, and that's funny. It's like just because I like classic firearms doesn't make me old.
Yeah, I still prefer my lever and revolvers, so it must make me old.
I mean, I don't know. I carry a revolver every day. It's not because it's a revolver that I carry it. I carry it because it's a good handgun.
Oh, reliable.
I mean, when revolvers fail, they fail catastrophically. But
Yeah.
There's no tap rack bang.
I've had one fail. I've had one lock up and get all fucked up, and it's at my gunsmith's right now. I don't know what's wrong with it yet.
Wasn't that a brand? From one of the big manufacturers? Brand name?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, just like I tell people all the time, any gun can fail, and any manufacturer is going to make a lemon. It's inevitable. I mean, Glocks do fail.
Yeah, there are rifles though, or there are weapons though that are a lot less likely to fail.
True, but there are still ones that do, which is my point.
Dude, freaking after that Iraq veteran 88 video, holy god! Like what he put that Glock through. Oh my.
Oh man, that was crazy.
And
I've been
enjoyed
meaning
that.
to go and watch that shit. I'm gonna watch it now.
That thing kept.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one yet.
That thing just
It
chewed
beat
its
the
way.
AK, it beat the AK and the AR. Although
I'm
the
not
AK, the AK
I'm
he
not-
was. Go ahead.
I'm not a Glock fan, but I was actually quite impressed with that.
Oh, I already knew. I knew when he started that video that would be the. I knew it would go the distance. The AK video surprised me, but then after I thought about it, I wasn't surprised because he used like a civilian AK. The AR video, I was not surprised at all. Well, I was surprised how it failed, but I wasn't surprised that it failed because he was using some hodgepodge upper receiver made out of a bunch of junk parts.
On the AK, what was the point of failure?
Barrel droop.
Oh.
But he was shooting a civilian rifle that had a civilian barrel.
Didn't the barrel walk out of the?
Yeah.
But it
The
walked
front
out.
trunnion.
It walked out and it was drooping.
But he fixed it with a rock and a hammer.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
still.
his buddy threw it at a tree or something and pushed the barrel back in.
That would be the guy that probably owned the rifle, considering it was a machine gun. They had to have somebody manufacture a dealer sample, so. I don't know. Glocks are.
But wasn't that also a? No, sorry.
Glocks are great because you can shoot the living crap out of them and not worry about fucking it up. That's why I like Glocks.
All right, I'm gonna go and watch that, and I'll be back.
But you gotta take your pants off to watch it and be a little private time.
No, I don't want to be listening to him and then having you guys in my ear too.
You know, that reminds me that in these chats that some of the functions don't work. Like when you do the away mode, that's supposed to mute people so you can like go watch a video and not have to leave the chat. That doesn't work anymore.
No.
It's like Google gave up on supporting these chats.
Google gave up on a lot of shit. Apparently, they're you heard about YouTube and Google Plus and all that stuff. Seems like they're giving up on Google Plus, which thank Christ.
Well, no, I didn't hear about it, so update me. What's
Pretty soon you'll be able to, not now, but at some point in time, they're separating Google Plus from YouTube again, like it used to be, and you'll be able to delete your Google Plus account without it affecting your YouTube account.
Thank God.
So, not yet though. Apparently, if you do it now, it'll still mess it up. But they're going to slowly pull them back apart because I think Google Plus is floundering at best. I can't imagine why. I can't imagine forcing people to use your social media or channel. I don't see. How could that ever backfire?
Mm-hmm.
People love being forced to do things.
Are you still going to need a Google Plus to do the Hangouts, though? Or are the Hangouts going to be through YouTube now?
That's true. I didn't think about that.
That's a good question. I mean, it is kind of it's a video format, so I would think it would, but it was invented for Google Plus.
I thought it started in YouTube. I don't know.
Maybe.
I think the live stuff started with the Google.
Yeah. I mean,
and then you were able to post it
more clearly than I do.
We'll see. Then I guess you won't be able to delete, but they'll separate. It'll be set. You'll be able to do things on YouTube that you have where you have to be signed on to Google Plus or whatever. That'll be gone. All that stuff will be gone. Like it won't automatically link things on your Google Plus that you're doing on YouTube. It'll basically separate them.
That's good.
If you want to delete your Google Plus, you'll be able to. I've never used mine. I don't ever plan on using it. It's just something.
That's all. I made one and then hooked it up to YouTube. That's all I've ever done. So, but then again, I also don't use Facebook, so I'm not really a social media type person. At least those types.
And you're a young guy. I didn't say young gun, I said a young guy.
I use Facebook, but whatever.
For your real friends.
Yeah, none of them are in here, that's for sure.
Man, that hurts. I was hoping to see my one buddy in here at some point. I went to lunch with him last week. And I was, he's kind of a gun guy. And I was talking to him about gun channels and all that. And he's like, wow, that sounds really cool. I'll have to check it out. But I've yet to get like a message from him saying that he joined or anything. Because he actually, when we were in school together, he was trying to convince our school to allow concealed carry. Because it's a private school, and basically it's not illegal, but it was against the school policies. So if you got caught, you could get, suspended or expelled or whatever. And he was trying to get that changed.
I wonder if colleges and universities depend on the turnover of students so they never really have to fight the battle. Because the kids are always graduating, so eventually the problem students will leave from their perspective. The troublemakers.
Yeah, it's really hard to get stuff going.
So if they could just push it off and placate them for, maybe a year or two, you're going to lose a lot of their support. At least I wonder if that's what they think. Because I would think from a student's perspective, it'd be hard to maintain, support for the group. Because even though you might have a lot of people that agree with you, a lot of your group is constantly leaving.
Right. You'd have to really get as many freshmen as possible to jump in. Like every year, it'd be more about getting people to
Right.
agree with you and join.
And that's all that time that cannot be spent addressing the university and putting energy into that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was unsuccessful, so I'm sure that's part of it. That's the other thing. I think it's kind of hard to get people to actually, work towards activism or whatever. Everyone wants to see stuff change, but they don't want to actually do it.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. A lot of people say, yeah, that's what I want, but don't ask me to lift a finger.
Oh. That's something I've recently done some self-reflection, and I'm going to work harder at that. Stop just bitching on the internet. Actually try and do something.
I mean, I heard, and actually I have to admit that I heard this from Hickok 45, but I thought it was a good analogy. Is you're either help pushing the wheelbarrow or you're sitting in it.
And some people are pushing against the wheelbarrow from the front.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if only there was a group that talked about how the Second Amendment was so important or something.
Yeah. If it was only that easy. But then again, we get back to what you just said 2 minutes ago. A lot of people will shake their head as they hear something, and then 2 minutes later they're on to, and I'd like a Big Mac with fries and a large Coke to go. So what's on reality TV tonight? I mean, they're already down the road. 2 minutes later, gone. Yep. You're right. Let's go do that. What's on TV? Who's screwing who? Moon Food's out there giving us some crap. Says Dan and Smiggy in the same chat is great. They almost finish each other's sentences.
That's because we're the same people.
Could be. Hard to tell. Yeah, Moon must have the kids tonight doing the dad thing. Can't have my guns out with my children here. All I can do is type.
So what's the next gun I should buy?
Something big and loud. No comment?
Yeah. I was gonna let that one slide. Well. Oh man, I was gonna buy a used pistol a little bit ago. There's a guy. It was a Smith & Wesson Model 410. It's a 40 caliber handgun. I don't know how much he was asking for it, but I guess they sold for like $300 new. And I figured, yeah, what the hell, I'll get it. But I just bought a new battery for my car, so they were my little bit extra money.
Yeah, it's gun or transportation. What's more important?
And especially since I didn't even really want it, it was just like he was offering it, and I said, oh, okay, I guess I'll take it. Well, I didn't get that far yet. I told him because I had never heard of it before. I said I had to look it up, see what the hell it actually was. And he never said how much he wanted for it. Dude, back off.
No, like I bought that rifle there yesterday because I wanted something to go out to the bush and shoot, so bought it for fairly cheap.
What rifle's that?
That Schmidt and Rubin, I think it is. It's 1882. Yeah, it's a model 1882 Schmidt and Rubin, rechambered in 30-30. Straight pull bolt action. It's a pretty nice rifle. Not too sure what to think about the trigger, but it's not too bad. Went down to a crappy tire there and bought some steel wool and a rebluing kit and reblued some parts because it was rusting in some areas, so spent a couple hours last night rebluing it. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That was $150 at a pawn shop, so why not?
Yep.
Always wanted a 30-30, so I'm like, $150 for an old bolt action, can't go wrong. But yeah, no, the only thing I don't like about it is that trigger. Because like most rifles, when you pull the trigger, you can kind of feel that spot where the hammer will drop. This one here, you just keep pulling, and then just bam! It's like, holy crap! It's got probably like a 2-pound trigger or something on it. It's almost scary.
Well, that's like my Ruger American has an adjustable trigger. I guess it can go from 3 to 5 pounds. I have no idea what it's set at, and I don't know what I would want to set it at anyways. So.
Yeah, no, like this one here, like first shot, it's like, okay, well, I'll just pull the trigger just slightly, just to see where the trigger kind of hangs up, but it never hung up. It just instantly went off. I'm like, holy crap.
Isn't that like a good thing? Isn't that what it's supposed to do? Or are you supposed to be able to kind of feel?
Oh, I'm used to triggers that I can feel. This one here, you just pull it straight back, it just releases instantly. It's like, holy shit. But it's also an old Swiss military rifle too, so who knows? It was probably just meant to lay down fire.
Yeah, I'm not really a trigger snob, but I guess I thought that was like a good thing to have. It was supposed to be, a real light trigger makes it more accurate.
Oh yeah, it's a lot more accurate. It's just since I'm not familiar with that rifle, it just
takes some getting used to.
Yeah, just I don't want to use the word scary, but it's just abnormal. At least abnormal for me.
That's weird. Mine's got a great trigger. But mine's a newer rifle, not that old.
I don't think he said which Swiss one it was, did he?
It's one of the 1800 ones.
Was it? It's not a K31, is it, Darren?
No, it's not a K31. At least not that I can figure out.
It's the predecessor to the K11.
Yeah, let's see here.
Here,
I'll turn my camera on here. You guys can probably see me.
It's either 1889 or 1896.
The bottom side of your hat.
Holy crap, that's a shitty picture right now. Yeah, so this here is the rifle. Like the K31, it has that the metal spur on, or I don't know what you'd call that.
Charging handle, I guess.
Yeah, the K31 has a metal charging handle. This one here is a wood dowel.
It's kind of cool.
Let me see the magazine. Let me see the magazine up closer.
Where's the magazine? Right over here.
Is the magazine like square and sticks out? Okay, that might.
That's not a K31.
It's not a K31. It's either it's a
I'm thinking it's an
1889.
So it's
89 or 82.
That means it's black powder.
Like this here was.
Flush magazine.
Did you say it's been converted to 30-30?
Yeah, it was originally before it came to North America. It was a 7.5
Swiss.
Swiss, and when it came to North America, the barrel got chopped down to 20 inches. After it got a different stock, and it's got rechambered to 30-30.
So it basically is a completely different gun.
Yeah.
Everything except the barrel, the stock, and its chamber.
Like this one here for the 30.
The chamber even had to be recut.
Like the cartridge, the original cartridge would go from here all the way down to the back of the magazine, but they got this metal plate right here that the 30-30 just fits in the back of the casing. Slides down on this metal plate.
Let me see the rear sight. Is the rear sight on does it pop up?
Right there.
Oh, that's way different. Holy God.
That is aftermarket as well.
Yeah, that barrel's aftermarket as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. It
is because that front sight's not right, the rear sight's not right, and you'd have to rechamber it for a shorter cartridge. I don't think you could do that.
Yeah, because I don't know. Like the serial number on the barrel matches the serial number on the action, the bolt.
When you say on the barrel, where on the barrel?
Okay, that's the barrel there. The serial number is right there. You can barely see it, and then right behind that, the serial number is right there.
Well, they removed. Okay, they removed the rear sight. The original rear sight is not on that rifle. It had a very weird-looking rear sight that kind of stuck up, kind of like a roller coaster sight almost, but not.
It's almost.
Maybe no. They removed the there's like ear. Okay, they removed the ears that protect it. That's what they've removed. Okay,
Uh,
I've seen it now.
Yeah, I don't know. I got it for $150, so I don't really care.
But how can you rechamber a rifle that uses a shorter case? That's what I don't
Have you
understand.
checked to make sure it chambers around correctly?
Well, I
Well,
mean,
the thing is, like, the 3030 is a smaller case than what this thing was originally for.
Right. I mean, I know you could chamber them to something bigger or a different, slightly different shape, but that's a smaller cartridge.
I think
Like,
Food's trying to say it's easier to chamber it up or to a longer cartridge than it chamber to a shorter cartridge.
Correct.
right, there would definitely be more work involved for sure.
I've just never heard of someone chambering it to something smaller.
Because it wouldn't be cost effective. But it could be done, it just wouldn't be cost effective.
Right.
Yeah, because the original bullet would fit, or the original casing would fit the entire length of the magazine here, but the 3030 only goes to that metal plate right there.
So here's a picture of your. I think your rifle would be the one at the top. That's the K, or that's 1889, and then the 1911, and then the 31.
See, I mean, but even up on that, on the 19, I mean the 89, his rear sight is a lot further forward. It's not there.
Well, maybe they cut a dovetail and added a different sight to it. You know, that's not uncommon.
Right. And I actually think that they rebarreled it and just put the numbers matching.
That's possible too. That would make.
I don't know. All I know is, like, from the different things I've read,
It's interesting.
yeah, it's very interesting. It's very Frankenstein.
Oh yeah, and that's what kind of makes it cool.
I would.
But like the different websites I checked yesterday, the reason why they rechambered it in 3030 was to meet the demand of the 3030 because the 7.5 wasn't popular back when they started importing them back in the 40s and 50s.
For $150, you got a good deal.
Yeah, and it shoots like hell too. Like, I'm actually quite impressed. I'm just not a big fan of the trigger. Yep, I took it out this afternoon.
Wait, you're not a fan of the trigger?
I'm not a fan of the trigger.
Yeah, I don't know about that model. Mine is an amazing trigger, but yours could have a crap. You know, yours is older, so.
Not everybody has the same idea of what a good trigger is either.
No, the K31s are known for having good triggers. Like they have.
I don't know. Like, who knows? It might be a good trigger. I'm just not familiar with this type of trigger. Like, there's like.
I think I would err closer. I would err on the side of the it's just a really old rifle and doesn't have a great trigger.
like me personally, I'm used to a little bit of. I'm used to feedback with the trigger. This one has zero feedback.
Right. It doesn't have a clear breaking point.
Yeah, you can't. I can't tell. I can't discover where the breaking point is. This one here is like just squeeze, 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 bang. On some of my other rifles, you can squeeze it till you can feel that. You can feel it wanting to go, and then it goes once you squeeze a little more. This one here is just squeeze, 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 bang.
My AK trigger is kind of like that, where there's no clear breaking point. It just squeeze, 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 bang.
Yeah.
That's how my AK is. My K31. There's a good fair amount of take up, but you can feel the wall.
Mine too. You have a lot of take up, then you feel it, and then you just give it a little pressure, and it goes off.
Yep.
Yeah, cause
I
don't know. Let's see here. Fish really smoke here. is. Clear. Yeah, they're. Yeah, no, can't feel that trigger at all. Mind you, get a couple more rounds down, I'll probably get used to it. I only put, what was it?
Is there anybody that? Oh, I think Z just left. That was quick. You might be having connection problems.
Yeah, he's been in and out.
I was going to say, he may pop back in, but is there anybody that cannot see the questions that G-Web's put in the side when he was in here?
Me, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. Well, or may have dropped out and come back and can't see the questions.
I cannot. I've left.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll copy and I'll repaste them back in here. But they're from been questions from chat topics. What he says.
Okay.
So let me try to see if I can do this here. Come on, baby. Okay. It's really long, so it's gonna push all the questions way up. But you asked for it.
Well, no, you. Holy shit.
What are the questions?
Let's see. I know you're on your phone, so I don't want to bring up ones that we don't necessarily know, so I'll let you guys kind of take a look and see which ones whichever ones.
Okay, well, let's just go down it. My slider release on my Para Ordnance LDA 45 cal. When I drop the mag and it does not. When I drop the mag and it does not go into slide lock after the last round. So it just doesn't go into slide lock.
So the slide lock is not catching.
Usually it's an issue with a follower. What magazine are you running? I mean, so you got to think about that. It's usually, different profiles on. I know Para Ordnance has different profiles on their magazine followers who may not be coming up and contacting your slide stop.
Well, Foos, let me ask you a question. I'm not familiar with this particular firearm, but is this one where the position of his thumb and could possibly be an issue?
No, Para is it's like 1911, so it's in order to do that, your thumb has to be pretty far forward unless his support thumb is writing it.
Right.
That could be a possibility, yes.
Because that would explain it.
Yeah, and it would keep it down. Correct.
Because I know that's common with other guns. Is if their support hand thumb is writing a little bit too high, it'll push that slide lock up and prevent it from catching. And then it won't pick up that last round. Anybody else?
I've never had that situation, so I can't.
You want to read the next one then?
If I take some shotgun shells, empty the shot out, and use that in a single bar break action shotgun, would it launch a tennis ball and a hole cut into it placed over the end?
Oh, okay. He's trying to use the pressure from a shotgun shell and use the tennis ball as the projectile.
I would say no, because you have to build the pressure up in the case for the powder to burn correctly. So I would say no.
Yeah.
I mean, it may shoot off a little bit, but it's not going to be dynamic.
Right.
At all.
It would not be like a potato gun, for people who are familiar with what that is.
Correct.
Where you're going to launch the thing, 100 yards or something like that. And it might go 10 feet, it might go 5 feet, it might go, 30 feet, but it's going to be nothing spectacular.
Correct.
because of exactly what you said. It doesn't let the pressure build up for it to be a true propellant properly.
And then he's also talking about, or would I have to get a adapter similar to the rifle fire grenade with grenade launchers? The difference with that is you have those are not dummy rounds, but blanks, and blanks have different powder. They, with Crimptons, they still build up enough pressure to set everything off.
Right.
And a lot of times they'll go ahead and, especially if they're blanks, they'll actually run a semi-auto bolt. There's a plug in the end to create the back pressure. If not, for these rifle grenades, it's a different technology.
Right. And normally it's the bullet that provides that back pressure to build up. That's why when you remove the bullet from the equation, you need something else to perform that function.
Absolutely.
So I'm just explaining to those that are listening, not you. You know.
Can any extended mags, 30-round fitted Taurus PT 809C? I don't even know what that is.
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, let me Google that for you.
Is PBR back? Oh, no, this is a different one.
It looks like there are some 20-round. And there's some for the PT92, but nothing for the PT809C. I'm not saying, just by Googling it. So I would say no, you're out of luck.
Well, this other question here, although he says what kind of pistol he bought, it really isn't a pistol question, it's a sight question. It says he bought a Ruger LC9S Pro and wanted to change the color of the dot of the sights. Was wondering what is the best thing to do this. I cannot afford new sights now.
Model paint. Like, go to arts and crafts, stuff for model airplanes, model cars.
I agree, and I would throw in to apply it, use a toothpick.
Absolutely.
And you're going to just put a little tiny dab.
And I would actually take and score what's already there, so it gives it a little roughness to come in contact with.
Good idea.
You can even use nail polish too.
Yep.
But if you do, get some remover with it so you can wipe away anything that slops off.
Yeah. Okay. The next question, he doesn't say pistol or rifle, but he says, "What are the different calibers?" Different guy, I'm assuming.
What?
What are the different calibers?
What are the different calibers? That's the question. It doesn't say pistol or rifle or shotgun. It just says, what are the different calibers?
Of what?
Exactly. It doesn't say.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's not a question. That's a.
Yeah.
I mean,
we could
do
spend
common calibers and just common modern calibers and leave it at that.
Yeah, we'd be here all night.
Even doing that? Common modern calibers?
Yeah.
Well, if you get into the rifle, absolutely.
Yeah, there's even pistols.
9mm and .223. That's it. That's all there is.
Yeah, that's too vague of a question to answer in a timely manner.
I could do pistols.
Yeah, you can do 22, 9, 357, 6, 40.
22 Magnum, 223. If we're going to go by caliber. Caliber is the diameter, and then from there.
Why are we answering this question?
Okay, next.
All right.
Think about it. We got revolver calibers, we got auto calibers. We have semi-rimmed, we have rimmed cartridges. Right. We have rifles of all nature. We have rimfire, shotgun. I mean,
Okay, so it's too much work for PBR. He doesn't want to do it. He says no. Okay.
So
next.
It's so ridiculous. It's a ridiculous question. Sorry, whoever asked.
I didn't write.
It could be someone who's never.
If the person is listening, please rephrase your question. That's what we should say.
Yes,
It's a little
please.
too vague. We would love to answer your question, but please rephrase it.
I like that answer. That's a much better answer.
All right, the next one.
Because there's different strokes for different folks.
Absolutely. The next one, he's planning on buying a semi-auto. He found that he likes the Ruger Mini 14 Tactical and his chamber in 223. Can he shoot 5.56 NATO rounds? He's been told by some people, and I've asked and know by others. Can you help me answer the question? If it's chambered for 223,
no. It's as simple as that. No.
Yeah, no.
No.
Keep it
if it's
simple.
not stamped, if it's not stamped on the barrel, you can't shoot 5.56.
Correct.
The reason being is it's a 5.56 is a much higher pressure.
It's not much, but it is higher.
Yeah, and the barrel's not rated for that higher pressure.
Correct.
You can go down, but you can't go up. You shouldn't go
Yep.
up.
Exactly.
Yeah. And another one, a mini Ruger 14, they are good guns, like range guns, but I would look into something else if possible. Just my opinion.
For what? For home defense?
Yeah, he doesn't say what his intent is.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't agree at all. I think you make the best out of what you got, but don't try to reinvent the wheel with a Mini 14. If you have a Mini 14, just have a Mini 14. Don't bolt on a $400 chassis or $500 chassis and like all this high-speed bullshit, because it's not going to ever be an AR-15 or an AK.
Yeah, he says Ruger Mini 14 Tactical is what he's wanting to get.
Well, just always remember, yeah, there's better choices, but it's not the worst choice you can make buying a Mini 14.
A Mini 14, me personally, I'd go with the Woodstock.
Me too, but I would buy the cheapest. I would buy the most inexpensive. I shouldn't say cheap. I would find the most inexpensive deal, and that's the one I'd buy with the regular stock, no bells and whistles, just plain Jane. Because there's no point in putting a bunch of money into a Mini 14. It's like you're polishing. For lack, never mind.
I know what you're going to say.
It's a fine rifle. It's not ever going to be anything but a Mini 14.
It will never be an AR.
I mean, it's not setting the bar very high.
Well, I'm just saying. It's not an AR, and you can't make it into one.
I mean, maybe if it had a heavier profile barrel and the magazines were cheaper, and then you would have a contender. But the magazine cost and the barrel being kind of the weak link.
All right. Is the Springfield loaded operator a good gun for concealed carry as far as firepower and weight goes?
No.
Well, no. It's a 1911.
It's heavy.
It's heavy, and you have 7 or 8 rounds. I'd go something else.
There's many subcompact revolvers that can, or not revolvers, excuse me, pistols that can carry more ammo and are in a lighter package.
And if you want to shoot a 45, there's also a Springfield XDS that shoots a 45. And then Glock, yeah, there's other lighter weight options.
And if you thrash those lighter, less expensive pistols through the wear and tear of concealed carrying, you're not going to feel bad about thrashing a pistol. Probably costs a lot of money. So
I think so. That, and you also have to think about it. If you would have to use it in a defensive situation, most likely you won't be getting that gun back. So if you're good with letting it go, then I mean, go ahead. But it's going to be a heavy gun, and heavy guns people don't usually conceal every day, carry every day. So. How old do you have to be to buy a black powder revolver in Ohio? Black powder revolvers are not considered firearms. So I would say however old you are now, unless you're, of course, if you're really young, of course, ask your parents, but
I'm going to assume it's probably 18.
I'm kind of thinking he's between 18 and 21 as well. So I'd say go out and buy it. You can do it.
If you're under
Age
18,
or reason, pretty much.
if you're not an adult, you probably can't buy one.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. I mean that's.
Unless you're in Canada, then you can buy firearms at 16.
I would suggest to that guy in Ohio, call a local gun store so you don't have to go there in person. And just simply ask them over the phone, and you're more likely to get local information on what's applicable and current in your state and area. We don't know. We don't live in Ohio, do we, Foos?
No, but I probably wouldn't call a gun store because they'd be like, oh no, you're not, and they may not care about the black powder or not.
Well, first of all, you call a store that sells black powder guns.
That is true. That is true.
And then you go to somebody that sells the proper product that you're interested in buying, and you say, over the phone, so you don't have to worry about getting embarrassed, how old do you have to be to buy these things? And they'll tell you because they sell them and they want to sell them.
Check out your a local, a highly reputable firearms store.
Absolutely.
And talk to them. Like, what's the worst that they'll say? No.
Right.
And if they're highly reputable, they'll give you all the proper information you need to know.
And the next question is for Dano. He's a concealed carrier holder in Alabama, and going to be traveling by car to Chicago. Will he be able to bring my handgun as long as I keep it in the vehicle?
In the vehicle, meaning your trunk only, and as long as it never leaves the trunk, sure. But it must be in the trunk, it must be separate from your ammunition, and it must never leave the trunk.
Now, what if he's coming up from Alabama, he hits the southern tip of Illinois, and he keeps driving. Could he keep it on him until he gets to the outskirts of Chicago?
No.
No, okay. I didn't know. Okay.
It has to be in his trunk, separate from the ammunition.
Can I add something to that? Or ask a question about that?
Absolutely, go ahead.
What if you're in a pickup truck?
Then you have to put it. That's a problem with the pickup truck. We don't allow gun trucks, and I say we. I don't mean me. Illinois does not allow guns in trucks, long guns.
But he's a concealed carrier, so
he's now behind the driver, like behind the seat where the driver can't get it. That's fine, as long as again the gun and the ammo are separate.
Not an 18-wheeler. I'm talking like a pickup truck, like a Chevy half-ton.
You know how when you get in the seat, you can fold the front seat down to the bench. You put it behind there, and you keep your ammo from your rifle separate, and then you put the seat back up so that it's impossible for the driver to get it, and then that's fine.
Okay. What about a pistol? The same thing for a pistol?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if he goes to a range, again, that's different. When he's in Illinois, yeah, he can go to a range in Illinois and shoot. That's fine. Even though he's not, a citizen from Illinois, there's no problem with that. But once he leaves the range's property, it needs to be back just like I described it. Back in his trunk. Ammo separate from the gun.
All right. Remington 1100 Tactical. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Smegma.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I just had to add one more thing. Does the gun have to be in like a box or a bag or something? Because I know Michigan, if you don't have a concealed weapons permit, when you're transporting, it has to be like the gun has to be in a thing, and then the ammo has to be in another thing. So like a bag and a box or whatever. I was just curious if you had the same similar thing.
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to it off the top of my head. That's the short answer. Because I've never transported something without it because I don't want to get banged up.
Right, and I figure most people do, right? That you either have the little plastic box that it came in, or you have a range bag,
right,
or whatever. But I was just curious about that.
Around. Off the spare tire and everything else.
Yeah. Okay, Remington 1100 tactical model with a pistol grip. Best way to attach a flashlight. Duct tape. Kidding. They make some barrel bands that will also attach to a flashlight. Other than that, there's some foregrips you could get that has a flashlight attachment on them. But I'm not sure about the 1100 tactical since it's a semi-auto. But I know some pump actions have those two options. Anybody else have any suggestions?
That sounds about what I would say. I only really knew about, a band that goes around the barrel. I didn't know they made foregrips with it.
Well, I know they do for pump guns. I'm not sure about the 1100. But those are pretty pricey. The ones that have inserts for lights, or they may even come with light themselves. So.
And the duct tape idea is a pretty good idea too.
I mean, if it's a whether you're going to have a light on your gun or not, yeah, I'd take duct tape for the time being. I'd put something underneath the duct tape to hopefully not mess up your finish, but. And all those questions were from Ask Gun Questions. So.
At gunchannels.com.
So what else you guys want to talk about? Oh, they're saying it's Springfield operators 650. Oh, 650 times 2. So. Anyway. It's almost midnight here. I'm going to head out. Catch you later, guys.
All right, Foos. We'll catch you later.
Take it easy.
Catch you later, bud.
See you on another night.
Yep.
Doing my Smeagol imitation.
That's funny because I'm doing my Dano imitation.
Got my voice going here, and see how it goes. and Daryl left too. Boy, they're just jumping out of here left and right.
Too much awesomeness with the voices.
I guess so. Pink Panther that hasn't said anything in a while. And Chris.
I think he's at work.
Oh, okay.
He was saying that he works third shift, so he was going to start up a lobby and then just leave it open.
Oh, that's right. I do remember something about that. So, Yankee just came in and made a couple of comments and it's just taking up space.
Honestly, I never heard him talk. I
Oh,
left
he
for a
did-
little bit.
he
No
didn't
one
talk.
noticed I was gone.
He just typed a few comments in the side chat. And then he went quiet. Chris, are you still there? No, so PBR is apparently busy doing something. You know, maybe now is as good a time as any. There comes that natural point in any chat where all chats must end. And when the panelists stop talking, that's pretty much it. So Schmiegel, is it Schmiegel or Schmiggy, or how do you say that? Okay, I guess now I'm the only one in here. Well, in that case, I'm going to officially close out this chat unless anyone says anything.
I'm gonna go too, Dano. Looks like.
Okay. All right, Chris, we'll catch you later. I'm
Later,
going to go
Dan.
ahead and drop off too, so if anybody's listening, good luck. Watch your six. You like that, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
You got to have some kind of tagline. Good night.
What, everyone else left? I'll hang out a little longer unless other people don't show up.
what's going on. Nobody here. Well, let's start making fun of people. I think he's too obvious. Pink, I mean, oh, we already got the pink thing going, so. Someone else machine gun guy? Yeah, I don't know him well enough to really say anything about machine gun guy. Because everybody knows in the AR-15's a machine gun. Death-dealing Viper. No, this ain't fun.
Hey there, Bob.
I figured somebody'd answer eventually.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me hook up my headset so I can hear you better.
I'm surprised I'm even getting through. Been having such shitty internet lately.
All right, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, hold on, it's still not.
I might be roboting something terrible, but that's my internet connection.
Okay, now let's see if that works. Try talking, see if I can hear you out of these things.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you, but it's still coming out of the wrong speakers.
No.
Ever since I downloaded this Windows 10, it's not quite working for me.
Yeah.
My headset.
I had a couple of techie friends say, "Oh, don't do it, because then you can't transfer your operating system over to another system."
I still have the option to revert back.
Yeah,
So,
I would revert back. Yeah, because apparently it will lock your system so that or lock your operating system so that if you buy another desktop and you want to switch your operating system from the one it's on to the new one, you can't. So if your hard drive blows up or something like that, you got to buy a new operating system. Which would suck.
oh yeah, they're not. Let's see here. They're not cheap either, are they?
Nope. That's why you get so many people who are into doing the gaming or building their own computers. They're like really jealous about their operating systems.
I still prefer. I think it was Windows XP on my old laptop.
Yeah, I got that on a desktop somewhere, and yeah, I liked it better. It just seemed to
see. Oops.
yeah, it just seemed like a really stable system, XP.
Yeah, it was.
But if Microsoft wants to keep making their billions, they have to change it every couple of years. They always have one failure, then one that kind of works. Then they have a failure, then they have one that kind of works. It's just the way they seem to run their business. Like planned obsolescence for cars.
Okay, I think I fixed that.
So it's working now?
Yeah, what it was is I was watching a movie on my TV off of my laptop last night, and I had to change my sound settings so my sound went out the HDMI port.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, but it still doesn't fix my original problem of like I have to actually have my headset plugged into my computer to use it. Before I downloaded Windows 10, all I had to do was plug this little box into my computer, and
Yeah.
then I could wear my headset wirelessly. But that
Really?
doesn't work. Yeah, but that doesn't work anymore. Now I have to stay hardwired in.
Well, that sucks.
And I don't know enough about computers to figure it out.
Yeah, well, that's my biggest problem. And moving away from Saskatoon sucks because my buddy's wife was the computer like genius, right? Like anything went wrong with the computer, you could take it to her. She could take it apart, or she could reprogram it, or whatever. Right? She would fix it. And now she lives in Saskatoon. I live in Brandon. Only about 6 hours away to drive, but still.
Oh, yeah. For the gas money alone, you could probably get it fixed cheaper at a store.
Yeah, yeah. If you trust stores, I don't personally.
I usually try and Google and research and rig everything to kind of,
Yeah.
And it's not that I use my computer for all that much anyway. Just email and shopping online, YouTube.
Yeah, that's about me too. Netflix movies, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I use mine for.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's pretty much. I used to do a lot of gaming, but I just got too old and slow.
Yeah, I'm in that same boat. Like everyone's saying, are you gonna buy a PlayStation 4? And I'm like, I don't think so. My PlayStation 3. It plays my Netflix and my YouTube, and that's what I mainly use it for is Netflix and YouTube. And once in a while I'll game on it with my son or something. But
yeah,
I'd rather have a new gun for the 500 than a PS4. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing is my son is he won't touch consoles. He's all into computers, right? He's doing this. Oh, good God! It's some crazy strategy first-person shooter. But yeah, apparently there's a big competition, and the grand prize is $7.5 million for the winning 5-man team.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like, you're kidding. And he's like, no, and I know those guys. And I'm like, oh crap. But I mean, he's the kind of kid who.
They're saying it's a professional sport now. They're considering it a actual sport, and there's actually people like petitioning to try and get it into the Olympics.
Well, yeah, apparently, like some of them are like you can't after the age of about 20. You're too old to play it anymore.
Yep. Yeah, you're
the
done.
Reflexes aren't there. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, that seems to be something that's kind of like a professional sport. But it's crazy, like the kind of shit that they do. I mean, like I've played against them just to try, this game out, and it was like I couldn't move 5 feet. And I used to play first-person shooters all the time. I played, Duke Nukem, Doom.
Yep.
All the good ones.
Yep.
But then I played like Black Hawk Down, which was pretty intense, and we had squads and teams and shit, and we'd played against guys from Europe and stuff, but yeah, nothing like these guys.
These guys take it seriously too. I mean,
Yeah, we used to end up by the time we'd been playing for 6 hours, everybody was drunk as skunks. Which is really funny for the guys from England because it was morning for them. They're going, oh crap, I've got to go to work in an hour. But yeah, I mean, and they were hardcore about it, like, ugh. But yeah, nothing like people are today.
No, me, I would just, I've never been hardcore about it. Just, I'd always get on just to try and have some fun.
Yeah. Well, I used to play World of Warcraft, but I was the guy that, yeah, I always had I always leveled up, but I spent all my time fishing and shit, you know? Like, all the secondary stuff, I'd like, oh, no, I do leatherworking and I fish and, you know, you don't do all these instants and runs and dungeons? Oh, hell no. Those take hours. Whereas you can fish and read a book.
I still have my original Nintendo and that I got back in 1985.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have an original Atari 2600, and you know, I know those are kind of like the gaming systems I prefer, like my original 8-bit Nintendo, or even the Nintendo 64. I used to play like Mario Party on that and stuff.
Yeah. Well, my kids still play Beetle Racing on theirs. We got Beetle Racing for, I think it's Nintendo 64 or maybe the next one. But yeah, it's pretty crude. But when I was a kid, I was the luckiest kid in the world. I got a Pong game.
Yeah.
Ping pong.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the TV. Except your parents would never let you do that. No, you play on the old round TV in the basement. You know, it's like, well,
Yeah.
It doesn't really work on a round TV, Mom and Dad. Because back then you used to get TVs that were round like a porthole. And that was the old TV. You know, the parents had the newer one that had maybe a 19-inch screen. But yeah, Pong was such a cheesy game. You played it for about 10 minutes and went, boy, this is boring.
And that was state of the art back then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of stuff that was state of the art back then that was kind of dumb, like lawn darts. I had lawn darts as a kid. I mean, I'm not shitting you, man. I had lawn darts, right? You know,
We used
big,
to, like,
2-pound darts you throw at each other.
Yeah, we would do the same thing. We'd grab like a handful, like 5 or 6 of them in our hand, right? We'd throw them straight up in the air above our head, look up, and dodge them. and that was like the game, is not to get hit by one.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Well, I mean, who didn't? You know, when they were a little kid, you know, got their first bow and arrow that would actually shoot a real arrow. After the suction cup fell off the end and you sharpened it in a pencil sharpener, you go out in the backyard and fire it straight up in the air.
Yep.
See where it's stuck in the ground. You just want to hope it was a windy day. Or we had those, we got a little older, we had those line-controlled airplanes. They were gas-powered airplanes, and you had them on a control line. And you could fly them in a circle, and you'd have to go around in the circle on this plane. You'd go around, and you'd have friends that would come over, and then you'd go, oh yeah, go on, I'm going to see how close I can get you. You know, this whirring 6,000 RPM cutting instrument on the end of it. I got so much shit for cutting kids' shirts up and their heads.
Do you know anything about steels, Bob?
About what?
About steels, like the composition of different steels?
No, not really, no. Why? What are you looking for?
Well, I was just looking. I found a really good deal on a Bolt Carrier Group, but instead of the normal like mil spec Carpenter 158 steel that they use for the actual bolt, this is saying that it's a 9310 bolt material. So
probably means it's a harder steel, but
harder, or I don't know. Is it harder? Or is it like weaker? I don't.
well, yeah.
Than Carpenter, I don't
think
know.
they would advertise a weaker steel. Like we make our bolt carriers out of moldable moldabilinium, you know.
Versus 158 Carpenter. I'm gonna Google it right now and see what it
Google
says.
it and see what it says. Yeah. You know, it's probably got something to do with the hardness of the steel or something. But I mean, steel's really weird. The way like there's steel that's like more.
Oh, it's apparently on AR15.com. It's saying that it's 8% stronger, if I'm reading this right, than Carpenter steel. Both alloys come from the same place, Carpenter. IIRC Carpenter stated that 9310 is 8% stronger. Whether that increase is worth it is up to you. I personally went khaki 3 and never looked back. So they're saying that apparently that they're saying like on AR15.com that this 9310 is 8% stronger. And they're a cheaper bolt carrier. It's the cheapest I can find right now. $77 with free shipping.
That's cheap.
Yeah, I mean, shot peened, magnetic particle inspected bolt, 9310 bolt material, 8620 chrome lined carrier and gas key, full profile carrier, properly staked investment cast gas key hardened to USGI specifications, gas key fastened with hardened grade 8 fasteners, extractor O-ring upgrade with black insert, and fast free shipping. So it's like $77 out the door.
Yeah, that sounds damn cheap.
Yeah, it's like the cheapest other than that is usually like Palmetto State Armories, and they're usually like $80, but then plus like 9 shipping.
Yeah.
So this is like $12 cheaper.
Yeah. And if it's supposed to be better steel, I would think that it's a better deal.
When it comes from a pretty reputable company, AIM, AIM, they make a lot of AR parts. I can't recall ever using anything of theirs, but I've seen them around a bunch.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Eh? Well, the thing is, if you buy it, then you can be the
guinea pig?
Yeah, the guinea pig.
The place that actually sells them is like here right by me, so like shipping would probably be pretty fast.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Well, what the hell if it's a cheaper part, and you know, from what you can read, it seems to be stronger steel. What do you got to lose?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, I've always been of the opinion that if you really don't have a whole lot to lose, why not, you know, give it a spin.
Yeah, well, payday's tomorrow, so I'm going to buy a bolt carrier, and then I'm going to buy. I'll probably have enough for one more part this payday, so I'm going to buy a bolt carrier, and then I kind of decide on, you know, what else I want to buy, like maybe a charging handle or. For this build I'm doing, or maybe the barrel. That's what I kind of need to get is the barrel in.
Yeah, barrels are important.
Yeah.
How long a barrel are you shooting for?
I'm thinking about going maybe a 18-inch is what it is. It's an 18-inch, but it's in a 300 blackout.
300 blackout.
Yeah, this is going to be I've never had one. I've never even shot one before. But I was at the range and I was watching this guy shoot at 100 yards with his 300 blackout, and he was literally shooting half-inch groups. And I went up and I asked him, you know, oh hey, dude, you know, what are you shooting? He's like, oh, 300 black, and all his stuff that he was shooting was just all low-budget Palmetto State Armory. He built it himself, and it was 300 black. And I was like, wow, like, you know, you're printing half-inch groups.
That's impressive.
So I thought I'd make like a nice little maybe coyote gun or something.
Oh hell yeah! I'll put coyote down.
Yeah.
And you know, depending on where you live.
Well, the reason why I'm kind of thinking about getting it where I live, it's we got a shitload of coyote, but it's always windy here. Like I live right off the mountain, so we always have this wind coming in off the mountains. So 300 black's supposed to buck the wind pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to look at like where I am in Brandon now. It's prairies, but it's prairies with bush. So what you get is 150 yard shots, but they're moving from one bush to another.
Another,
So,
yep.
You got a pretty short time to hit them. So, yeah.
I own a lot of prairie dogs out here like that. I just set up and kind of spend the day out there and with the family, and we kind of sit up on top of a bluff and
Yeah, think prairie dogs.
yeah, rock chucks.
Yep. I grew up shooting gophers like that. They're basically small versions of prairie dogs.
Yeah, we got gophers, rock trucks, and prairie dogs, and they're all almost the same thing except for just one. Like the gophers are a little shorter and fatter. The prairie dogs are a little longer and skinnier.
Yeah.
The rock chucks are kind of like a mix between the two. They're almost like all the same thing, like pretty much. Like a puma jaguar or a puma cougar mountain lion, kind of like all the same thing.
Yep.
Just depending on where you live.
Yep. Yeah, ours are, I call them Richardson ground squirrels, but we call them gophers.
Ground squirrels, yeah.
They're pretty much the same thing. They're just a smaller version of prairie dogs. They live in big colonies. And
Here we have a bounty on coyote. They're like $27 an ear.
yeah,
And then
we got ours. Yeah, it's $25 a hide, but you have to skin the damn things.
like my girlfriend's son-in-law, he goes out all the time, and like every time he goes out, he basically like makes enough to buy a new gun.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, like he comes back with like 10 or 12 pelts.
Yep.
He's
Well,
like,
the
oh,
pelts
here's. Oh yeah, no, he does the whole pelt thing and everything, but then but he's registered with the state, so instead of getting like 27, he gets like 50, but instead of just taking the right ear, he's got to take their whole lower jawbone too.
Oh yeah.
And then he has to give GPS coordinates of where it was shot, so they can do their DNA testing and their migratory stuff, and because he's registered, but he gets like $50, each.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah,
kills
if you-
10 at $500.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking, that's a good deal. Yeah, we got so many of them here. It's crazy. I mean,
Yeah,
we're just starting to get pigs up here, eh? We haven't had wild pig before, but they're just starting to move up here.
Really?
Yeah.
And you're up in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
I haven't seen any here in Utah, like none at all, like nothing.
Myself, I find it just like mind-boggling that these pigs can survive in the bush in our winters. At minus 30, these pigs are surviving. Just crazy.
They probably kind of like dig a big hole and kind of all cuddle together and
I guess.
make a little nest.
And they're real furry. Yeah,
I've told people before about deers making nests here, and they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Dude, there's deers who make nests here. They like go on a big pile of bushes and they literally make a nest with like twigs and sticks and bed it down and it's like it looks like a huge bird nest. It's unbelievable."
Oh yeah, they'll twist branches and shit.
Yeah.
They'll just spin.
Yep.
Well, you ever see a cat do that? You can see your regular house cat will go and do that and turn in a circle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a deer will do that, or a moose. I mean, it's animals ain't stupid.
Nope.
Except for chihuahuas.
Hey, I just got a chihuahua.
They're not real smart dogs.
No, well, actually, this one's not bad. I always swore I would never ever own a Chihuahua because of the way they bark and yap, and I kind of grew up around them. My aunt raised them and sold them and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And the way that they barked and yapped, I swore I would never own one of those dogs, right? And then I rescued one, and I was just going to get her back to health and then give her away.
Oh,
And then, but she grew on me, so I ended up keeping her. I've only had her for like a month now, but she's one of those Mexican long hair Chihuahuas, I guess. She has longer hair. So.
Oh, good God.
So
One
she
that
looks
like it came out of your ear.
She looks like a German Shepherd.
Really?
She looks like
Oh,
a
okay.
mini German Shepherd. That's.
Oh, those ones. Okay, well, those
Yeah.
aren't so bad. At least they don't shiver all the time.
And then I have I already had a mini pin. My mini pin's he's 13 years old.
Yeah.
And then I have a Shorkie, which is a Shih Tzu Yorkie mix.
Yeah.
So
Into
I have
small
like 3
dogs.
little dogs. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a doodle until my divorce. He was like a full-size standard poodle, but a full-size standard or full-size golden retriever cross, eh? So he was a big dog. It's like people couldn't figure out what the hell he was, because in the winter he looked like some kind of wolfhound, because he had all this golden fur, and he was just huge, furry. And in the summer, when you'd shave him, he'd look like a velveteen greyhound. You know, but his fur would just look like velveteen. It was really weird. But yeah, different dog. Like weighed 90 pounds, and you know he'd stand next to you, and you could just like scratch his head. Oh, isn't that cute?
This is her right here. Her name's Peaches. And if you look at her colors on her, she has like
does look like a little mini German Shepherd.
and she has this long hair. And she's about a year old, maybe a year and a half.
Yeah.
So and she's a good
Well,
dog.
that's
She doesn't bark all the time like I thought she might. She only barks like when she wants to go outside or if someone comes at the door, like my other dogs do.
Yeah. Yeah, so she's not a yappy one. Well, she
No.
doesn't look like that much like your typical Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Like you've seen DB's Chihuahuas.
I haven't.
Oh, haven't you? Oh, well, they look like your typical ones. They're like these little shivery, black and white, almost hairless things.
Yeah, the hairless one.
Yeah, they
the-
look like something my snake would eat.
The vet told me this one's a Mexican long-haired Chihuahua, so I didn't even know they existed.
Yeah. Oh, it looks a nice dog, and not all
No.
tiny and not as tiny as I was thinking.
She's pretty. When I got her, she weighed 3.5 pounds.
Wow.
And then now she's up to barely over 5, and that's in a month. So she's
Yeah.
almost, she's gained like what is that, like 30-something% of her body weight in a month.
Yeah.
The people who had her abused her so bad.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think they used her for target practice too. I think they shot an airsoft gun at her, or maybe
Oh,
a BB gun or something. Yeah, because if I even pick up a handgun at all, she flips, right? And if I pick up a fly swatter, she flips. But if I pick up my rifle, nothing. She doesn't do nothing. Like, but if I any handgun, oh boy, she's like right on me, licking my face, like, oh, what are you gonna do with that? If I dry fire one time, she's gone. She's hiding under the bed.
It sounds like somebody's been using her for target practice.
Yeah. Well, the people I rescued her from, they left her outside for 3 days with no food or water.
Oh, that's terrible.
So I actually, the truth is, I didn't really rescue her. I stole her from them. So, but,
Yeah, I had a cat I ended up with that way. But it was just, the people were not treating it properly, and somehow I ended up owning it. But yeah, it was a good cat for 14 years.
yep, my cat's 15 years old.
Yeah, cats live a long time. I thought this cat was old when I stole them. Or liberated him, I like to say.
That's pretty much how my animals how I've got my animals. It's not so much me going out and finding them. They've all kind of found me,
Yep. Yeah, isn't that the truth? That's the way you find the good ones.
Yep.
You go out and make yourself, go out and buy one. It's probably not going to be the same.
I have a buddy who just bought like some dog that's a champion bird dog, and his dad was a grandmaster champion, and he's all papered, and he literally spent like $1,200 for this dog, and that dog's just the dumbest, most like retarded dog I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, I've seen that so many times.
I don't know if they're so inbred or what the deal is, but I don't know. It might be a good bird dog, but it's a dumb dog.
Yeah. It's part of it is that when you get these ones that are purebred and they have all this lineage, you can pretty much figure that lineage means that they've been inbred, because what breeders are looking for is the same. So they want all the animals to look the same. They want to look for these features, and they want those features to be prominent, So it means that you tend to get a lot of inbreeding. You shouldn't, but, it's what happens. So look at bulldogs. I mean, if you look at a bulldog from 100 years ago, their jaw and everything is completely different than the ones that they call bulldogs today. I think the British Museum has a championship bulldog from, I think, just 100 years ago, stuffed in the museum. And it was one that won the Kennel Club championship bulldog, blah, 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 won the Kennel Club. And it looks so different than what the winner of, the most recent winner that was a bulldog does today. I mean, it had much longer jawline, much longer nose, it could breathe. Kind of pitiful, really, when you look at what we've done just for the sake of winning a trophy.
When I got my mini pin, I read up on the history of mini pins, how they were used to hunt foxes and rabbits, and to go down into the burrows and be small and vicious to drag them out and stuff like that. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, they were bred to hunt foxes? What? I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Well, they're more a terrier than they are a pinscher.
Oh yeah, and they think they're a full-size dog. They like my mini pin. He thinks he's big and bad. Like he.
Oh yeah.
Well, doesn't matter.
Yeah, terriers are like that too. My sister had a couple of little, some kind of Scottish terriers or something like that, and they picked on this old German Shepherd that lived on the farm. Like she had two brother terriers she'd bought because she was, gonna do something. She wanted to do something with show dogs or whatever, but they picked on this old German Shepherd, and then one day he just snapped and killed them both. He just grabbed them and shook them. It wasn't really his fault. I mean, they did pick on him. And he was a big dog. You can just imagine, like, oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck you.
No, if you're talking about the one in my pick there, Heavy, that is actually an American Tactical Polymer lower. It's a hybrid lower with steel inserts.
Oh, right on. The reason I was asking is because it's a big looping trigger guard. I didn't know if that was like a Daniel Defense grip with the trigger guard on it, or if you would got a billet lower, because a close-up on it, it looks a little bit different than a standard AR lower, and I was wondering.
Yeah, the trigger guard's integral, and it has more of a flared magwell than a typical AR lower, and it has a couple different lines. I've built several of these now. Here, give me 1 second. I got a couple I haven't even built yet, so I'll give you a close-up.
Right on. Hey, Bob, what you been up to?
Not much. Was just fishing for a couple of weeks.
Right on. How's Canada treating you?
All right. All right. Yeah.
So I'm still stuck here in California.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying.
Yeah, well, it's been minus 30, or not minus, plus 32 or something for the last couple of days. It's fucking hot.
Oh, that's right. You guys do centigrade up there, don't you?
Yeah, so that's about, I don't know, 90.
Yeah, it's definitely warm. It's been hot as hell down here too, but of course I live in the high desert, so what do you expect?
Mm.
And to top it all off, my swamp cooler died. So I'm waiting for the landlord to replace that.
Oh yeah.
Right now we just got a bunch of fans going.
I'm actually making a swamp cooler for my truck.
Really?
Yeah, well, even though I got an '05 truck, I bought it with no options because, well, I'm cheap, number one, and number two, I wanted something that was light, didn't have a lot of shit to break because I was buying it new, so, you know.
I can see that. You know, you could set up like an intercooler system in a cooler. You poke a couple holes in it, run some pipe through it, fill it with ice, and then run that pipe to your fan output. Close off all your fan outputs. Turn that on, and you'll get nice and cold.
I'm just going to throw a cooler in the back seat with a couple of blocks of ice in it and a little fan and, you know, some piping so the air will come in and circulate around the ice. And, yeah, just, you know, hey, if I got to travel down through the States, I decided I need air, and that's going to be my air, right? You know, keep a couple of jugs in the freezer in the fifth wheel frozen, and then, you know, every morning throw them in the cooler, and I'm good to go all day.
Cool. That is sweet. That's all polymer? I'm sorry, Bob. Will showed us.
No, sorry. I gotta check out this too.
That's all polymer, but it's got steel inserts. Okay, cool. That is pretty awesome. Who makes those? I don't think he can hear me. I think he's just showing us.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted. I didn't. I was talking to you the whole time. It's
Well, start over.
American Tactical Imports makes these. They're out of South Carolina, I believe, and they do all the imports for a lot of guns like GSG and just Firestorm stuff like that. But that's actually steel, not aluminum, all the way down to the rear takedown pin. It weighs about 1 ounce less than a typical aluminum lower. It has more of a billet look, flared magwell, integral trigger guard. Here's an ATI upper that's also polymer. That's steel reinforced, the barrel nut and to the front takedown pins all steel, not Zamac or aluminum like some people. There's some people out there saying, oh, it's Zamac or aluminum, but right from the factory they tell me it's steel. So, and this weighs about 3/4 of an ounce to 1 ounce less than your average AR upper. Still has forward assist and dust cover.
Now, all those parts, I mean, you can use all standard AR parts in it, right?
Yeah, this is standard mil spec. This will go. Here's a. Let's see here. There's an Anderson aluminum lower right there, and this is like a perfect fit. This actually fits better than an Anderson upper does on this Anderson lower. So it's kind of funny.
Really?
Yeah, I've built 2 of these complete builds now. One in 20, and one that was a dedicated 22, and one was a 5.56, and both have been absolutely flawless. They have self-lubricating properties. It's stronger than steel, let alone a standard aluminum upper or lower. They're actually stronger than steel. If they get bent, if they have an extreme amount of pressure applied to them, they form right back into shape. They bounce right back. They don't stay bent like an aluminum would.
How much? What is the price point on one of those? Like
$40 each.
What?
$40 for the upper, $40 from the lower with shipping. Both of them's $100.
Wow.
So, and that's $10 for shipping, and then your $10 transfer fee for your local FFL, or I don't know what your local charges. Mine charges $10.
Our charge is like $35.
But yeah, if you just want the upper, it's $50, or what is it, like $48.50 right to your front door. from American Tactical, and this is what I'm using now. I used to buy a lot of Anderson, Palmetto State. I've tried a lot of other polymers like New Frontier. I tried the original Omnis that before they were steel reinforced, and I didn't have good luck with any of them. But these ones have been running absolutely great, and I'm really happy.
Now, okay, obviously since you have to transfer it through an FFL, it is like purchasing a firearm, right?
Just the lower is. Yeah, just the lower is the firearm part. So just the lower is what you have to have shipped to an FFL unless you buy one privately. So.
Wow. That is cool.
Yeah, and they do have a really nice billet type of look. And they're lightweight and they don't scratch like like aluminum does if you accidentally, your screwdriver slides off or something while you're punching in a pin. I've tried a couple different LPKs in these now. So I have I have a Palmetto State LPK in one, and then I have a CMT LPK in the other, and both work flawless. All the sizes of the pinholes are exact. They come with anti-walk pins too. These lowers do. They come with the factory with anti-walk pins because apparently American Tactical noticed in a lot of polymer lowers pins walking. So they included that integral built in. The design is actually built into the gun for the anti-walk pins.
Oh, right on.
So for the money, you really can't go wrong.
For any amount of money, I mean, I got a generic double star lower like back during the craze, and it cost me $140. I had to register like a handgun because I'm here in California. And, I built my gun. The rest of it's been CMMG parts or Delton parts. It's mostly Delton, honestly, because that's what we got down here. And it doesn't cost an arm or a leg, but that is really cool. I mean...
You can tell that there's this, between the Anderson lower and the American Tactical, there's just a really big difference in the style and the look. This looks much more like a billet, more blocky style. And honestly, if I had to choose between these two right here and only take one with me, I'd be taking this polymer. So.
Right on. Have you run any tactical carbine classes with them or anything like that?
Nope. I've only taken one of those type of classes before.
Oh, okay.
And that was long before these came out.
Oh yeah, the last tactical carbine class I took, I had to run a Mini 14 on it. So. But I was in the Marine Corps, and obviously had to qualify with the M16A2. I've been out for a long time. I'm an old fart, but that is cool. I swear to God, that was a billet lower, and
that's what most people. That's what most people think, especially when it's actually mated with the upper. When you put them both together, because the upper is specifically, even though it fits a standard Milstech aluminum lower, it's it's really designed to go with this lower, and when you put them together, I mean the lines just flow really well, and everyone's like, oh, is that what kind of lower? What kind of gun is that? Is that a billet? Is that custom? I'm like, nope, it's a cheap polymer.
That is nice.
Out of the 22 I built, I got about 1,000 rounds through it so far with no issues, and out of the 5.56 I got about 1,500 rounds, because I was purposely trying to blow it up. So like the first day I went out and put 500 rounds through it, and without no issues, like not one. The manufacturer says that the polymer is a little tight, takes about 40 rounds to break in, and I didn't even experience that. It was instantly perfect out of the box.
Right on, dude. You have to do a video on it.
Yeah, I need a better video. I shot my video camera, so I need a better video camera now. So.
I understand that.
All I got's my phone now and my laptop camera. So.
Oh, that's just amazing what they're doing with polymers these days. I should know this, but I mean, it's just like the polymers are just super awesome. Like, did you see that Iraqi 8888 video today where they did the blow-up test on the Glock?
Yep, I sure did. The meltdown?
Yeah, that impressed the shit out of me. I've always been Glock's a good gun, but there's a million other guns out there that are just as good, if not better. And I've
Yep.
always been, because I'm just sick and tired of hearing from all the block tards out there. But that video changed my mind. I want to go get a Glock now.
I used to be a Glock tard, and I used to think, and this is back when I'm like 21 when I first got my, because a Glock 23 is the first handgun I ever bought myself. So instantly, because I bought it, it was the best gun in the world, you know, and you know how that is, you know. And so because I owned it and I picked it, Glocks were the best thing in the world, and I shot some GSF competitions with it and stuff like that, and you know, and I carried that gun for over 10 years, and I you know, now I'm carrying an M&P, so you know, things
Well,
can change.
MFPs are great too. I mean, I think Smith and Wesson actually, finally got off the idea of taking everybody else's idea and went on their own way.
Yep.
Obviously with the Sigma, they were copying the Glock. They did a really crappy job at it, and then of course that's evolved into the new SD9 VE or whatever.
Yep.
Their self-defense. They retitled it the self-defense 90 or self-defense 40 or now. Much better guns than the old Sigmas were. But
I owned an old Sigma, and the only problem I had with that at all is like what everyone else says is the mushy trigger. But other than that, that thing, I never had a malfunction. It ran flawlessly. I can't say anything bad about it. You know, I really can't.
You got one of the good ones, brother, because I worked at a gun store when those things came out, and it was right before I joined the Marine Corps. And those were like the number one gun we sent back. You know,
Really?
it's kind of like, yeah. I mean, at the time they were really crappy. I mean, most people that doesn't include like Lorsons and Jennings and Davises and Phoenix Arms and stuff like that, because those guns are so cheap you buy it, you just end up throwing it away. You know,
Yeah.
if it breaks, you know, or you send it back to Lorson, which where I'm at in Southern California, Lorson, Davis, and all them, they were right here. So you just go back to the factory and have them, and they replace whatever broke for you for free. But yeah, the Sigma at the time was it was. I have a couple of friends that bought a couple. My friend Mike has one. He loves his still. He's had it for close to 30 years now. And then now they got away from stealing other people's. I mean, the next one they stole was the S&W 99 from the P99, and they managed to.
They
change
didn't steal
one,
that.
too.
They actually have I don't know if it's called buying or renting the rights or whatever, but Smith & Wesson and Walther are partners. Smith & Wesson imports Walther guns here. They're the importer.
Yeah,
They actually have like
Like they used to. They just recently had a huge falling out with them, apparently.
yeah, that's why they're not doing the P22 anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Which
but
is
I mean,
okay, because that led to the actual Smith & Wesson 22, which is 10 times better in my opinion.
Yep, the M&P.
Well, my mom's got one of the M&P 22s, and she loves it.
Is it the full size?
There's a couple different ones. The compact is made by Smith. The other ones are made by Umarex. The full size.
I believe hers is the compact. She doesn't have very big hands, you know, and I don't really get to play with it as much as I'd like to because it's a gun. But you know,
they're awesome guns. So my wife carries pretty much all the time.
Ironically, though, my mom is a 70-year-old lady. She's got all sorts of issues, but she shoots her Ruger SR9 better than she shoots her M&P 22. So that's kind of cool. But no, I've shot. You know, I had a bunch of people. Oh, the Walther P99 and the S&W 99, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. The lower is different. I mean, and it's not just in appearance. It's trigger on it was far subpar compared to the P99 trigger, and that makes, in my opinion, that makes or break the gun. You know, I mean, so you know, I'm not a trigger snob, but that S&W 99 trigger was, I don't know. I think they put Sigma triggers in it or something. The same design for the Sigma trigger. and linked it to Walter's stuff. So I mean, yeah. Anyway, but they've knocked it out of the park with the MMP series, and I really like the Shield. I think for a semi-single stack compact 9, that'd be the way to go to carry. But anyway, sorry. Oh, there we go. Is that the MMP 22 or?
Yep, MMP 22.
Yeah. Is that full size or is that the compact?
It's the full size. This gun has been absolutely flawless. It's one of my favorite plinkers right now, ever since I got it. It seems to eat all sorts of ammo, even like Fed Auto Match and standard SV ammo, high velocity. It eats everything I've thrown at it.
Nice.
So I've been really, really happy with this gun. When I've shot it in a blizzard, I've thrown it in mud and water and shot it. I've done all sorts of things that normal rimfires just really do not like at all, and this gun has just kept ticking. So
cool.
I kind of treat this gun kind of bad, actually. So
I had an MMP 45 when it first came out, and I liked it. I also like the XD 45. And in fact, I like the XD 45 better than I like the Glock 21 and the MMP 45. But they're both good guns. I mean, MMP is good. I'd like to get an MMP compact. You
can see my little dog. My little dog right here. Whoever had her before used her as target practice, and every time I pull out the handgun, she like flips out and she thinks like, I'm going to shoot her or something. And yeah, she does not like handguns whatsoever. So every time she follows it around, she's like, "What are you gonna do with it?" It's sad, but I'm trying to break her of it. She'll soon realize she doesn't got to worry about me doing anything to her. So
good.
I've only had her for a month, so
you still gotta have a good time to get to know you a little bit better, I guess.
Yeah, but the way I feed her and take care of her and stuff, I can tell she's like pretty happy. She's a much different dog than when I first got her.
Right on. Oh man. Now, is that the compact or is that full size?
This is the compact 40.
Nice. Oh, okay. I see the grip extension now.
I'm gonna go get the 22 compact.
I got the 9. I got the 9 as carry.
Hey Chris, you haven't seen any of the new ones yet, have you?
What?
You haven't seen any of our new ones yet, have you?
Nope. I've been out of the loop for a bit, so.
What's up, Chris?
Oh, not much. I've been on a gun hiatus this summer, so.
You can tell with the becomes much smaller with the factory mag even with this little extension that's on it.
I fell in love with the SR9 compact when I saw Such do his video with the OD green frame and the black grips on the back. I was like, oh, okay, I want to get one of those.
Yeah, I prefer these full-size 15-round mags with the extension on it. Still got this is like what I found is this is like a perfect medium. The Smith & Wesson M&P compact is the perfect medium between the Glock 23 and the Glock 27, or the Glock 1926. It's instead of like a 3-inch to 4-inch, this has a 3.5. It's like right in the middle of those two. And I think it is just that's why I carry this instead of my Glock now.
Oh, right on.
I think to me it's just a much more comfortable carry option.
Now, is that a 40 as well?
Yep.
And see, that's what I would do. I would end up getting like either the Glock 23 or the MMP 40 compact, and then I'd get 9mm 357 SIG barrels. And there's Trish showing off his. He's got his.
Is that your 9?
Well, it's a 9.
Yep.
MP9 compact. It's my carry.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. And I carried a Glock for over 10 years. Oh, let's see the other one. Let's see. Get on him. Nice.
Yeah, it's very nice. Is that Huck? Oh, hey, you're the one who made the knife for Yankee for his son, right?
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
That was a nice knife, brother.
What is it? Ghost Town Knives, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Ghost Town Custom Knives.
Yeah, I don't think he can hear us, or we can't hear him.
Yeah, sorry, I'm muted. I'm making a bunch of noise, unzipping and like doing Velcro and shit.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
that
to
was
say
a sweet knife, man.
Yeah, beautiful knife you made for Yankee Kid.
Thank you. I put a lot of work. Something like that takes me about 20 hours. So I picked this up for Mandy as well.
Oh, can't wait to take that. Nice.
I don't think he's gonna give it to his kid. I think he's gonna keep it to himself. The way he's posting pictures of it on Instagram.
So that was a score, and then on the same day we got the 22 compact.
Nice.
Awesome threaded version.
Oh, see, that's what I wanted. I don't have the compact yet, but I want one because I heard that they're just sweet.
It's pretty awesome. I mean, Umarex is a pretty good gun, the one the full size, but I mean these are made by Smith in the U.S.
Yep.
And I mean, I own the P22, and I've examined the SR22 very carefully. I'm a big fan of these type of 22 pistols, as opposed to like the Ruger 2245s or the
I agree.
The less tactical, if you will.
Yeah.
22s. I love these things. This is by far the beefiest, like best made one I've ever seen. The rails on it are about 2 or 3 times as thick as the ones on the P22 or the SR22 design.
Have you ever seen one of these?
Yeah, that's the what is it? TS22?
Yeah, ISSC.
ISSC. Okay, I thought they were.
Yeah, this is like the Glock trainer. It's basically a Glock 19 clone.
Yeah, I almost bought one. There was one on the local forum for like $150.
Yep.
The only reason I didn't buy it is it had a weird barrel extension on it and a compensator and stuff. I'm not a huge fan of those.
No, they actually come with Lothar Walther bull barrels.
Yeah.
So that's a Lothar Walther bull barrel, and this gun's actually way more accurate than my full-size M&P. They're actually really accurate, believe it or not.
Yeah, I've heard good.
They're a little fussy on ammo. They like some good high velocity ammo. This one runs fine off of like Thunderbolts and stuff. But this was my Glock trainer before I got my Smith & Wesson.
Yeah, they're pretty sweet little guns. I've been wanting to get one. I want to get the right one. I think I want an OD or like a gray one or something. I also got Phoenix for this.
Oh, nice. You did that?
Yep. It's just standard. I do leather belt loops.
How much would you charge me to make a Kydex for like that for a Ruger P85?
I can't do it because I don't have a Ruger P85.
What state are you in? I'll come visit.
Arizona?
Arizona?
Northern Arizona, yeah.
Oh, you're not that far away then.
I'd load you my 85, but yeah, I have to get there first.
Size comparison on the compact to a Glock 19. They're actually pretty sizable compared to P22 or some of the smaller 22s out there. They're not really as much. They're not as scaled down as the other ones are. Yeah, I'm in love with this thing. These are awesome. Anybody out there is looking at them, the P22 compacts are fantastic little guns. Oh, Chris.
Yes.
So I came up with a really cool idea.
Okay.
I got a bunch of these forged steel keys.
Uh-huh.
They're skeleton keys with a big old hole drilled in them.
Yeah.
And I got a bunch of these handmade blades that I've made.
Oh, nice.
And I'm making, this is probably the 4th or 5th one I've made so far.
Nice.
And it's actually, they're soldered in there pretty solidly. You got about an inch worth of steel rod tang. And like I did this one, this is a Glock knife. That came out pretty badass.
Nice.
And they're actually like really comfortable, really functional, and like they kind of work like a karambit because of the big ring on them. So you've got like a decent little ring knife. You can drop it out of the way and do your work and still have it in hand. But yeah, I'm gonna start making these fucking things. I'm really liking them. I've gotten a really good response online from them.
All right, let me know how they sell on eBay.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I'm pretty excited
That
about
is
those.
pretty cool.
And they're they're unique. I looked as far as I could, and I couldn't find any that were.
Have you stress tested them yet because it's
Uh,
soldered?
no.
Have you?
I'm gonna do some throwing tomorrow. I was supposed to do it this weekend, but I got really busy. They're solid as hell. I've like there's no play or anything. It's like I said, it's a good quarter-inch of steel rod, about an inch or so in, and then it's soldered, like it's surrounded by solder, and it's soldered to the little tang here and everything. Pretty sweet. It's kind of like a kunai. It reminds me of like an anime kunai or something.
There you go.
Are you using like a silver solder on them? You know, flux them up really good, slide them in the
Yeah,
hole.
like I use a really hot 925 silver solder on them.
Nice.
So it's a real high silver content, and it's really strong. It takes a lot of heat to get it to stick. So, especially between the steel and the forged steel. So.
Well, silver solder, no joke. I mean, we do that on pipe fittings, some pipe fittings in aircraft for hydraulic lines or oil lines, air lines, things like that.
Yep, well, I do it on my knives, my inlaid knives. Here's one that's done kind of in the same style of Yankees, and like you could put this on a 357 Magnum, it'll take the recoil, no problem.
Wow, that blade is sick.
Oh yeah, it's got tape all over it right now.
Well, that's we don't need you to cut anything with it. You know, that's awesome. Who are you making that for? Is that just for you?
What's this?
Is that just for you, or is that
no, this was a
product
custom.
you're putting on sale?
This is a custom order. Let me get the crap off the blade here. I can't stand showing them off when I have tape all over the blade. It's like showing off a car with primer all over it to me. Or a gun with an unfinished aluminum receiver. There you go. This is the Buck 124. It's Buck's Bowie knife.
Nice.
Solid full tang. Very, very, very hefty knife. And it's a custom order. This is the guy's last name. None of it's engraved right now. Like if, for example, an engraved knife, the silver work stands out a lot more. You can kind of pops out of the stonework easier.
Oh,
like those
that
bears
is
are.
really nice.
When it's not engraved, you have to kind of catch it at the right angle to see the detail and so on. But anyway, yeah, this is the guy's custom order. He actually fucked up part is he laid down his Harley, which is covered in flames. Like it got flames painted all over it. He laid down his Harley and him and his old lady got all hurt and wrecked up while he's waiting for his custom knife with his flaming Harley on it.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, it is kind of sad. Bike was salvageable, so it's not a total loss. Just kind of ironic.
That is actually, yeah. Wow. How long have you been making knives for?
Well, since I was like 16 or so, it's like 15, 20 years.
Oh, right on.
But I was raised by a knife maker, so and that's where most of this comes from. So I've honestly been doing it most of my life. I modified my first sword when I was like 15 to give it a Tanto tip. Chris.
Yeah.
Ryan's getting his first knife. Ryan Leather Kid.
Oh, okay.
This is his first. It's basically a Scandi ground. It's like a very pointy Mora.
Nice.
It's going to be pretty sweet.
What's the handle going to be?
It's going to be this brown burlap micarta.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to see right now, but it kind of looks like lizard scales when it's all finished up and stuff.
I know what those materials are. Yeah.
It looks really nice. This one is one of my very favorites. And then just standard shape. You know, I've been really falling in love with this handle shape recently. 2 big scallops.
Oh yeah.
As opposed to like finger grooves or anything, gives you a lot of options, and no matter what your hand size, they kind of naturally fall into these. You don't have to have certain size fingers to fit into the grooves. That like handle profile, and it's actually I stole it from Benchmade. Benchmade's where I got the idea. Works fantastic.
That's a nice knife too.
Thank you. This is my new baby. Benchmade Contigo.
I'll probably set you back a couple of bucks.
Yeah, I got it in a trade. I traded Tactical Wakizashi for this and a couple other things. I think that's all the cool shit I have to show off.
You said you got swords. What kind of swords you got?
Well, I don't have many swords right now. I sold pretty much all of them. I've got a Hanwei Banshee, which is pretty sweet. They're kind of hard to come by. It's all covered in zombie tape right now. I had it out in the woods and I didn't want to leave it anywhere. But it's just basically like a fancy machete.
Oh, nice.
Good geometry and stuff.
Well, what's how thick is that?
How thick?
Yeah.
Well over a quarter inch. Yeah, well over a quarter inch at the base, and then it thins out as you go. It's got a distill paper. All the way to the tip. It's got a little bit of flex to it, but not a whole lot. At a quarter inch, it's kind of stiff at the base. But then it's got a locking sheath, push button lock, which is one of my very favorite things.
I would definitely not say that's a machete. I'd definitely go with a sword on that one.
And that's kind of how I feel about it, but it's compared to like real swords that you can hammer into a piece of quarter-inch plate steel and not damage the edge on.
Oh, okay.
Like really, really high dollar, $1,500, $1,200 swords.
Yeah.
It's good for head chopping.
Yeah. Yeah, see, the Hanwei swords, they're really, really awesome. They're like one of my very favorite production swords of all time. They're also known as Paul Chen swords. They're great. They're what they are. They're $150, $200 swords. They're not high dollar. You start getting up above $1,000, and that's like you can go look. Miller blades, Miller Bros, make some amazing blades, and that's one of their testing things. They show plenty of video of it. They hammer their blades into big quarter-inch plates of steel and show you the edge directly after they do it.
I'm gonna do more than geek out here real quick. All right, I was at a Renaissance fair, not I don't know, a couple years back, and this guy was making like some Damascus blades, and I think they look pretty. I mean, the look on them is just phenomenal. It's beautiful, but I know Damascus is it's supposed to be stronger because it's got multiple layers of steel woven in together and all that good stuff. Yeah, I can see that laterally going from like blade to whatever it is, the backstrap, like chopping down with it. But I think if you got hit from the side, it probably would break easier.
That's not really how they're layered together. It's more like particle board than anything.
Oh, okay.
So it's layers upon layers, but they're gridded, so there's an actual structure to it, and they're not just little pieces. It is a solid bar. It's just got laminates on it, like a laminated piece of wood. So like the beams in my house, for example, they look like 12x4s, but they're actually 12x2s that are laminated together.
Oh, okay.
So it's like it is a very strong structure. It's just not. It's really not any better than current quality of steel. Like the most carbon steels that they make today for production swords are just as good a quality as any Damascus. Until you get into the like $10,000 swords that are they watch the fire for 3 days without taking a break or any eating or anything, no sleeping, and they work on one piece of steel for months straight.
This guy was selling his sword for like $2,500 to $3,000. Probably not that in depth.
Yeah. I've watched the guys make the Ren Fair. I've known a few of the guys that make swords at the Ren Fair and the type of blacksmithing they do and stuff. They're really good quality swords. It's more of a design thing nowadays. It's something you do for the stylistic aspect of it, rather than any real functionality. Honestly, it's harder to make good steel out of Damascus than it is to take just good powdered steel that you buy the hunk and.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I always thought if I buy something like a blade or whatever, that it's like a sword blade, that I'd want it to be functional as well as pretty. So but then I guess at that point, I'd have to spend, high.
Well, no, you can get good ones. I wouldn't buy a Damascus blade that was under $200 or $300. If it's under $200 or $300 and it's sword sized, there's something wrong. Because I can't get a piece of steel that size for $300. And of any good quality. You can get it from Pakistan all day long and it's all garbage. But I mean, they literally melt down cars and use all without even taking the paint off of them. You just hammer it out that way. But
well, that kind of brings me into this next thing. I've been looking at, I've always liked Cold Steel knives, but I don't know about their swords, Like, I got a Cold Steel machete. It does a great job. But I don't know, are their swords, good as they say on their videos, or...
Well, that depends. If you can find one that's 5 to 10 years old, sure. There's a good chance you'll get a blade that'll last the rest of your life. If you find something marked made in Taiwan, probably not. You're probably going to get something made in Taiwan. That they've pretty much sold out almost ever. I think they still make some high-end stuff in the USA and in Japan, but there's been a lot of controversy in the last few years. They've been lying about their types of steel. They've been laughed out of shows. They've walked up to people. I've seen people walk up to their booths and say horrible things to them, and they have no recourse. They have no way to defend themselves. As a company, they've gotten a lot of flack recently. Their products, I mean, you can't find a better deal other than Ontario makes a really good knife, and their prices are comparable. Ontario tends to be a little more expensive, but not much more. Another $5-10 usually. They're good. They aren't garbage, but they aren't. I wouldn't trust them. I would have to personally test the blade before I would trust anything to it.
That makes sense.
About Cold Steel these days. But again, there's so much of them floating out around on the market out there. There's a really high chance of finding an older one that isn't, as long as you make sure it's not stamped Taiwan. It's fairly easy to do.
That's cool. Because I like a couple of their blades, their sword blades that they make, at least aesthetically, the way they look. But like I said, I want it to be functional too, because oddball chance something goes crazy and I need a sword right now, and I got a pretty sword right there, but if I use it, it's gonna get shattered and I've just wasted a bunch of money.
It's not so much that they're shattered or they'll break or they're just not they're mass produced these days, and Cold Steel is not a maker. They're an importer. They import from other companies is what they do. They've never made knives. There was a very brief period where they made knives in the USA, but even then it wasn't like they built the factory. They're an importer. They're essentially a supplier of knives, like Bud K or Cross Cutlery or Smoky Mountain Knife. They're big companies that always have knives, and they even have their own branded knives, but they don't necessarily make any knives. So again, what it really comes down to is where your knife came from, how much quality control was put into it. I've owned lots of them. I've been happy with them. I've used them for all kinds of stuff. It's just one of those things I can't realistically rely on them unless I, like I said, test them myself and make sure the specific piece of steel I have is an awesome blade.
Right on. All right, so for a knife in the price point between $150 and $300. I mean, good size, good knife, sturdy blade, good for bushcraft work. Kind of like a camping knife, something you could take and you could make fire sticks with. You can whittle, pound, all that crap that they do in the videos.
Wait, how much?
In between 150 and 300.
That's a big. You could pretty much just pick whatever you want. I mean, that's a high budget.
I don't know, man. I keep hearing people say, "Oh yeah, you get Spyderco folder for 300 or whatever." I mean, that's right there is probably where I'd get a Cold Steel if I want to get a folder.
Well, also, you got to remember, every single company has a tier system to their knives. You can get a $40 Spyderco, and then you can get the same design but with higher quality materials and workmanship and stuff for $300. They have a tier system with almost Benchmade does the same thing. They have what they call black class, which is tactical and survival and camping. Then they have blue class, which is for collectors and stuff, and then they have gold class, which is for showing off. like for having really expensive knives. Their black class knives are going to be, you're going to get Benchmade no matter what you get. But the more you spend on it, the more fancy it's going to get, the cleaner it's going to get, the smoother it's going to get. It's like guns. The same thing with any gun company. They like SIG. SIG makes the P226 in any level of money you want to spend on it, starting at the very base model.
That's true.
So a lot of companies
never even thought about it like that.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like I'm a huge Benchmade fan, but I'd never buy the really expensive Benchmade stuff. I don't see the reasoning for it unless I'm looking to wear something with a tuxedo or something.
That's what I carry as a Benchmade. I think it's this last Benchmade I bought. I think it's one of the best knives I've ever had.
Do you know what model number or anything it is?
It's the H&K. Here, I can turn on my
sweet.
camera and show it to you.
Right on.
It's let's see, H&K. And Benchmade makes all of the H&K. This is like the, I guess, the one with like the glass breaker and the can opener and the seat belt cutter. So,
bring that up to where we can see it.
but I have beat the hell out of this knife. I mean, I have like opened paint cans with it, cut drywall with it, cut copper, copper wire, you name it. I'm really hard on my knives. I use them as a tool. And,
that's what they're for.
And this knife has held up very, very well. Usually, the last knife I bought was a Smith & Wesson, like tactical type knife, and that thing lasted like a couple months. And I've had this for 1.5 years now. So.
Oh, nice.
And a little tip for everyone out there who likes to buy knives on the cheap: if you go to Big 5 Sporting Goods and say, hey, I really like this knife, I can't afford it, can you do anything on me for it? They'll get on their computer and they'll look at their lowest sell price ever on that knife, and they'll sell it to you as that. And all you got to do is just take the time to ask. And so this Benchmade was a $60 knife, and I got it for $30.
They also do tons and tons of closeouts and display knife stuff. Like, you can go in and ask to look at their displays or closeouts, and they'll bring out boxes sometimes of knives. Like, I picked up, I think it was like a $75, maybe even $125 CRKT for like $17.
Yep. Was that at Big 5 too?
Oh yeah, Big 5 does that.
That's where I buy all my
time
knives at.
So, oh no, I was wondering if there was any specific, because you seem to be big into knives, and I was kind of wondering if you had like a favorite brand in a decent price point, other than your own.
Yeah, I was going to say, for that kind of money, you can pretty much build any kind of knife you wanted from me, so I'd say that, because then I can personally control the quality. For factory stuff, Benchmade makes fantastic blades, but you're not, for that kind of money, you're not going to get too much of their bigger stuff. They do make some bigger blades these days, but you're talking like a bigger survival knife, almost machete, like splitting wood, like a Bowie, basically, a big knife. I would, honestly, the first one that comes to mind whenever I think of value and quality is Ontario. They make some fantastic knives, and they're always really good price. Their SP series are some of the toughest blades out there, and they're almost all of them are under $100.
Right on. I was actually thinking about getting like, because I watch a lot of YouTube videos, obviously, probably like everybody here. And I watch Prepared Mind 101. Are you familiar with that YouTube channel?
Yeah.
And I was looking at getting the what is it? His design one from Schrade. Was it Jessica X or something like that? It's that big one with the weird handle. And then that would be my camp, my chopper and batoner and thing like that, and I was going to look for a separate bush knife.
Now,
But
Schrade,
if I can get something that's going to do good all the way around, then yeah, I would do it.
Now, if I'm right, Schrade used to make good knives, but now they're owned and made by Taylor Knives, who make the Smith & Wesson Tacticals and Old Timers and Henrys.
Yeah, they're pretty much all imported.
Yeah, they're all imported now, so Schrade isn't the same company it used to be. So just so you know, like,
I'm sure they again, just like Cold Steel. I'm sure they have high-end stuff that's probably made in the U.S., like custom stuff or whatever, but it's not their production line anymore.
Oh.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Check this out. This is my new Pride and Joy. This was designed by my buddy Matt.
Oh, nice.
He's the unexploded ordnance technician. Fucking sweet. I can't really get it to focus. There you go. You got a graduating scale on it.
What is that, like just a ruler? Is that...
Yeah, it's for probing depth and stuff
Oh.
when you're probing for landmines or whatever. The unexploded ordnance guys are not military. They're basically EOD for a private company. They go clear battlefields and stuff like that of unexploded ordnance.
That tip is
this
very,
is-
very suited for that. So it's
Oh, yeah.
shovel tip right there.
It's got no sharp whatsoever. It is literally a pry bar on the tip.
Yep, perfect for digging in the ground.
The cross guard is pinned, soldered, and epoxied.
It actually reminds me of my friend's old Kershaw survival knife.
Yeah, it's
along
actually
the-
a lot. That's one of the very few knives that's comparable to this as far as toughness and durability. Very similar saw too.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to as a saw.
Yep, but those I just sold one of those recently. Those are fantastic knives as well. But yeah, I've been pining after this forever. I ended up trading him about $450 worth of stuff for it. But again, it's my grail. It's what I've always said since the day I saw this. If I could only ever have one knife, it would be this one. Like if I had
It's got a cutting edge on it, but everything else is dull, right?
Yep, it's got a nice sharp cutting edge. It's ATS 34 stainless, so it's very, very corrosion resistant. Very hard edge, very flexible. Even though it's 1/4 inch, you can't really flex it. But yeah, they're also individually serialized, which is awesome because you're getting a singular product. You're not getting a big part of a line or a batch that was mass produced.
Wow, that is nice.
I'm pretty stoked about it. Vehement Custom Knives. And he makes some fantastic stuff. There's a guy I used to live with, and we were buddies, and kind of came up together making knives, worked together a little bit. And he's got a very, very successful tactical knife company, as contracts and so on and so forth. Very awesome workmanship. I can't even, like I said, I'm beside myself with this thing. Anyway, just a knife now. It's a tool.
Yeah, it's nice though. I mean, firearms are tools too, but
Hey, yeah, just to change up a little bit here. Last week, I saw this article about this. A lot of people's favorite thing nowadays is to shoot drones in that's found in their properties. It's like if they see a drone hovering over their property, they shoot it. So this guy shot a drone that was spying on his daughter. The guy's the guy's pretty much what do you call this? The guy rolled up on him, say, hey, you're the guy who shot my drone. It's like, yeah. And said, yeah, and he had a Glock. I don't know if it was 29, but he said it was 10 millimeter. It's like, yeah, and if you cross my property, I'll shoot something else.
Well, I mean, shit. If you're spying on somebody, you're in violation of their their constitutional rights. I mean,
what they're citing, what the drone guys are citing, is aviation law that you only own your property above your house. It's something like 120 feet above.
500 is
that what it is?
500 feet, and this was fairly low. This drone was low, and yeah, you own 500 feet of this airspace, 1,000 if you're in the city. So, yeah, these guys were clearly for the drone to be shot by number 8 birdshot successfully. That has to be below 500 feet.
Yeah. But I mean, like if the cops were to fly over your place and then shine their light down into your yard and see you doing something, they couldn't use that. I mean, unless it was blatantly like you're burying a body or something, they can't use that in court because it's a violation of your reasonable right to privacy.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy is actually invading this guy's privacy and stalking his daughter at the same time. So yeah, he's really got no. He shouldn't even told him. You just let the guy come on the property and then shoot his ass, because then his daughter don't have to worry about being stalked anymore.
Yeah,
He's
if I had
technically
a
defending his
teenage
family at that point.
if I had a teenage daughter like out bathing in a swimming suit or something, and a drone was flying around, I would probably shoot it down too. I probably wouldn't think twice about it.
Yep. The cops did arrested him, but they let him go like the same day, for criminal mischief or something like that. I don't think that's gonna. I don't. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's gonna stick to the in court. The cops did mention that they agreed with his actions, so I don't think it's gonna stick too much. So, the funny thing is, the majority of the comments online on almost every other article, like 99% of comics, is favorable towards the guy. Even anti-gunners are saying, "I hate guns, but he did the right thing." So if there's anything that can pretty much bring together anti-gun folks and us, is that drones.
It's okay to shoot drones.
It's okay to shoot drones. Except for this one idiot who's like, people have the right to go on your property. You can't stop them. And guns are bad. Basically, he was looking for every excuse to just hate.
Yeah, you're always going to have idiots like that out there.
Yeah. But yeah, it's it's pretty interesting. So it's not alone. That's not alone too. There's a lot of other people who have what do you call it? There's a lot of other people who shot drones in their backyards too before. So that's not an isolated incident.
Oh no, I mean it's one thing. It's like people okay, I could see people getting mad if you're flying a drone and you're just kind of like making a visual map of your neighborhood real quick, that kind of thing. Because they have drones that are more high dollar that you can send up, put on a pre-programmed flight where they go up and they run a grid really quick and then they come back. But when they're sitting there and it's just for like real estate purposes, building purposes, things like that, okay, cool, no big deal. But when they're sitting there hovering over your teenage daughter swimming, or your daughter, no matter how old she is, swimming or suntanning in the back, or if it's hovering, they're trying to see her through the living room window, that's extreme and it needs to be dealt with. I mean,
yep.
And like I said, I'm all for people doing, pretty much whatever they want, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. Physically, emotionally, financially, or anything like that. So like, if you don't want to like guns, fine. Don't like guns, great.
As long as there's not a victim, right?
Yeah. If you don't like guns, okay, don't own guns. But don't try to take my guns away from me. You don't like a TV show? Don't watch it. I may like it. Why do you gotta complain? Why can't I just watch my show?
That's another thing too. That's another thing that been bothering me. Too, it's like a lot of these so-called social justice folks is like who are hell-bent on putting their views in. It's like you can't have these TV shows, video games, or any type of media that offends us, or else we will stop you. So apparently Bloomberg also sponsors those type of folks too, who are trying to censor things. So that's another problem that we have.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, okay, which one is it you wanted? Was it the Xiphos, the Diphos, or the Zakayushi, or whatever it's called?
Xiphos, the one that's on there.
I like the Zakayushi, the one that says Japanese Protect You. That's a pretty slick blade.
I like them all. I just personally think I'll get more use out of that one. Also, the Xiphos is 1/4 inch thick.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes a big difference. A thicker blade, definitely.
It's just, again, for me, it's the style I use, and that's the type of shit I'll use it for.
Thicker blades make them bleed more. The thinner blades go through the rib cage easier.
Yeah, those little leaf blades have no trouble penetrating anything. Those things slip in like butter.
I always look at knives in a combat perspective.
Yep.
That is kind of cool. It's kind of like an extra curvy gladius type blade, and I think that's pretty cool.
I like them because you get the recurve cutting power of like a kukri or something like that. You get that extra weight at the end.
Yeah.
The extra little curve in there that helps to automatically cut a little bit, and it's also double-edged. I can do reverse cuts pretty well and pretty effective with them. And I've done more training with that than I have with most other stuff. So
I'm looking at this Zakayushi right now. I said, let's see, 5160. What kind of steel is that?
no, they're all the same.
I mean, is 5160 a good?
Oh yeah, it's basically a leaf spring. It's just spring steel.
Oh, okay.
They're I mean, these are super tough blades. They hack apart cars and stuff with them.
That's not bad.
That's my new standard for stuff. Is I want to be able to hack a car apart with it, like a good steel car.
That's a pretty good standard to have. I mean, if a car, you can hack a car apart with it. Yeah, it's going to be obviously pretty reliable and strong. Hey, you were ordering it? 450. That's not bad.
I just want to take that sword and with the opportunity to say tonight we're dying in hell.
Right, dude, they make one that's very similar to that too. Did you look through their models, their blades?
Yeah.
They got all kinds of cool shit. Zog got the Kraken, the big bearded axe. Got one of those. That's a sweet blade. I helped them fell a tree with it. It's what pretty much sold me on their steel. I'm a sucker for a blade that rings when you draw it from the sheath or strike something with it. It rings like a bell. Just a sign of a good temper. I don't know if mine will do that or not.
Get the classic. Oh, that's a nice saber right there.
Yeah.
Wait, which one did you do that? Hold on. Which one? Show us that one.
It's the one I was showing off earlier.
Oh, okay.
This is for a fellow gun channel guy. I mean, any steel that's properly tempered is gonna.
Nice.
As opposed to something that's got more of a salt, like there's more interface with the handle. This is one of those key knives.
Had to cut out early, but I'll see you guys later.
Oh, I'll see you later, Chris. Good to see you.
Later, Chris. That's pretty cool. How much are you going to sell those key knives for? Oh, I got left behind.
Yeah, sorry, I muted myself instead of unmuting myself. I don't really know because depends. Like some of them have handmade blades, some of them have like repurposed blades, and I don't know. They're probably in the realm between $50 and $100.
Really?
Depending on which one?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming the handmade blades are probably going to be higher. You know, higher cost because you put more effort and energy into them. And then the repurposed one, like the Glock blade you have in there, that would probably be like a $50 thing. So that's cool. I mean,
yeah, I'd probably sell the Glock knife for $50 untested.
Wow.
I only say untested because I haven't thrown it yet. I mean, I'm sure it would hold up pretty well. They're not really meant to be thrown, but.
No. Okay, no, the Glock blade there, it has a coating on it, right?
No, it's just well, I coat it. I acid etch it and oil dip it and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So it's got, essentially it's got like a Tenefer treatment on it.
I was just like wondering, like, what would you charge to take like a coated blade, something that's like got like some kind of protective coating on it, and then get rid of it and polish it up?
To polish it up, it just depends on the blade. I mean, different sizes, different widths, and all that. Different grades of steel, like something like buck knives are really, really rough. They have a lot of lines in them from the grinding. So it'd be a lot harder for me to polish up those than it would be a knife that's more already polished.
Oh, okay.
So like a Glock knife to actually polish them, like you're talking like a mirror polish or satin polish, or?
Well, kind of like a satin, and then like almost like a mirror polish along the grind.
Yeah. So if somebody brought me a Glock knife, I'd probably do it for like $20.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cheap, brother. That is very inexpensive.
I like to work on the cheap, as much as possible. Draws in more people, and it gives them more options.
Cool.
You start out with an inexpensive thing, because then for another $5 or $10, I can throw on an acid etch or, regrind the blade, like re-edge the blade, so it's got a new mirrored polish on the edge.
Alright, so I think you sharpen blades too. So if I were to send you a blade that I want totally customized, like customized handle, polish blade.
Yeah, I make blades from scratch, so yeah, I can pretty much do most stuff. I don't do any milling or any like machining type of stuff. I don't have a rivet presser, so I can't like press on brand new factory handles or anything. But
okay.
I do all kinds of other shit. I make wood handles and I make antler handles. I make all kinds of stuff. Yes, I can pretty much do most stuff that you'd want done to a knife.
Well, okay. Then I'll ask you. I probably shouldn't because I can't do it right now. But just out of curiosity, if I asked you to make me a knife, kind of like a drop point edge, but a deep body. You know what I mean? It's like with like a skated grind on it. Because obviously, as I stated earlier, I was kind of looking for like a campfire bushcraft type knife.
So like 10 to 12 inches, 10 to 14 inches.
Oh, no. Well, okay. The entire knife blade itself, I mean, including the tang, yeah, probably that. I probably want like a 6 or 7 inch blade and like a 5 inch handle. Because I got medium sized hands. Yeah. How much would, I mean, that's going to cost you a little extra money to take more steel.
Okay, that was. Hello?
Oh, crap. I dropped off and.
Yeah, I dropped off too, and then it like automatically reconnected me.
Yeah, it just did that to me too, and now Huck's gone. I was just asking him how much it was going to cost to get a blade made.
That's the knife I'm kind of one of the knives in my collection I'm proud of. I'm not a
Kmart?
big knife guy. Yeah, with the leather and actual. This is like my
Marine Corps
camping knife.
Kmart?
Yep, the USMC.
Beautiful. Hoorah.
And I think this is one of the best knives I've ever owned.
Oh, they're great knives. They're awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're tough, durable. They'll do just about anything.
I broke this one. This was one I got like survival. I got this one specifically for camping and stuff. You know, it has like a
olive handle,
the compass in the end of it, and it will hold your matches and fishing string and all that. And I literally while chopping wood with it, like shaving wood with it for the campfire, the handle literally came off of it. It broke the bolt inside here, and the blade and the handle separated. And in a pinch, I didn't have anything else to do in a pinch, so I just kind of stuck the handle back on and I just kind of beat the knife into some wood. And now it's in. I took the half broken screw out. Had my girlfriend, when she was at the hardware store, pick me up another screw to replace it. And but now I can't get the blade out of the handle. It's like
Well,
I beat
good.
it
You
in
don't
so
want
good.
to.
I beat it in so good. It's like it's fixed now. It's not coming out. But this is just a really cheap knife that I bought just to literally actually beat on.
Does it have the wire cutter thing, or you attach it to the sheath?
It had all that kind of
cut
crap
wire?
inside of it. I threw it all away. It was just weight in the hand. I threw all that crap away. It was all. This is just a really cheap Chinese, China one, and I think I paid like $7 for this knife, brand new.
I've got one of the old. I mean, I don't know how old you are, but back in the day, we could go to swap meets and pick up these survival knives for like $5.
Yep.
And they're not nearly as nice as those. I mean,
I'm
it was
almost
like
40.
one of the very first survival knives that you see mass produced. They got the blade, like the bolt holding them in place, but then they have the compass on the outside of the handle.
Yeah, yep. The
You
Rambo.
know,
I know
and-
these as Rambo knives.
I still got one of them, but the compass is the cap's been broke off, so the compass is gone. And actually, those compasses weren't bad. I mean, they were actually probably better than a lot of these button compasses that are out now. But I use that. That's my total fracture blade. I mean, that's what I like. If I'm going to be poking around in the fire, I want to try and wedge something out or whatever. Use it for a handle for a pot or something. That's my total fracture blade.
Yeah, I use this and I beat on the back of it with the stick and chop wood with it, just small tinder and stuff for fires, and I just beat the hell out of it. So it's kind of, just that's all it is there for, is just a tool. So I'm not like nut and fancy. I don't buy a $200 or $300 knife to sit there and smack around and try and break.
Oh man! Hey, let me see that sheath on that thing.
No, it's just a
Oh,
cheap
okay.
nylon. It's just a cheap nylon sheath. Nothing
works.
special. Yeah.
Keeps the blade from cutting.
I
when you're carrying
paid $7 for it. I'm not going to complain. I bought this at the swap meet, so other than it breaking the one time, the bolt broke, and then I pounded it back in, and now it's kind of, I don't know, welded itself together somehow to where I can't get it back apart, so I'm not worried about it.
You created what they call a friction weld.
Something, yeah, I don't know.
Well, no, that's exactly what you did. If you pounded on it so hard that it stayed in there, you created a friction weld. And actually, your car can do that too. That's what happens with your car when you don't put oil in it and you run it. It gets so hot that it welds itself to the sidewalls. That's what seizes an engine. So yeah, a friction weld's a good weld. Don't get me wrong. That's going to be hard to break. But when they do break, they give way totally and suddenly. So yeah, just keep it as a last ditch or just a destroyer knife.
Oh yeah, I haven't used it since it broke. Now, I was thinking about just putting it underneath the seat of my truck as like a kind of a backup type of thing, a backup tool, or. So I'm kind of retiring it. I don't know if I really I don't really trust swinging around on wood anymore for that blade to come flying out.
Well, as long as you've got nobody around you, you should be fine. Because whichever way you fling, like on a back stroke, the blade will go behind you. On a front stroke, the blade will go in front of you. So, of course, if it's like midway through and it's straight up, you might have to worry about a blade bringing down on you. But yeah, I mean, plus if you got that in your car, you don't have to worry about somebody breaking and stealing your $80 K-bar.
That's my newest knife right there. This is a Kershaw Brawler. You can see, I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but if you see all the little dots on it, that's actually from honey. And my blade's all covered in honey, yeah. So, my buddy has some beehives, and I was sitting there poking this knife in his beehive, getting out honey and eating the honey off of it, and I haven't cleaned it yet.
Oh, right on.
He makes his own honey, like really good. So I don't know if you've ever had like fresh honey, like right out of the hive, like right there, like not processed or nothing. It's like a whole different. It's not like what you buy in the stores at all. It's it's a whole nother world.
It's just everybody, like my sister, when she was living up in Idaho, she had, cows, so she'd make fresh milk, or, get fresh milk from the cows, and they'd make fresh cream and everything, she's like, everything has so much, it was so much better, and I was like, well, maybe one day I'll get to try that stuff. And so, I don't know, maybe if I ever meet anybody who's got honeycombs, I'll definitely try some. Now, are the honeycombs themselves edible, or?
I don't think it's like I know you can eat them, like, because pieces come out and I just eat them, so it's not like they're not edible, but it's not like the main, you're trying to like kind of get the juice out of it basically from the honeycombs.
Well, yeah.
So, but the honeycombs, yeah, they're perfectly edible. I mean, they're.
Does it diminish the taste of the fresh honey at all, or
Yes.
does it add to it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it diminishes it. Kind of leaves like almost like maybe a little bit of a chalky type taste is how I would describe it.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they're pretty much using, like bug wax to seal it, so.
Yeah, to me it kind of tastes, I don't know, like chalky or powdery almost, even though it's not a powder. Like once you, or like when you put it in your mouth, it almost kind of dissolves in it. I don't know, it just feels kind of powdery. I don't know how to describe it. It's a whole nother world. There's nothing much, there's nothing like it. I kind of want a beehive of my own, but it's a lot of work. It's not just let them do their thing, and so.
Well, I don't imagine. No, I mean that's. Crazy.
And then it depends on what flowers they're pollinating and stuff, on how the honey tastes. Like the bees that, like, I guess do lavender flowers and stuff, that honey's like one of the best honeys you can get and stuff. And if they're so it kind of depends on like what field your beehive is by, or what area your beehive's in, on what kind of flowers and stuff are around, on how the honey tastes.
Well, that makes sense. It's kind of like wild animals. Like, you kill a wild animal out in the woods, the meat is going to be sweeter than if you were to kill it near a town, because it's most likely going to have gotten into the trash and eaten garbage or whatever. So, yeah, I totally understand that. I would just, I'm going to have to try it one day. That's one of the things, one of the few things I haven't done. I have never had fresh cream made from fresh cow's milk. I've never had fresh cow's milk, and I've never had fresh honey. I've had fresh maple syrup, straight from the maple tree that they, made syrup into, like right there on the spot. But I've never had the, like, ultra fresh right out of the honeycomb honey.
Well, I think I've had about fresh everything. Like we go out here every year and we buy a half a slab of beef, of fresh beef. That's not processed or anything, And I go in on it with one of my friends, and I don't know. There's a difference between fresh food that's not, that doesn't have preservatives and pasteurized, and just, I don't know. It is a different taste. It's a different, like, I don't know if it's psychological or not, but to me it sure tastes a lot better and different.
Oh, no. I mean, like, okay, I've had fresh venison. I've had fresh milk. I've had fresh, like, I'm eating a lot of fresh food. I mean, fresh kills, and it, like I said, if you get it out in the wilderness where it doesn't get into the animal doesn't get into garbage or eat leftover crap, because a lot of animals do, because they don't know any better. They just say, oh, hey, that edible, I'm going to eat that, or that may not be edible. I'm going to eat that anyway, and it it kind of tastes the meat. But if you come out there, away from civilization, you're not going to be too far out. But like you take a 25-mile drive outside of a town or a city, you're probably going to get a fresh kill, and it tastes way better. Like everything they eat is so natural. It's not processed. It's not fed into them. There's no steroids or anything like that. So the meat is so much sweeter. It just tastes better.
I know some guys talk about raising their own deer and like for venison, and like they're like corn fed or something, and that's all they feed them is corn fed, so they're not as gamey tasting, and like all they feed them is like corn and rice and stuff. I know some guys do that with deer and like lambs and stuff like that, but for the most part, like around here, all the deer here are like pretty gamey tasting. They're not too good.
Where's here? What state?
Utah, West Desert, Utah.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm in San Bernardino, California, which is like 60 miles outside of Illinois. Yeah, it's a real shithole here, but hey, my home.
Hey, all I can say is change it from the inside out, man.
Oh no, I just plan on leaving.
Oh.
It is too crazy. I
want to move to a free state.
Yeah, I want to move to a free state. I want to kind of live in like a small town kind of atmosphere. I kind of grew up like that in the mountains. Okay, I was born on the beach. Oh, right on. I was born on the beach, like Fort Hueneme, Ventura area, Oxnard area. Because my dad got out of the Navy. Obviously started our family up that way. And then from 6 to about 14, I grew up in the mountains, and it was a small town atmosphere. Everybody knew everybody. Keep yourself, or you could talk to people, whatever you want to do. You didn't have a lot of outside influence. It was just a more peaceful place than where I'm at now. I used to run up and ride my bike all over the mountains and hike and climb rocks, shit like that. And I don't know, maybe I'm being nostalgic or something like that, but I really don't like crowds, And we got a lot of those down here. So that, and then moving to a free state. Did I cut off on you there for a bit?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I've been kind of experiencing some weird change. But, yeah, moving to a free state, small town type atmosphere, yeah, people may know everything about you, but it's so, it's kind of nice to know your neighbors. Around here, like, I really don't know my neighbors.
I live in the #1 gun county type for #1 gun county in America, and also the #1 county for law enforcement.
All right on.
All the police officers from all the major cities like Salt Lake and Ogden and stuff like that, they all live where I live out here, and all the like just to give you an example, like just on my street, on a regular street, we have 4 police officers. On the next street over, there's 3, and on the next street over the other way, there's 2.
Oh, like living in Copland.
That's just like, yeah. Oh, it is, and I love it. That's one of the reasons why I've lived in this neighborhood for over 10 years and had 3 different houses in this neighborhood. So in the same neighborhood. So it is because we don't have crime here, and we don't have car burglaries or break-ins or nothing, because everyone has a gun and there's a police officer car. There's a police car on every street. So
that's cool. That's kind of, and you probably got that small town atmosphere where
oh, yeah.
You know people and stuff.
Everyone goes to Walmart on Friday and Saturday night to socialize. That's like That's like the meetup spot. It's like, oh, it's Friday night. Let's go to Walmart, do some shopping, and oh, hi, how you doing? And everyone's saying hi to each other, and
It sounds
like
so much better
high school football's really big here. Everyone goes to the high school football game. I love it.
Man. You almost got me convinced. I might move up that way. I just need to know one thing. Is there an airport up there?
Yep, there sure is. There's Salt Lake International Airport is like an hour away from where I live, because it's between Salt Lake and here. Maybe more like 45 minutes. And then so the big international airport, and then there's the little airport here, that's has like the little Cessnas and stuff, and that's like right here in town. And then there's just another maybe 30 minutes in the opposite direction, another little airport that like Wendover, Nevada uses.
Oh, right on. So you're right there. You're
Between
right there
Salt
on the
Lake and Wendover.
the Nevada, Arizona border, or Nevada, Utah border.
Yep, by Skull Valley.
Okay, so yeah, well, how far away from the 15 are you?
On I-15, probably an hour.
Oh, that's not too bad. Shit.
So
I used to drive a truck for a while. I used to run up and down all over the country. But yeah, I've been through that area. Well, at least on the I-15, and I'm also, I've been everywhere pretty much. Well, not everywhere, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Utah doesn't sound like a bad state either. No,
other than the religious aspect of it, it's perfect. It really is. I mean, and the religious aspect isn't all that bad because, I'm sure you're aware that this is a Mormon state. It really is. It's an actual Mormon state. This is the Mormon capital. The state is ran by the Mormons. We do have some weird laws here, like car lots can't be open on Sunday and stuff like that, because they're religious. And a lot of places are closed on Sunday because if you don't close on Sunday, well then the Mormons kind of boycott you until you close on Sunday. And so there's some weird rules and weird things, like all of our liquor stores are state owned, not private.
Been there, done that.
So yeah, so there's and they're only open from like 10 to 7, and so there's some kinks like that. We only have 3.2% beer, and for domestic beer, any domestic beer can only be 3.2 here, unless it's imported beer, then you can get like 6.0. And you can only buy the imported 6.0 beer at the actual liquor store. You can't buy it at like the grocery store.
Yeah, you get your domestic wines and beers at the grocery store, but all your alcohol and stuff is at a state liquor store, right?
No wine. There's no wine, no wine coolers, nothing like that at gas stations or grocery stores. Only, that law passed, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, where they can't have wine or wine coolers in the grocery stores anymore. So now the only thing grocery stores or convenience stores have is strictly beer. That's it. So like the closest thing you can get is like maybe that Red's Apple Ale or something, like a flavored type beer, but no wine coolers, no, none of that.
Oh, I lived in New Hampshire for a bit, and that's how it was in New Hampshire. So they could do beer and wine coolers, things like that in the grocery store. And then, obviously all the other liquors were at the state liquor store.
Apparently, like Utah has more guns per like 1,000 people than anywhere in the country too. So apparently Utah's supposed to be like the #1 gun state. But if you like go like overall population or something, like Texas wins because just by Houston alone, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But if you go like per 1,000 people or something, Utah has like the most number of guns. The Mormons here are really into guns. They love their guns. And they got great family values and all that. They got some weird ideas about religion and God and stuff like that. But as long as you can get past the whole them coming and knocking on your door every week asking you to come to church, if you can get past that, it's not a bad place to live.
Oh, no, that doesn't bug me at all. I mean, actually, here's a little something for you, a little bit of history for you. San Bernardino, the town in which I live, was actually founded by Mormons.
Well, oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was. It was founded by Mormons. I am not Mormon myself. I do not hold anything against Mormons. I think whatever you want to do, as long as it doesn't bug me, is okay. You know.
Oh, yeah,
And ask it.
I'm not talking. Yeah, I'm not talking anything bad about Mormons at all. Like I said, they got great family values and stuff, and I think they're great people.
I've had several Mormon friends. You know. Like I said, I'm not Mormon. I'm not really religious. You know.
Yeah, either.
I guess
I'm
if you were to
Pastafarian.
try, if you had to classify me with religion, I guess it'd be closer to Christianity than anything else.
That's what most people say.
But I'm not actually. I've never been baptized in any church. I believe in God. I believe in the Ten Commandments and things like that. But that's a whole other discussion. I just don't trust organized religion. That's me. But
No, it's just a business like anything else.
yeah. But I like the guns thing. Do you guys have concealed carry or not concealed carry?
Constitutional.
Yeah.
We do in our cars and like in our homes and in our cars, but not on our person. So you can have without having a concealed carry permit, you can have a concealed firearm in your car or in your home, just not in your person. And then just this past was it February, we had the full constitutional carry bill go through. It passed the House and passed the Senate, passed everything, right? All the governor had to do was sign it, but our governor, aka piece of shit, Herbert, he said that if they even bring him the bill, he'll veto it. He won't sign it. So they didn't even bring him the bill to sign into law because he already said if it passes, I'm not going to. So even though the people wanted it, even though it passed everything, all it needed was his signature. They didn't even bring it to him because he said he was gonna not sign it.
Sounds like you guys need to elect a new governor.
We do need to elect.
I need an entire new everything down here. I mean, they need to gut our system and rework it from the ground up. At least you guys just need a new governor.
But we do at least we got the year before we got the constitutional carry for the cars passed, so at least we can carry a firearm in our car, or like the average person who doesn't necessarily carry a gun all the time or stuff, who just a glove box gun, stuff like that, they can have a gun on in their car, as long as it's what it's called a 2-action minimum. As long as it's a 2-action minimum. They can have a concealed loaded firearm in their car without needing to go get a permit.
So, like, open your glove box, grab the gun kind of thing?
Yeah, or under the seat or whatnot. As long as it's a 2-action minimum where it takes 2 actions to fire. So, example, a semi-auto, you can't have one loaded in the chamber. So if you grabbed it, you'd have to rack the slide, and then the second action would be pulling the trigger. On a double-action revolver, the cylinder that's in line with the barrel, even though you can't shoot it because that cylinder, because it's going to rotate when you pull the trigger, because it's actually considered chambered because it's in line with the barrel, that cylinder has to be empty. The next cylinder has to be empty because one pull of the trigger will be your first action, and then So then that third cylinder will actually be the one that's full. So a 6-shot revolver, you can only carry 4 shots, or a 5-shot revolver, you can only carry 3 shots.
Couldn't they count, like, if it's a single double action, you draw it?
No.
You cock the hammer. That's one action.
They don't. Yeah, nope, they don't count that at all. It's because you have the option to pull the trigger. That's what they count as the least amount that it takes to shoot the gun. So
and then, a single action,
now see, that's the thing, is on a single action it's the same thing unless you have like what I have, like an NAA Mini, because the NAA Minis have notches in between the cylinders, in the cylinders in between the chambers, for the hammer to rest. So technically, my bullet isn't in line with the barrel, so it's not considered chambered. So I only have to carry the very next round and the very next cylinder empty. So out of my 5-shot NAA, I can still carry 4 rounds because it has that feature built into it where the hammer lies and rests in between the cylinders, or in between the chambers. But on a regular single action, like a Colt 45 or something, no, it would be the same as a double action. Because the first bullet, the first chamber, it's in line with the barrel, even though there's no possible way to fire that round. Because it's in line with the barrel, it's considered chambered. So that one has to be empty. And then your next one can be loaded because because you cock the hammer back and then you can pull. So
okay, so it'd be like carrying like the Cowboys used to have 5 shots in them and stuff. So.
Yep.
That's cool. That's not too bad. And of course, you can avoid all that just by paying.
And then, and we have open carry here. Yeah, and you can get a CCW, and it's really easy here. You don't got to jump through any special hoops. You don't even got to qualify with your firearm. You literally go to an hour class. The guy will fingerprint you, take your pictures. Then you go to BCI, turn them in, pay your $200, and you get your concealed carry. So altogether, it costs you like $240 to get a concealed carry. But we also have open carry here, and we're especially where I live, out here in the desert and stuff, west of Salt Lake, we're very open carry conscious, and a lot of people open carry. It's not unusual at all to see a guy carrying an AR into Walmart or carry a Glock into Walmart or any number of weapons. I mean, like, it's everything imaginable. So.
Well, that's cool. Okay, now I gotta ask, because you live in Utah. Are you part of the Nut and Fancy project?
Yes, of course.
Right on. Cool.
He shoots in my backyard.
He does?
Uh-huh.
Holy
a lot of his videos are taken right here, like where what I call my private shooting range is 5 minutes from my house. Like half of all of his videos are taken there, and then if they're not taken there, well, usually like the ones in the winter, they're taken out at 5 Mile Pass. And that's actually a no shooting zone, but he has some DNR buddies that kind of let him get away with it. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
So, so like a lot of his winter videos are actually shot out at what's called 5 Mile Pass, and he goes out there to shoot just because it's peaceful and no one's around in the winter. He can't shoot out there in the summer because there's too many people on horseback and four-wheelers and motorcycles, because that's like a big recreation area where people go and four-wheel and ride motorcycles and stuff. And that's why you're not allowed to shoot out there, is because of all those people out there all the time. So in the summertime when it's busy out there, he comes to a little bit extra distance and comes. He only lives an hour away from me, and then he comes a little bit extra distance and pretty much shoots in my backyard. So I've actually ran into him a couple times out here, and I went to the meet and greet at the Miners Cafe, which is right in my town where I live. I went to the meet and greet at the Miners Cafe and got to meet him and everything, and then I've ran into him a couple times at a couple gun stores, and he even gear checked me. So.
Oh, that's cool. Right on. You know, that's actually pretty cool. You know?
So, and we've sat there and watched him shoot before for like a whole afternoon, watched him run and gun and stuff, and came up to him, talked to him after. I've never got the actual chance to actually shoot with the guy, but I've met him probably, I don't know, 10 times now. So.
Oh, that's cool. Like, I mean, it's just cool. I was just asking. I was expecting to go, hey, fuck off. Because a lot of people, well, at least a lot of people I've talked to recently, they're like, oh, he's full out here and all that stuff. I like his videos. You know?
Well, he was Air Force, and I have a lot of respect for him. And despite what he might go into on his political views or on his, 1 hour long knife review videos and stuff like that, I still pretty much watch everything he puts out. I agree with almost everything he usually says, and I mean he is usually right. I mean,
I know. It's like, and yeah, okay, he's along with it. It's like the only time is like, okay, I can't watch this one now. I have to come back when I have time to watch it. Like right before I go to bed or something. So
I think he's thorough. And I think he's trying to give people what they want, and a lot of people really want that thoroughness of every little aspect about if you're going to do a review, and if someone's going to spend especially someone like me who can't afford to buy something twice most of the time, I want the most thorough review I can get before I make my decision on something. I kind of want to be talked into it. I want to be sold like a car salesman. Like, talk me into this.
Yeah. Make me believe it's worth my money.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's cool. I'm actually kind of hyped about that, dude. Freaking, I like to get out there and do stuff like, go shooting and stuff and all that crap.
Are you on Instagram at all, Heavy?
I used to be. Oh, my name's Brian, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, Brian, okay.
You can call me Heavy because that is my screen name or whatever, but yeah, it's Brian. I used to be, my phone is a cheap piece of crap, and I can't carry my tablet around with me everywhere I go, so I just I still have an account, I just don't check it, like I deleted it off my tablet because I was like, can't take it with me, what's the point in having it? Because I'm sitting there, like right now, like my only job is I'm a bouncer at a bar, and I'm too old for that stuff. Dude, I'm 42, going to be 43 this year, and I'm extremely big. That's why I'm heavy and a fat dude. But, I need to do something to lose weight. I need to go out and I need to find people with hiking and stuff, all that crap that I love to do. And all my friends they're old like me, and they're like, dude, no, I'm tired. I don't want to do that. And that just sucks. It's like I used to go out as a kid and, roam the wild, desert, the mountains, whatever, it didn't matter. And,
I used to live in Salt Lake, and that's the whole reason I moved out here about almost 10 years ago now, out here to the country, is just because I was driving out here every weekend anyway to come shoot or for my son to ride motorcycles or something, and I was coming out here anyway, and I was just like, I need to get out of this city life, and I'm happier out there, so that's why I moved out here and on the very edge of town, and I get to shoot 5 minutes from my house. Literally, hop in my car, 5 minutes, I'm there and I'm shooting, and and not only am I shooting, I have my like I said, I have my own private range with steel targets set up at 700 yards, 1,000 yards, at a mile. So it's like.
A mile?
Uh-huh.
What are you shooting? Obviously, you must have like a 50 cal or something like that.
No, pretty much my biggest guns are a 308 and 30-06.
Well, 3008, 3006, yeah, you can do 1,000 yards with those. I mean, Marine Corps qualified with the sniper.
So you can do a mile. You can do a mile. You just can't do it consistently. It's just it's one of those things where it might be 1 out of 10 shots, and on some days you might get 3 or 4 out of 10, and that's a good day. So.
Oh yeah, and I mean you also got to have some good blast to do a mile-long shot too.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one of those things where the Tasco from Walmart's not going to do. I mean, you get something like a Stites or something.
Right now, I'm shooting a 22. Right now, I'm shooting a 22 long rifle at 700 yards pretty consistently. I have a special setup for, I call it my long range rimfire, and I'm going to attempt a 1,000-yard shot this September because the Guinness Book of World Records people are coming back down here to Price in September, because they're recording a guy who's making a 2,400-yard open sight shot, and then there another guy's making a 2.2 mile or 2.3 mile shot, and then another guy's going to attempt I think it's almost a mile. I think it's 1,400 or 1,200 yards. It's over 1,000 yards, but he's going to do like a 1,200 or 1,400 yard shot with a pistol, and then I'm going to try the 1,000 yards with the 22.
Oh well, I hope you get it, brother.
Right now I'm practicing at 700 yards. Like, that's my practice. I got a 2-foot by 2-foot round steel target, and now I'm practicing at 700 yards. And right now my consistency on a really good, calm day and everything, my consistency is probably 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10.
So remind me not to piss you off, especially at long range. No, I really hope you get it, dude. I mean, that would be really, really good. Yeah, it's like out of curiosity on your long distance setup, what kind of rifle are you using?
I'm using a Savage Mark II FV with a. I have a Bushnell EG scope, which has the most elevation adjustment of any scope ever made. It has a 56 millimeter objective, and so it has a huge bell on it. It has a Osprey reticle, and I have a ton of elevation. Like, let me put it this way: I'm zeroed at 350 yards with the 22, and that's without a slanted scope base. And I can see 700 yards on my mil dots. I can see the 700-yard target in my scope still at 6 power. So, and at 1,000 yards, I can see the target at 1,000 yards in my scope if I go back down to about 3.5 to 4 power. But I actually put a 9-degree paintball riser on it for my 1,000-yard shot, so I can get it more centered, so I'm not at the end of my scope's adjustment.
Okay.
Because paintballs fall really fast, so they
Yes,
make these risers that are adjustable, and they'll slant down to 9 degrees. And with this new riser, I should be able to zero in at 1,000 and actually zero at 1,000. So that's my new setup. And just, I got like a Harris bipod on it, and I completely bedded the stock, glass bedded the stock. I really haven't done anything really else to it. It's pretty, other than that, it's pretty stock. I have an older Mark II that was the first rifle I ever bought me when I was 18, and that was the one I first started shooting long range with. But it's already kind of so beat up and hammered and kind of rusty, and I bought a new one just for this purpose. Painted the stock on it. And so I'll post a picture here. I got pictures on my photo bucket of it. So, and I got video. If you had Instagram, you could see me. I got video of me shooting like 700 yards with it and stuff. And then I have another Savage 223 I made a 1,000-yard shot with using 55 grain Federal. And I made the Utah long range shooters. They have the long range milk jug challenge, which is 10 shots cold bore at 1,000 yards. And I did it with the 223. And most guys are doing it with like 308s and 7mm mags and stuff like that.
300 Win Mag, 238.
I did it with the 223.
Oh, right on.
I was pretty stoked about that. I got it on my 9th shot. So, like here I got actually pictures of my what it looks like in my reticle to shoot at 700 yards out of my exact scope. I'll post some of these pictures here for you.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Hey,
how you
not
doing?
too bad. I was just actually going to type you me back, but you decided to go audible. Cool.
Let's see here.
We're just discussing some long distance 22 shooting here.
Yeah, which most people laugh about. Like, I get poked so much fun about that. Like, okay, I just posted a link in the side chat there. See if that works for you.
All right.
I wouldn't laugh at long distance 22. I'm gonna try it with my 17 HMR soon.
Nah, it didn't work.
Now, see, I have a Savage 93 in 17 HMR, and the only coyote that I've ever shot at that has ever gotten away with me is I shot it with the 17 HMR, and I wasn't able to track it down. And I love it for like maybe 100 yards in, maybe 150, but on a windy day or on a I don't know, a long shot. Like, I tried shooting it at 300, 400 yards, and I don't know. I kind of prefer my 22 mag better.
How long can you shoot with the 22 mag?
Oh, the longest I've ever taken mine out, I got a Savage 93 and 22 mag, and the longest I've ever shot that's probably 200 yards. Because that's my actual coyote gun. That's all I use it for is.
I've been looking at the Ruger American rimfires in 22 mag just to have one of the 3 main rimfire cartridges.
I don't own a Ruger rimfire, but I've heard the American, but I've heard great things about them. They have really great reviews. I have a buddy that owns one. He loves it. They're supposed to be a really, really solid gun.
My dad's got one. From what I can tell, it's pretty nice. I just went with the 93 myself, though.
I got the NRA Special Edition, my 17 HMR. It has like that gray laminate stock and has the NRA medallion, like the metal like coin, or the metal I don't know what you'd call it, the metal placard or whatever, inset into the stock. And it's got like the stainless bull barrel. It's the it's like the limited edition NRA edition one or whatever, and I don't know. I kind of like and my 22 mag is the cheap one without the bull barrel, and it just has the black synthetic stock, and I think it shoots better all day long.
I got the OD green synthetic stock with just the regular profile barrel.
Yep, that's what my 22 mag is just a regular profile.
I wanted the fluted one, but I guess now I can decide to put iron sights on it if I want.
Well, sorry about walking away and not muting myself. So what have you guys been talking about for the few seconds I was gone?
Oh, just Savages. His Savage and my Savage. I own a lot of Savage guns. For the money and stuff, I think they're really hard to beat.
Oh, I've got a 1904 Savage bolt action in 22 long rifle that my mom's father used to hunt wolves with up in Canada before he came into the United States. And my family was actually my family's actually related to the original Savage Corporation owners, Savage Firearms owners, but they've since been bought and sold like I don't know how many times. I like Savage guns too.
Okay. Am I screen sharing there? Can you guys see that?
Yes. I see me. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, those are nice.
The one in the background is my old Savage. It's almost 20 years old. That's the first rifle I ever bought myself when I turned 18, on my 18th birthday. And that gun is ridden in like a truck toolbox without a scope, with like DeWalt Fat Boy packs and tool bags set on top of it. Because I used to take this gun up to Wyoming for work and stuff, and just hunt varmints and stuff with it. I beat the hell out of that gun, and it still shoots great. But when I got into it, I decided to get me to really go for it. So I bought me a newer Savage Mark II with the AccuTrigger, and I painted the stock and glass bed it, and did a real bipod and got a real nice. The scope costed way more than the gun did. And then like you can see like my rings on it. I got a 20 MOA slant there on my rings. And then but that's my long range shooter right there. That's what's going to set the official world record, 1,000 yards. And then, well, at least I hope. So I got 10 shots at 1,000 yards. So, and then let's see here. Like here's what it looks like in my scope right now. Let's see if it pulls it up. Okay, this is what it looks like to shoot in my scope right now at 700 yards with a 10-mile-an-hour wind. I'm zeroed at 350, and then right down here at the very bottom where that little yellow dot is, that's the 700. So that's with the 350 zero. But with this new scope base I got with the 9-degree angle off for the paintball guns, I'll be able to hopefully zero at 700, and then 1,000 is going to be right down here in about the same spot. So there's quite a bit of drop, and ballistically speaking, it may sound funny, but you take what I'm shooting, my 22 long rifle, 40 grains. My ballistic calculators are telling me that at 1,000 yards, my 22 long rifles end up traveling 20 feet per second faster than a .223 at 1,000 yards. And I've tried 3 different ballistic calculators, and they all say the same thing, that the 22 retains its speed at 1,000 yards. It is going approximately 450 feet per second, and at 1,000 yards, my 223 has dropped to 434. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I had to double check that. This is what a 22 does to a camera at 700 yards. Right here. This is when I shot my camera. I was trying to get up close video of me shooting steel at 700 yards, and it was kind of a little bit of a windy day, and first shot dead center right in my camera. And the bullet actually expanded, and I had penetration, and there's no doubt in my mind that bullet could have still killed somebody at 700 yards. So what the damage it did to this camera, there's no doubt in my mind.
Well, I mean, don't they say something like that on the side of 22 boxes? Like, still
They say like a
deadly
mile or a mile and a
away.
half. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming that's like if you shoot it straight up into the air or something.
At about a lot of people think that a 40 or a 45 degree angle would be the optimum angle to shoot long distance. It's actually not, because of the curvature of the Earth. About a 32 to 33 degree angle is the optimum angle to get the most distance out of a rifle.
Wow.
What kind of bipods?
Mostly Harris.
Okay.
I have one Blackhawk, I think, which is basically the sub Harris. But I mostly buy Harris bipods.
What kind of red dot is that on your AR? Sorry to jump topic, but just we're looking at the pictures. Is that a True Glow or?
This right here, this one.
Yeah.
That red dot. That one I think is I think that one's a Tasco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the Tasco. What are they called? A Tasco, not aim point, but something point, like AccuPoint, or I don't know, something like that. I don't know. They work really well, and they're pretty cheap. They're like $50-$60. And I've had that one actually forever. That one has been on like every new gun I buy. That's the red dot it gets until I get something more permanent. So like, or every new gun I build, that's kind of like my dot that goes from gun to gun to gun until I get something permanent set up on it. And this is what it looks like right now to try and shoot 1,000 yards with a 22, being sighted in at 350, where 700's down here. You can see the yellow dot down here at the very bottom. That's the drop at 1,000 yards on the 22 rounds I'm shooting. And see, one thing is you just can't take any 22 bullet either and just go out and shoot at it like 700 or 1,000 yards. You got to stay subsonic, because that transonic phase will throw off your accuracy a huge amount. I've noticed, so like whenever I've taken even some nicer ammo out there, CCI mini mag, stuff like that, I'm not near as accurate as the Federal Auto Match I'm using right now. And the reason I'm using Federal Auto Match out of my gun is because out of the 21-inch barrel Fed Auto Match, I'm shooting at about 1,130 feet per second on average. Plus or minus 7 feet per second deviation, and that's just under my speed of sound here. And so I have no transonic phase, but I'm basically going as fast as I can without breaking the sound barrier. And it took me quite a long time to actually realize that Fed Auto Match was like the best long range round for my gun and my barrel length around. And I've shot Lapua and Eli and Tenex, and I mean, I've tried everything, and I use Fed Auto Match. It's the best I've found.
It works, man. Use it.
Yeah. Well, most people I think would think that CCI or Lapua or Tenex something, anything other than Fed Auto Match would be a better round to use, but I haven't found anything better.
And like can loading 22 is like almost, well, it is impossible.
Let's see here.
No, you shooting 36 grain or 40 grain out of your 22?
Okay, this. I don't know if you're seeing this video. You see, it's not very good quality because this is taken with my phone. This is where I actually shot my camera. This is me trying 700-yard shot, and then I come down here and I shoot my camera and I see something roll down the hill, and I'm like, what the hell did I just hit? But this is where I shoot 700 and 1,000 yards at. I got kind of an elevated position. I'm about 30, 40 feet up. Got my spotter, which is my girlfriend.
That's cool, as long as she knows what to call out.
Yep. But that's I get to shoot a lot just because of where I live, so I'm constantly out there and trying to come up with something. It kind of gets boring just shooting paper, So I shoot a lot of reactive targets. I go to the grocery store and I buy like dented cans of food and blow them up and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, you got to give yourself the mental stimulus, I guess. I mean, you're definitely going to have more of a stimulus from blowing up like a can of old Spam than you would be putting a hole in a piece of paper.
It's funny, it's like I don't post anything like bad at all on my photo bucket. It's all just like gun stuff, usually just to share with people. And like half of it gets flagged for like taken down, like because I guess there's like a lot of anti-gun Nazis on Photo Bucket. So like every time I get on Photo Bucket, I'm like missing like 10 or 20 pictures that should be on there.
Wow, if you don't like pictures, don't look at them, people. I mean, just use a little common sense here.
Yeah, like I don't have anything bad at all. There's me. That's a rabbit I took at 50 yards with the little Heritage 22, and that's right out here. Like we're not in fancy, and where I shoot this in my backyard. So
my profile pic's a Heritage 22.
Yeah, my one on Gun Channels is a Heritage, sitting on top of the fire, like sitting on top of a live fire, like I'm throwing it in the fire.
I want to get one of the bird's head ones so badly.
Yeah, you don't want anything that's made before '97 because they don't honor the lifetime warranty on any of the ones made before '97. I found out. So.
Do they have a serial number range for that?
Yeah, they do. You can call the factory and just give them your serial number. That's what I did. I just called their 1-800. See, the thing about my experience with Heritage kind of sucked. I'm still kind of pissed at them because they were basically dumbasses. I inherited a gun from my grandpa when he died. Okay, I grew up shooting this gun. It meant a lot to me. Well, the barrel was loose, right? I called Heritage. I said, hey, listen, this is an old gun. I inherited it from my grandpa. The barrel's loose. Here's the serial number. They told me right when it was made. I said, hey, I will pay to have this fixed. I don't care. And then I even included a note saying that this gun means sentimental value to me if I will pay to have this gun fixed right. I sent it to them. They sent it back a couple weeks later with a note saying, oh, this gun's too old. We don't do any barrel work or anything on guns made before '97 because we changed the way we do our barrels after '97. Our barrels are done a different way, so we're not equipped to fix any of the old guns anymore. And I was like, how come you didn't tell me that when I gave you the serial number and you told me what year it was made, which was like '94, which was like 3 years before the change? And I was like, how come you didn't tell me this before? You knew it had a loose barrel. I told you what was wrong with it. You knew what year it was made. So you wasted my time of me sending it in just to send it back. I mean, when you should have known before you weren't going to fix it. It didn't make sense to me. It was like a big waste of time. So I was kind of pissed about that.
So now you can't shoot it because it's got a loose barrel.
No, I fixed it myself. I used what's called a high pressure joint sleeve compound. I had a special order it from Napa Auto Parts, and I fixed it myself because their barrels are pressed and they actually have a joint sleeve compound and then they're pinned. And so I just knocked out the pin, pulled out the barrel. I rubbed that joint sleeve compound all inside the frame and on the outside of the barrel. I pressed it back in, repinned it, wiped all the excess off the best I could, and let it sit. And then once it sat, for I don't know, maybe a half an hour, I kind of took a little pick, and the stuff came up really easy then because it wasn't quite dry, but it wasn't like wet, and everything kind of peeled up like silicone. And then I let it sit for another couple days, and it works perfect now. Like no problems, no issues. So I ended up fixing it myself. But I got on some forums and found out that they used a joint sleeve compound, and that's kind of what made up the difference between the slack in the barrel and the frame on those older Heritage. But this new one I got right here, which is the gray one with like the kind of camo wood grips that's sitting on the fire, if I'm still screen sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gun's a really good gun. That one I have both cylinders, the 22 mag and 22 long rifle, and this is what I go when I go coyote hunting or rabbit hunting. That's what I took the rabbit with, was this gun. And when I go camping, this gun is the gun I always have on my side everywhere. If I need put down a coyote or something, this is what I use. So.
And that has the
to
sights
dispatch.
on it, right?
What's that?
That has the sights on it, right? Like I don't want to call them target
bright
sights,
orange.
but
Yeah, adjustable and with that bright orange front sight and that kind of like almost like Taurus type rear sight.
Yeah.
So I love it. It's accurate as hell, man. It really is. And I have like a 1958 Ruger Super Blackhawk, or Super Single 6. And the Super Single 6 was 22 mag only. It didn't even come with the 22 long rifle cylinder. And this Heritage will outshoot it. And granted, that gun's over 50 years old, my Ruger, but this Heritage will still outshoot it any day.
You guys left me. You guys taught me more about 22 today than I've learned in a long time.
I'm really into 22s. Ever since I broke my neck, I can't shoot a lot of big bore guns very much anymore. Like even 223 after a clip, I'm done. And if I shoot like a 12 gauge, like literally 1 or 2 shots and my whole arm's numb, and I can't even feel my fingertips. So it's not fun for me to shoot 308s and 30-06s anymore. So I stick to. I still like to own them. I still carry big bore guns, but now I own a 22 trainer in every major platform I own for like all my ARs. I have an M&P 22, and then I just built another dedicated 22 that I use as trainers. Punisher lower, Leopold. That's some of my AR setups.
That's a nice scope.
I got some nice scopes. I got some nice Redfields, and I got an old Redfield that's from the 50s. That's like really badass. I really like it. It's only a 4-power, but it's sweet, man. It is sweet. So there's like my original Omnis before the hybrids. This is like one of the original Omni Gen 1s that I broke. I broke this in, I don't know, almost 1,000 rounds. It lasted a lot longer than the New Frontier. The New Frontier one I bought didn't even last 500. But these aren't bad. I still have a couple more of these, and I'm going to make dedicated 22s out of them, I think. Because I think they'll hold up fine for a dedicated 22.
Now, what made you decide? Well, obviously, you're going for the lighter firearm, and now it's a little pound after a while and all that. How did you find out about the polymer loaders? I mean, you told me about about them, but you didn't tell me how you found out about them. Like, obviously,
At SHOT Show.
research. Huh?
How I first found out about the hybrid lowers?
Yeah.
At SHOT Show. They first announced the polymer lower, the hybrid polymer lower at 2014 SHOT Show, and then they announced the upper at the 2015 SHOT Show. So the upper's still so new that hardly anyone knows about them. And a lot of people, because of the bad rep of all the previous poly, lowers, a lot of people just don't even look at them anymore. They just want nothing to do with them because they've had bad experiences or have heard bad things. And that's kind of been the way. Well, I haven't really been that way just because I'm waiting for that technology to catch up, just like with Glock. How when Glocks first came out, everyone said, oh, they're cheap, plastic pieces of crap. They're going to break on you, this and that. Well, they before Glock, there was lots of other companies, SIG, HK, that came out with polymer guns that had bad reputations. And that's why everyone thought Glock was going to be the same way. So I'm just kind of waiting for the AR market to catch up with the technology and say, here's a good, poly lower. This is the future. And I think ATI is the first company that's done that with these hybrids. So, and not that I've tried every poly lower, but I've tried, I don't know, probably 6 or 7 different poly lower companies. I want one of the new magnesium lowers. I haven't tried those. Those are supposed to be really light and badass. And I know a lot about magnesium because I've worked on a lot of Volkswagen Bug engines and stuff like that. And they're mostly made out of magnesium. And if you ever want to burn a 15-foot hole straight through concrete down into the earth, just light up a 50-gallon drum full of magnesium.
Oh, yeah.
That happened at Berg VW shop in California where you live. Gene Berg, he's like a VW performance shop there. And from all their head shavings, from their performance heads, they shave down their heads to up the compression. All those shavings from all that magnesium would get thrown into a big 55-gallon drum, and someone flicked a cigarette or something one day, and that thing went off, man, and it burned like a 15-foot hole right straight down into the ground while I was there. I got to watch it, and the fire department couldn't put it out, nothing. What
kind of a 1911 code are those? Are those SIGs or?
Smith & Wesson Performance Center. This one over here is a SIG. So I'm a 1911 guy.
I like 1911 as well.
Yeah, I carry an M&P 40 on me. That's my everyday carry. But I'm a 1911 guy at heart because I shoot a lot of pin shoots and stuff like that. That's basically the most of my competition type shooting that I do anymore is pin shooting. And so, and even that, mostly nowadays, I've kind of gone away from 1911s for the pin shooting, just because there's guys there who have so much money invested in their guns that it's, you can't even keep up with it. Gosh, there's guys there who can shoot all 5 pins off the table in a second, So I shoot with the wheel gun guys now. So, but this is my SIG custom shop right here, reverse two-tone. I had all 3 of SIG performance packages from their custom shop done to this. This is my baby, this gun right here. I love this gun. It's way better than the Performance Center, and the Performance Center costed me $600 more. Anyone?
Never mind, go ahead. 600 more, that's...
If you look at what SIG actually does, the time they take on their internals, their polishing, their fitment of parts, if the next go around, I'm not buying a Performance Center.
SIG is supposed to be excellent out of the box. Granted, they're probably going to need some honing because
So that's my
Production
performance
all the time.
center right there. And I bought this gun strictly to race for pins, right? I mean, I got target sights, everything. I bought this strictly for a pin race gun. And I bought my SIG more as like a combat type, I don't know, just kind of dream gun. And yeah, the SIG. You know, they both have external extractors, and some guys don't like that, but me personally, I do. The only thing I like about the Smith more than the SIG probably is the scallop serrations on the back of the slide. I really like that, like the M&P has. I like those scallopings, but other than that, the SIG's twice the gun.
What would you recommend for an entry-level 1911?
Rock Island Armory.
Oh yeah, they've improved
Because,
so much ever since the Sun took over.
And
They're-
not only that, all you need is the frame, and you can build your gun. You know, you're just really, when you buy a Rock Island Armory, you're just buying the frame really, and not that the gun won't shoot or be reliable, because they are. I own a couple Rock Island Armories, and they're great guns. But if you want to, you know, if a starter 1911, most guys are going to want to customize it, put in, you know, a different barrel, match barrel stuff, you know, change things on it. Rock Island's the perfect gun for that. And then you can figure out, play with it like Legos, figure out exactly how you like it set up, and then you can go out and buy one that's already set up like that. That's a higher end Kimber or Springfield or whatever. But the Springfield base model isn't bad either.
I went
Would
with
you
the
still recommend
Springfield
the Rock
loaded
Island first?
myself.
Oh, sorry.
I went with the Springfield loaded edition myself. I got it at a good price. I bought it off my friend for $600. He bought it for 50 rounds to it, and he didn't like it because he kept pitching his fingers. So I'm like, I'll have to buy it off you. And he was like, 600. And I'm like, deal. And ever since I bought it, like, I got rid of the Allen wrench, Allen nut full-length guide rod, and I put in a Wilson Combat full-length guide rod. I put in Wilson Combat springs, trigger, you know, firing pin spring, guide rod spring. I had some trigger work done to it, and I put on some hose wraparounds. That's about all I did to it. Because it already came with low profile tritium match sight, you know, like Novak style tritium match sight. And yeah, I shot that thing. I don't know how much. I mean, like I said, I personally have over 16,000 rounds with it, and you know, it wasn't a bad deal. I mean, you can get yourself a good, like you can get a TRP, they MSRP for like 1,800, 1,800, but you can probably pick one up used for like 1,200. Maybe a little less. The person doesn't really know what they got. You know what I mean? 1911s. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just telling you to go ahead.
Oh, that's my STI Commander right there, and I got that more for like an open carry type gun, just because I didn't have, you know, a 4-inch, and I kind of wanted one. And a lot of guys build up STIs for race guns and stuff, but this is more of kind of a, you know, personal protection type setup. And they're a pretty decent gun. They really are. I don't think they're quite worth the money I paid for it compared to, like, again, the SIG. You know, if I had to choose between this STI or actually several different STIs, I would go with the SIG again. For the money, SIG is really hard to beat. For like the SIG that I received, even with the 3 custom shop deals that I paid extra for. You know, this STI, I think what came to 350 to 400 more than what my SIG came to, and you just can't. I mean, you really cannot beat the SIG for the money, because you can get a SIG 1911 between 800 and 1,000, and if you have all the custom shop stuff done to it, about 1,200 is what mine came to, a little over 1,200, and for that money, out of all the 1911s out there, you really can't beat it.
Those are all very valid points. The one thing I don't like, going back to your Smith & Wesson with the performance centers, I don't like 1911s with external extractors.
I know a lot of guys say that. A lot of guys say that they don't like the 2-piece guide rods and all that. And me personally, I like external extractors and I like a 2-piece guide rod. And you know, and that was actually John Moses's Browning original design. You know, I mean, was for a two-piece guide rod and for an external extractor.
Well, and he did that with the
it's-
high power.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not the two-piece guide rod, but he did that with the external extractor on the high power. And it's a good gun. It works great. You can't take away from it. But for some reason, anybody, you know, it's like, and again, this is all people telling me stuff, you know. But like I was just saying earlier, my friend's little brother was on the SWAT team out here for another county in our area, and they were issued Performance Center 1911s from Smith & Wesson as a sidearm. I mean, he went and he bought one on his own for his team, you know, his team designation. It was engraved in and all that stuff, and he ended up selling the one he bought and going back to carrying a Glock 23 because he couldn't get used to the 1911, and when I was there when he fired it, I don't know, maybe it was most likely probably the ammunition he was using because he was using really cheap freaking quote-unquote reloaded ammo, but it just didn't seem to be kicking the shells out of the gun fast and far enough away. I mean, it still functioned. He did have a couple of gems, but that, you know, I explained that away with the gun being new, needing to be broken and all that good stuff. But for some reason, it just kind of turned me off of external extractors for 1911. I mean,
I haven't had any problems whatsoever with an external extractor, and I own a bunch of 1911s and have owned a bunch. You know, I've probably, like, I haven't owned any of like the high-end Nighthawks yet, which is like one of my dream guns, but I really can't justify $3,000 for a gun like this. Smith & Wesson right here was almost $1,800. So this was like 1778 or something is what it came to. This has every option from Smith, EDM cuts, porting, everything. And this was, you know, almost 1,800 from Smith & Wesson. And you know, and I don't have any problems. And with the two-piece guide rod, I have literally gone back and forth between a full length and a two-piece, and I can't tell inaccuracy.